introduced.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
My life count, my life count, my life count, my life count.
Thanksgiving?
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake, turkey and turkey.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Turkey.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that...
Turkey.
Well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're gonna have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's gonna have it this year as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. See, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving will never be the same.
You may think that this is a turkey. This is a dinosaur. Deinonychus has a thigh just like that. A dinosaur, and no other animal, extinct or living besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs. We actually classify them as dinosaurs. We now call them non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So the non-avian dinosaurs are the big clunky ones that went extinct. Avian dinosaurs are our modern birds. You can't argue with it because we're the classifiers and we classified it that way.
If a little kid today studies all this in school, and they look up in the sky and see a bird and turn to mom and say, that's a dinosaur.
They're right.
They're right.
They're right.
Birds are dinosaurs.
Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here. Thank you for joining me. Happy Monday. It's the start of a new week. And that's always one of my favorite weeks here to stream. For me, the month of November all kind of builds up to Thanksgiving week. Not just because it's always toward the end of the month, but, well, for a lot of people, Thanksgiving is synonymous with turkeys, here in the United States at least. I know Thanksgiving is not a universal thing, but, yeah. I don't eat turkey myself. Never really liked it. Not really much of a meat guy either. But what I do like about Thanksgiving and about the fact that everybody thinks about turkey on Thanksgiving, they even call it Turkey Day here in the U.S., is that birds are, of course, living dinosaurs, and this is a wonderful opportunity to talk about that. So we're going to be doing that this week. We're going to be looking at the evidence that led scientists the world over to conclude that birds are living dinosaurs. And it's pretty interesting, I think you'll find. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Especially anybody who might be here for the very first time. Welcome, welcome. Like you, maybe Todd in Minnesota. How are you doing? Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I a paleontologist who specializes in dinosaurs. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils, and most fossil creatures are not dinosaurs. Paleontology covers everything from ancient extinct microbes preserved as fossils, all the way up to, you know, mammals and reptiles, amphibians, birds, plants, fungi, literally every living thing that's been preserved as a fossil. There is a paleontologist who studies that. Very few of us actually work on dinosaurs, but I do, as you can probably guess, looking at my office here. Anyway, on this channel we talk about, well, we talk about natural history, we talk about the evolution of life on Earth, we talk about the incredible history of our planet, and why it's important, why that matters to you and me, how that influences our daily lives, why it's relevant, you know? And we cover a lot of the most recent fossil news, new publications, especially in dinosaur science, since dinosaurs are actually what I study, what I publish on, and what I dig up. That's usually our primary focus here. Yeah. I dig up dinosaurs during the summers. If you're new around here, you might not have been present for our live streams from the field this summer. I was digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. At least 3 new species this summer, and I live streamed as much of that as I could. So check out the YouTube page if you want to see recordings of those live streams. I think it's really, really important for scientists to be able to reach out to the public and talk to people about what we do. There is such a disconnect nowadays between science and the general populace. I think that leads to a lot of suspicion of science among regular folks. I believe it's my duty as a scientist to reach out to, you know, everyday folks and answer questions, put myself out there, you know? And explain how we actually do science, try and demystify that, because there is a tremendous number of misconceptions about science in the general public, maybe especially about paleontology, about fossil science. So that's what I'm here doing on Twitch, is trying to clear up some of those misconceptions, answer your questions, just take you behind the curtain, show you firsthand what paleontology is like, how we do it. And this is actually my full-time job, believe it or not. So, yeah, the only reason I can do this full-time, fund my research and fieldwork and everything else through this platform, is because of this wonderful community supporting me and supporting science outreach here on Twitch. So thank you for that, everybody. Now, with that being said, before we get into our bird dinosaur stuff, let me go through chat real quick, try and say hello to as many people as I can before these messages disappear. We've already lost the top. But I believe Kodali may have been first today. We've got Science Streams. How are you doing, Belinda? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Adenosine. Short for adenosine triphosphate, perhaps. Famed ATP. Welcome, Adenosine. Sandwich Nom Nom, good to see you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Neilf, how are you doing? Grim Deviant. And Totally Tubular Tima. And Fairy Foundling, how are you doing? Fairy Foundling has discovered the cranberry sauce recipe, which I posted this morning. Excellent. I may or may not be making that this year, but we'll see. Candle White, how are you doing, Candle White? Welcome, welcome. Ominous Jorts, hello, hello. Tommy Ploticus, thank you so much for the 11 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Thank you, Tommy Ploticus. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Zendrufi. Hello to you, Zendrufi. Welcome, welcome. Gita Aloha, what's shaking with you? Golganek. Lovely to see you, as it always is. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, Golganek. It's good to have you here. The Trek Nerd, hello, hello. Kenzie Sanderson, that's a name I haven't seen here before. Welcome, Kenzie. Let me know if you've got any questions. I hope there will be plenty of questions by the time I get down at the bottom of chat here, so that we can get our stream started off right. Matt M33, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Matt. One of my most long-term supporters. Appreciate you, Matt M33. It's always great to see you. Todd in Minnesota says, proof lol 200 proof? Is that in reference to the stream title today? If you're actually doubtful that birds are dinosaurs, then I hope you stick around, Todd in Minnesota, because we're going to be talking about that all week. I'm going to be talking about why this is the general consensus nowadays. Not just among dinosaur paleontologists, but among paleontologists in general, that birds are living dinosaurs. That they evolved from small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs, the group that we call theropods. And this isn't just a conclusion among paleontologists. It's also true among, well, biologists in general, ornithologists, you know, bird scientists. The evidence nowadays is overwhelming, and I'm really excited to share that with you today, so you've come to the right place. Let's see. Paleo Admer, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Twitch Ow 999 says birds are government spies. There is actually a history of birds doing spy work. Like, I know you're making a joke right there, but we can talk about that. Birds have been enlisted as spies for various governments during wartime. In World War II, for instance, pigeons were retrofitted with miniature cameras strapped to their chests and then flown over enemy lines. We could talk about that. It's interesting stuff. You know, I know people love to joke around because this is Twitch. That's fine. But sometimes there are actually really interesting stories that I can, you know, I can bring up when somebody's just goofing around like that. Araya Thallium, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. MS Coggins, the biggest Thursday bird state in the US this week. Yes, indeed, MS Coggins. Yeah. Good stuff. And, let's see. Scrolling. Science streams says, what a greedy child. I know, right, Science? Those ungrateful kids. Dark Mock Rises, how are you doing? SB, hello, hello. Oh, it's me, Kay. Hello, Kay. Welcome back. And planet has experienced 5 mass extinction events. Oh yeah, Todd in Minnesota, can you name them in order? Going backward in time, it would be the KPG extinction 66 million years ago. The end of the Cretaceous, that's the one that wiped out all the dinosaurs except for birds. Then you had the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, between the Triassic and Jurassic events. And then at the beginning of the Triassic, the Permo-Triassic boundary. Before that, you had the... Was it the Ordovician-Silurian mass extinction? And then the end Cambrian, was that it? Shoot. The first two I'm a little rusty on, actually. I don't know. I actually need to talk to one of my colleagues about this because he brought up a really interesting point the other day when I was at the museum down here in Berkeley, California. He was talking about how he didn't like the term mass extinction because it's one of those things that's not necessarily quantifiable. It's like, at what point do you call something a mass extinction? How do you quantify that? And also, it can be kind of confusing because it might get people to think that there's like an underlying cause that's the same for all mass extinctions, wherein it seems like each one of them is unique. He prefers to use the term biotic crisis. And it's an interesting idea. I want to talk to him about that. I was hoping we could bring him on sometime this week as a guest, but I kind of dropped the ball on that, honestly. I've been way too busy getting ready for my upcoming move. And, I don't know, there's just been a lot going on. And I couldn't have asked him in person. I suppose if I'd interrupted, I could have asked him in person when I saw him on Tuesday, but he was in the midst of another conversation, and I guess politeness prevailed, as it sometimes does. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, there have been several big events where a lot of extinctions have taken place here on planet Earth. There's 5 big ones and a bunch of smaller events, Todd in Minnesota. Yeah. I'm glad you're here to talk about that. Yeah. And Chris TS, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Otter Do It, how are you doing, Otter? Lovely to see you, as it always is, Otter. Welcome back. I just realized I don't know if I've responded to your email yet, Otter. Shoot. I apologize for that. I will soon. Ugh. I've been so busy lately. Let's see here. Alexander Morrison says present and working on my Baronasuka skull sculpture while listening in. Very cool, Alexander Morrison. Are you doing a digital sculpt? Or a, like, physical sculpt? me know if you wouldn't mind. That sounds really neat. I'm trying to remember who Baronisuchus is. I want to say it's a big, like, crocodile-type crocodiliform? But I'm probably wrong about that. Crocodilians have been remarkably... Crocodiliforms have been remarkably diverse over their history. And yet this is a terrestrial one. Very cool. Is this... Oh, this is one of the Cenozoic ones. Oh, super cool. Very, very nice. I wonder if this is related to the, like, so-called hoofed crocodiles, like, what was the... Pristichampsa, I think, is like an antiquated name for a member of this group. But anyway, these guys are super cool. After the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs, crocodilians did some really interesting things. Sometimes they became the biggest land-living predators in their ecosystem, and they chased down and ate animals like tapirs, or whatever these critters are. It looks like a tapir to me. It's probably some sort of perissodactyl. But yeah, pretty cool animals. Yeah. Anyway, Dismodus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Scrolling down further, Displacer, hello, hello. Yeah. Todd in Minnesota says, scientists don't talk to each other, they are kind of stuck in their own niches. Not in my field, Todd in Minnesota, holy cow. I've worked with a lot of different kinds of scientists just in my young life so far. You know, geologists, biologists, like engineering scientists. Shoot, who else? Philosophers, like philosophers of science. Chemists, physicists, some rocket scientists, computer scientists. I don't know, you'll find that paleontology is one of those really cool, like, integrative sciences. Because we have such an incredibly broad field, we need to gather data from all kinds of different fields in order to be able to figure out what life was like for creatures that lived millions of years ago, you know? Yeah. In fact, just on this platform, just last week, I had an hours-long discussion with a geneticist, with Balint of Science Streams, which we will be making a regular feature, we hope. Starting, not this week, because things are too busy, but the week after Thanksgiving. We're going to start trying to do this on Wednesday nights, and I'm pretty excited about that. It's going to be pretty cool. Yeah. MS Coggins, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, welcome, MS Coggins. Creatrix Britt, how are things with you? Hope you had a great weekend. It's good to have you back. And Andy from Ohio, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, how are you doing? Dave, it's great to have you here. Hope you had a great weekend, too. Dave says, as someone who is part of the animatronics department of the Australian set, I'm busy swapping out batteries and patching firmware bugs on our emus. You got me, Dinosaur Dave. You got me. Oh, the whole birds are robots thing is so funny. Well, it'd be funnier if it weren't so overplayed. But yeah. Duck Admirer, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Musaica, hello to you. I'm almost getting down to the bottom of chat. Trixmont. How are you doing, Trixmont? Cartoon movie Valiant, inspired by true stories of hundreds of pigeons that help soldiers in the war. There you go, Trixmont, yeah. Yeah. And, mass diversification event. Yeah, that's the thing, the Cambrian explosion might be a little... Shall we say, overblown? Yeah, it might be largely like sampling bias. This idea of a Cambrian explosion. Like this big diversification event. A lot of that seems to be that we just don't have very good sampling of earlier fossil assemblages. It seems like a lot of those groups that we used to think originated in the Cambrian explosion, turns out they're actually older than that. So it's not as dramatic an event as it's been made out to be, it seems. Yeah. And physical sculpting by very cool, Alexander Morrison. That's really, really neat. Yeah. Mr. Knight, the IT guy, welcome back to you. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Otter, I'm glad things may have changed for the better this week, Otter. That's excellent. Well, I will send you a response, Otter. And Sebecids are those crocodilians. Yeah, Darth Goof, these big terrestrial crocodilians. Crocodiliforms, I should say. There's a bunch of them there, Sebecids. Some of them got big. Crocodilians are such a dynamic group of animals, and if given half a chance, they diversify, they occupy all these different niches. My old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, used to say that, like, yeah, if we had another mass extinction event...
Some of your own advice. Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Optic nerve.
And nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Optic Nerve, thank you for the 27 months of support. That's a long time, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Optic Nerve. Exquisite. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Verricchio used to say that, like, shoot, if like, birds were to ever, you know...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
And Todd in Minnesota, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Dave Verricchio used to say, only semi-jokingly, that if birds and bats were to ever go extinct, you'd have flying crocodiles within 10 million years. This is such a dynamic group, and they're so ready to occupy vacant niches. And sometimes muscle other creatures out of their niches. Yeah. And Glezerp, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah.
And Iguanodon.
And Todd in Minnesota, thank you for following. I appreciate that. And Talaran, thank you for following too. Very appropriate alert for today's stream with those turkeys going around in a circle. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, no, planocraniids are just outside of crocodiles. Barinasuchus is among the last of the Notasuchians. So yeah, so like it's part of a broader group like Crocodiliformes, or maybe even broader than that. I'm not an expert on these guys. I'm a dinosaur guy. But, yeah. And Mr. Knight, the IT guy, says, glad to hear computer scientist. I have a master's in computing. I never would have guessed that based on your name, Mr. Knight, the IT guy. Has anybody ever asked you if your name comes from Wayne Knight's character? In the film, what was it called? The film Jurassic Park? Well, they even have an action figure of him. Wow. Very cool. Also known as, Newman! Yeah. Yeah, the actor's name is Wayne Knight. I remember actually when I first watched this movie, they even have a Halloween costume of Dennis Nedry. That's so funny. Oh wow. When I first watched this movie with Ios from twitch.tv/Ios, she writes code for Twitch. She works for Twitch. She writes code for the mobile team. Back then, she used to work for the subscriptions team. But anyway, her big takeaway from the film Jurassic Park is like, you know, you gotta pay your IT people more, you know? Or they will become irate, and they will sabotage things. That was her big take-home from that movie, was you gotta respect your IT people. Make sure they feel appreciated. She's like, if John Hammond had just done that, Jurassic Park would have been a success, you know? Chase the Pup, 321, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, I really got to get down to the bottom of chat. I'm dallying here. But yeah. Let's see. Scrolling. Hello to you, HD and HB. Welcome. And large sculpture, 29 inches by 10 to 12 inches tall. Very cool, Alexander Morrison. That's awesome. I'd love to see it in the Discord when you're done with it. And Talarin says, hi, some dino VTuber informed me I could find an actual paleontologist here. Where? Oh. Welcome, Talaran. So I thought it'd be worth coming by. How's everyone doing here? We're doing great, Talaran. We're going to be talking all about the theropod ancestry of birds today. How dinosaurs never went completely extinct. Birds are living dinosaurs. We'll be talking about how we've come to that conclusion as scientists. It's been a long and winding road, but here we are. So we'll be talking about that today. But yeah. And Danny, I never noticed your shirts have rank insignia. Yeah, I might want to take these off. I am not a Lance Corporal in the U.S. Marines or whatever this is. But I might need to borrow Lordie's Seam Ripper, or at least consult her about this to take that off. Don't want to be stealing valor here. But, yeah. This is a new shirt. I just got it in the mail the other day. Some of my other ones, after years of faithful service, they're starting to develop holes and stuff like that. So time to get rid of them. Or at least cut them up and use them as rags. Alright. Scrolling down. I'm disappointed flying fish don't nest in trees yet, says HD. I don't know if there's any selective pressure that'll send them in that direction. They are pelagic species, to my knowledge. There's not many trees out in the middle of the ocean, last I checked. Look at this workspace. There you go, Todd, Minnesota. See? Todd knows the movie. Yeah. And we got Dodson here. We do indeed. There we go. Good stuff.
Don't get cheap on me, Dodson. You shouldn't use my name.
Yeah. Anyway, he spared no expense except on software and on staff there, HD and HB. Yeah. Chase the Pup says, hey, welcome, Chase the Pup. That's too loud. That's better. And I like how 70s the collars of these look. It's camp. Alright, Thallium, I'm not trying to look campy. I'm gonna use this shirt in the field too. And military surplus clothing, Yeah. It's cheap, it's durable. When it gets dirty, well, it's dirt colored already, so it doesn't look that dirty. It's just good clothing to use in the field. So yeah.
Nobody cares.
Anyway. And camp is good. Danny, lol, embrace it. You know, that's where I live for like 3 or 4 months out of the year. Is in camp. Out in the field, you know, right, Thallium? It's all good. I can embrace that. Well, I know it's a different sense of that word, but yeah. And military surplus is a great way to get outdoor stuff. Absolutely. Talaran, most of the outdoor equipment that I own is military surplus. It's maybe 1/4 the price of that REI stuff, and it lasts 5 times as long. Oftentimes it's heavier, but I don't know. I've never been much of an REI guy myself. You know, like outdoor chic is... For one thing, I usually can't afford it. For another, it just... I don't know. It's never been durable enough for what I use gear for, you know? Yeah. I don't know. Outdoor chic. Here we go. Lenina, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Glamping, says Dismodus. There you go. Yeah. I have never in my life been glamping. And I doubt I could afford it even if I wanted to. Outdoor chic. Yes. Exactly, Mayor Space. Join the outdoor chic on his pleasure yacht. The outdoor chic requests your presence. In his wilderness bungalow. Yeah. And the first Levi's jeans were made from old army tents? Is that right, Todd in Minnesota? You know where they were first manufactured, right? You know where blue jeans first originated. It was in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, the same place I originated. Yeah, blue jeans are a San Francisco original. Oh, but hang on a second. Esanguiner says, fresh seeing something educational on Twitch. Thanks for the fun. Esanguiner, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Danny is made of blue jeans. I don't actually own a pair of blue jeans, Izadegu. I don't know. I've got some jeans that are gray colored, but not any blue ones. I don't really wear jeans very often, though. I don't know. Anybody who knows me in person, you know, knows that it's very, very rare that I ever wear long pants. I'm more of a shorts kind of guy. Because I overheat. You know, I've had a doctor tell me, they're like, oh, well, you know, if you don't like wearing long pants and if you overheat in them, that probably means you dump a lot of heat through your legs. You know? And I tend to run kind of hot anyway. So yeah, I only wear long pants if it's really cold outside. Like, and by really cold, I mean by California standards. So if it's like 40 degrees or under, maybe I will wear long pants. Otherwise, I get too hot. Were dinosaurs wearing jeans? I've never seen a dinosaur wear jeans, not even a bird, Tenerife. No. Yeah. And Commodore 256 says, when you go out in the field, do you always keep a bottle of champagne in the fridge and hope some eccentric billionaire will help himself and make you an offer that would be foolish to refuse? An offer I can't refuse on the day of my daughter's wedding, Commodore? No, different movie. I have never had champagne in the field. Only at 2 different camps that I've ever been at have we even had a refrigerator. So no. No, a refrigerator is a luxury. An absolute luxury. But, that being said, we did have a fridge in the field this past summer when I was in... where was that? Well, near Moab, Utah. We've got this wonderful trailer right here, and there's a fridge inside that's propane-powered, because we don't have electricity out there. But this was, I think, donated by a very generous person at some point. And so we actually legitimately have a refrigerator out there with the University of Utah, or rather the Utah Geological Survey crew. I know I took a picture of it in August of 2022. There's part of our lavish camp setup out there. There's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland And there's a meal that I made for us. Quesadillas. In the field. Good stuff. Spicy black bean and pepper jack quesadillas. Let's see. There's the fridge. Yeah. It's a godsend out there. It runs on propane. And it is such a luxury to have like a cold drink at the end of a hot day, you know, when it's 110, 115 degrees out, working all day in the sun, and then you get to have, oh, that's how we wash our hands. There's the wishy-washy bucket system. But yeah, there's a Paleontologizing sticker on it. I was privileged to be able to add a Paleontologizing sticker to this roster of esteemed stickers from different institutions on the fridge. Weezy Diggus says, can the solar panels handle a mini fridge? No. It uses too much power. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Propane power, says Lenina. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And a cold drink. Where do you store the bones? Well, they get put into plaster jackets. And, yeah, there we go. There's some on one of the last days of camp. We were just getting ready to pack up camp, so there's some of our fossil jackets right there. And when we're preparing the bones to be brought... Preparing them. Preparing is a different word. When we are readying them for transport back to the laboratory, to take them out of the field back to the lab, we create these protective cocoons around them that are made out of burlap and plaster. Here we go. Let me show ya. Oh, come on, YouTube. Utah Dinosaur Dig UGS. Where was that? Oh, right, okay. There we go. So, mapping.
She uses a plumb bob to mark the ends of the bones so that I can draw them onto the map.
That's the voice of Jim Kirkland right there, Utah State paleontologist.
That can provide valuable information about how the bones were deposited.
And then we've got the jacketing procedure. This is how we get those bones ready for...
In the rock, the top surface is uncovered, just enough so that the aerial extent of the bone can be seen. The bone is then pedestaled so that a protective plaster jacket can be put around the bone. Here, a large femur is being readied for jacketing. Layered...
Oh! Whereas...
Ontogeny.
Thank you for the 29 months of support. I really, really appreciate that, Haraz. Thank you, thank you. It's a long time, Haraz. Holy moly. I mean, shoot, 29 months. That's a lot. That's an awful lot. Holy cow. Why am I showing you a video that's, like, produced like this? Let me just show you how I did this summer. Let's go to the YouTube page. And let's find one of those streams when I was doing some jacketing. This might have been one of those. Let's see here.
But I don't know. Dinosaur brains weren't particularly large, but that didn't mean they were stupid. You know, birds have comparatively small brains for their size, for their volume anyway. And some birds are incredibly intelligent.
That's not the right one. Let me find one when we're doing some jacketing. Yeah, plaster jacking a new ceratopsian. Here we go.
Yeah.
You can develop a skill. You can learn to recognize bone. That does help you learn to
That's
recognize.
paleontologist Nick Longrich from the University of Bath in England.
That's kind of a baseline thing. that's something that's necessary but not necessarily sufficient.
I think some people have a skill verging on magic that they can just they're just really good at it. They almost like an intuition or sixth sense of where bone occurs. But even those people are incredibly persistent.
Yeah. You can't give up in an area like this. You can't get discouraged.
Yeah, I know there's some people like Phil Curry would talk about being out in the field. There's certain people he'd make him walk behind him. He's like, well, I want to find something. If you're in front of me, I won't find anything. You'll find it first. So he's like, walk behind me. And they would find things in his footprints, literally, almost literally. So some people...
That's not the one I was looking for. I'm looking for the one right before that, when we're actually jacketing that ceratopsian. So bear with me here. And let's find that. There we go.
This is the real deal.
Yeah. So here is the actual jacketing process here. You expose the aerial extent of the bone, as Jim was saying there. And then you cover the top of it with a layer of paper towels to act as separator right here.
Or, for any UK viewers, kitchen roll.
Well, well, well. It was very helpful from previously recorded Danny there. I'm impressed.
You got dragonflies and butterflies on there?
Yeah, new species of dinosaur right there, Lenina. Oh yeah, this is the real deal.
If you just put plaster straight against the bone, it'll stick to the bone. You can't get the jacket off, obviously. So the separator layer is necessary to create, obviously, as the name suggests, a clean separation between the plaster and burlap of the jacket and the bone itself. So we want it to go into the jacket and then come back out of the jacket. Other materials you can use are tinfoil, toilet paper,
newspaper.
Newspaper.
Yeah, newspaper is one of the ones you'll see in old jackets, like in the gold collections from Barton Brown.
Yep. Which is kind of cool because if the jacket isn't properly labeled or anything, you can often date that jacket just based on the dates on the newspaper, which is pretty cool.
Okay, that's the mud part. Gotcha.
So anyway, you put the layer of separator on there, be it paper towel or kitchen roll, newspaper, aluminum foil, whatever you use. And then, once you've got that nice and covered...
4 months. It's almost a whole year.
Okay.
Then, you mix up your plaster of Paris.
I can start doing that too if you guys want to work on the jacketing.
Well, we need to...
No, we had... Oh, not lost signal. This is just YouTube being screwed.
Sure. Hero.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, Quinn.
Norm.
Is that a Cheers joke?
We always did that with MOR. We called it making burlap tea at the beginning because the water gets all brown.
Oh, that's cute.
And then you dare the other crew members to drink it. Yeah.
I bet that's...
Oh, man. There's some great clips in here. I gotta go through these again.
See what's what.
And Quinn the Music Man, yeah. Not like the musical, but like...
Can you pack some mud into that crevice? See that? Sure. Next to the piece we glued on a minute ago.
So right here, Ethan is mixing up some plaster of Paris, and then you pre-cut some burlap strips, and you get ready to, there we go, roll them into the plaster like Ethan's doing.
Home Depot.
Really?
Yeah. I bought every bag they had.
Nice, very nice. We were looking at the text on it earlier. It's like, oh, safe for birds.
What
Great.
the heck? Yeah. Bird food. I get all my bird food at Home Depot. All my bird food plaster.
Sacks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, hear that? That's the noise you want. If there's no liquid in here,
that's some good plaster right there.
No dinosaurs coming out. These are the pro tips.
Yep.
Oh, and Jerry at Rick says, how often do you reinforce the jacket with wood? That's a great question. If it's long and there's a chance of it flexing, this one is pretty round in shape. Like, it's not super long. But if you've got a really long jacket and you're afraid that it might crack in the middle, you might reinforce that with, say, a 2x4. Or, if it's a really big jacket, you'll use rebar to reinforce it. So you just put these things in there like a brace, like a splint, basically, down it. and then you put the more plaster strips, more burlap and plaster strips over that to keep it from flexing. You know? Yeah.
Hope everybody
it's safe for birds, so it
appreciates
must be
this
safe for
watching right now.
dinosaurs
This
too.
is,
There you go, Kenzie. Yeah.
This is some
yeah.
top tier stuff. It's a beautiful temperature.
And HD and HB. You do disapprove of rebar, HD?
It's a cool day.
Yeah, what's that?
A little hungry, but other than that, I've got some granola bars and stuff left over.
Another McChicken.
Let me know if I should pop a granola bar in your mouth.
Ooh, directly into my, just the whole thing.
Unhinge your jaw.
He passed away asphyxiated on a granola bar while jacketing a ceratopsian. It's not a bad way to go out.
He died doing what he loved, choking on a granola bar.
That was a satisfied grunt. Oh, there you go, HD. Okay, good.
A
Yeah.
little thinner than I'd like, but it's too late.
But it's my fault.
Oh, and Mayor Space is making a reference there to the old EPB. Yeah. The extant phylogenetic bracket. If there's something that we're not sure about for dinosaurs, well, a good way to kind of frame that problem and to make educated guesses about it is to look at their closest living relatives. Birds, which are literally living dinosaurs, and crocodiles, who are dinosaurs' closest living closest living relatives outside of birds. So yeah, if it's safe for birds, you gotta figure out if it's actually safe for crocodiles too, and then you can be pretty darn sure that it's safe for dinosaurs. I think that was the joke that Mayor Space is making there. Yeah. Araya Thallium says, are they reptiles too? Who, birds? Yeah. So birds are part of what we call Sauropsida, Araya Thalia. There we go. Let's go to our old tree of life again. There we go. Yeah. Let's go to birds, aves. Zoom in there. So birds are one branch of the theropod dinosaur family tree. It's not going to show up on here because this only shows extant animals, animals that are still around today. It doesn't show any extinct critters. So there's birds right there, aves. I like that, 10,002 species. That's a lot of species. You might even say that's over 9,000. By 1,002, it's over 9,000. It's debated how many living species of birds there are. There's no like official number because different scientists will have. Yeah, there you go, Mayor Space. Yeah, oh, Desmodus. Yeah. Over 9,000. Anyway. Yeah, different scientists have different opinions on how many different species of bird there are. Some of them are so close to one another that it's kind of a matter of opinion whether they are different species or whether they're the same thing. It's extraordinarily difficult sometimes to get scientists to agree on, like, anything at all. So when you have a big group of scientists who are in agreement about something, like, for instance, that birds are living dinosaurs, that's a big deal. Because, holy cow, is it difficult to get scientists to agree. Yeah. Watch out for splitters. And the splitters would say watch out for lumpers, Jerry, Rick. Yeah. Anyway, the point is birds belong to this larger group that we call Archosauria. This is birds and crocodilians. So here, birds and crocodiles are sister groups. Dinosaurs are in between. They are extinct now, except for the birds. That's why here it's just birds and crocodilians, because this tree doesn't show extinct creatures, for the most part. Groups that are extinct, it doesn't bother with. I guess it would be too complicated to show that. It's like 99.9% of all creatures that ever lived are extinct, so this is a big enough project just trying to show all of life on Earth today. They did not have the wherewithal to put extinct creatures in here, too. And I understand that. You know? Anyway, so birds and crocodilians belong to this group called Archosauria. And if you go out further than that, You also have turtles, too. Birds, turtles, and crocodilians. And then this larger group of sauropsids. So sauropsids are the scientific word for what people in the general public might call reptiles. So reptile is not a super scientific term because, well, in science, the way that we classify living things is based on their heritage, based on their ancestry, based on what they came from, what they evolved from. And so birds evolved from dinosaurs, hence they are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs evolved from earlier reptiles, hence dinosaurs are reptiles. Sauropsids is kind of the group that includes all of these. So it includes turtles, snakes, crocodiles, and birds. And lizards and tuataras and all kinds of other critters too. So the way that we classify living things as scientists is you are what your ancestors were. That's why whales are still mammals. Despite the fact that whales don't have fur or hair, they don't have limbs, you know, they don't walk on land or anything. Also, platypus are still mammals, despite the fact that they lay eggs. It's because they came from that early mammal ancestor. That's how we classify living things, you know? Yeah. And whales have legs, though. Inside there are limbs. Exactly. Todd in Minnesota, that is exactly how we first recognized that whales evolved from earlier land-living mammals like this. Every single one of these creatures that you see in this animation, we have good fossils of. It's really cool how we can now understand where whales came from. They evolved from earlier land-living mammals that had hooves. So whales are ungulates. They are hoofed mammals. Despite the fact that they don't have hoofs anymore, they evolved from ungulates, from hoofed mammals, and so they are ungulates. They are hoofed mammals, even though they've lost their hoofs. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Raisin Delta says, so dino nuggies are authentic dino nuggies? That is true, Raisin Delta, yeah. Yes, indeed. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's great to have you here. Chicken nuggets that are formed into, you know, when that ground up chicken slurry is formed in the factory into a dinosaur shape. It's one of those weird things where this legitimately is made out of a dinosaur. It's formed like a dinosaur, and it literally is a dinosaur, because it's made from a bird, you know?
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur?
What? Raisin Delta, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us here on Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And whales equals horses. No, not horses, Chails above. A different group of hoofed mammals. So whales, if we go back to our tree of life here. Let's go to whales. Cetacea. Yeah. They are on the... well, they're mammals over here on the big mammal branch. There you go. Whales, dolphins, and porpoises are part of Cetacea. Go a little bit further. And you get to some of their closest relatives that aren't whales. Hippos are right there. And then you get to this group. I think that... is this Artiodactyla? Pontius Pirate, thank you for gifting Raisin Delta.
They have given 69 gift subs in the channel.
Pontius Pirate, thank you for that gift sub to Raisin Delta. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Here, we'll go out further to Cetariodactyla. Yeah. So, whales are related to things like goats, pigs, giraffes, bison, mule deer. They're related to the even-toed ungulates. So let me show you. Artiodactyls versus perissodactyls. There we go. Actually, that's a lovely... if it weren't so small, it'd be more lovely. But there you go. Yeah. So artiodactyls are the so-called even-toed ungulates, because they have an even number of toes. Camels have 2. Giraffes have 2. Hippos have 4. Deer have 2. Pigs have 2. Peccaries have 2. Peccaries are not pigs, by the way. They're their own distinct group that split off before pigs evolved. Perissodactyls are the odd-toed ungulates. They have either 1 or 3 toes on each foot. So rhinos have 3. Tapirs have 3. Horses and zebras and donkeys have 1. Whales are over here. Whales are even-toed ungulates. I know 0 is not an even number. Or is it? Any mathematicians in the chat? I don't think even is I don't think 0 is even or odd. But anyway, they've got no toes anymore, but they're still part of Artiodactyla because they evolved from this ancestor. It's not like we classify these as one group because of their number of toes. It's nice that they happen to group together based on their number of toes, but that's not why they're Artiodactyls. These guys are all Artiodactyls because they evolved from the same ancestor. All of these guys also evolved from the same ancestor. And it's just a nice coincidence they happen to have an odd number of toes. That's not why we classify them this way. We classify them this way because we've figured out who their ancestors are. Does that make sense? Yeah. And 0 is even for a programmer. I did not know that, Haraz. That is interesting. And 0 is even by definition, says HD. Okay, okay. No hablo math. Started. Yo también. Horizontal. Claro que sí. It's good to have you here. Yeah. 0 is an even number, according to mathematicians, says Smaghead. Interesting. 0 is divisible by 2, so it's even. But isn't it also... Wait, but all numbers are also divisible by 1. All numbers are, Haraz, except for 0. Wait, what? Haraz is making a joke. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, I'm not one to speculate, but is it possible that whales didn't evolve from having legs? Or aren't evolving into having legs? They're not. They're not evolving into having legs. We know that because we can trace the revolution. But share DNA with a template that can be engineered into many forms. Could be that evolution is true, but it's possible that it isn't linear. So what do you mean it isn't linear, Todd in Minnesota? We do have lots of evolution events. Oh, hang on.
So slim they are
Coffee rocks.
But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Thank you, Coffee Rocks, for the 6 months.
Subversary. No dinosaur on my menu Thursday.
Is that right, Coffee Rocks? Well, no judgment if you do eat turkey on Thanksgiving. A lot of Americans do. But, yeah, I don't.
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
0 is even because it is a multiple of 2.
Tactical Sponge. Thank you, Tactical Sponge, for the 36 months of support. I appreciate that. You're the first person to ever trigger that new alert. Do you see who that was? Yeah. Thank you, Tactical Sponge. 36 months is a long time. I appreciate that. And that's a multiple of 6. Coffee Rocks, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, both of you, for helping keep me here on the air. I really appreciate the support. I could not do this without your generosity and your faithful support. So thank you for that. Yeah. And sideways, not forward or backward. So Todd, in Minnesota, it's not that evolution improves creatures. That's thinking about it completely the wrong way. And that's like a major misconception that people have about evolution. That like, oh, it's this march of progress, always getting better and more improved. And that's not how evolution works at all. Evolution is just creatures changing between generations. So like, you're a little bit different from your parents are a little bit different from their parents. Your kids, if you have kids, are going to be a little bit different from you and your partner. Like, that's just how it works, you know? And it's adaptation to current conditions.
You might say. That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Business Father, what a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah, maybe time and evolution are not linked. It's hard to de-link things from time, in my experience, Todd, in Minnesota. Don't get me wrong, I have been able to travel through time. This is something that I do each and every day, but it always seems to be at the pace of 1 second per second. I happen to wear a time machine on my wrist every day, and most hours of the day, pretty much always, unless I'm in the shower or in the swimming pool. It's supposed to be water resistant, but I've had this thing for... My grandpa got this for me on my 18th birthday. And I've had it, the battery replaced so many times, and I've had the... Anyway, I've had it repaired a bunch of times, and, because I'm all about repairing things if I can. I don't like buying new things. I hate buying new things if I can have my old things repaired, you know? Especially if I can do it myself. But I've had this repaired many times. It might not be waterproof anymore. I'm not 100% sure. So I take it off if I'm going to go swimming. In a lake or a river or a swimming pool or whatever else. Or if I'm going to swim up a waterfall or do any other things like that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, this is a time machine. It travels at 1 second per second. Yeah, that actually reminds me of an old... XKCD comic. Yeah. So come to the future with me. Huh? What's that you're in? A 2-seat kayak. I see, but why do you have it? We'll find out. The future is a big place. So the kayak travels through time? Sure, just like everything else. Also goes over water. Come on. Anyway, as far as we know, time only moves in one direction. I know I've heard people like... I don't know. Like... You can make claims that time travels back and forth, but, like, we don't really have evidence for that. It's fine to say things, but that's kind of where just saying things diverges from science. In science, we form hypotheses that are testable. So, we have to be able to try and falsify them. An idea is not scientific unless it's possible to falsify it. There's this concept that, like, we don't... It's true. That, like, in science, we can never really 1,000,000% prove that something is true. Because, well, the essence of science is falsifiability. You can test something 1,000,000 billion times and fail to prove that it is false, and so it is provisionally true. But who knows? Tomorrow there could be a piece of evidence that arises that shows that this thing is false, you know? You've always got to leave room for something like that in science. It's just kind of how it works. That's the nature of science itself. this sort of thing drives philosophers nuts, but it's, you know, it's just kind of how it works. I've heard people make claims that, like, oh, time moves in different directions, but you can't devise an experiment to show that. There's no way to falsify that idea. So if it's an idea that's basically indistinguishable from magic, it's not a scientific idea. And so it's not really the place of the scientist to try and argue with that, because it's in the realm of just whatever anything goes, you know? And so it's not really in the domain of science to be grappled with by scientists. Scientists have a specific set of rules that we have to play by. That's what science is. And so if you say that, oh, time can move back and forth and can do all these crazy things and, you know, whatever, like, okay, you can say that, but where the rubber meets the road, you know, in real life or in science, it's just kind of, you just smile and nod, you know? Okay. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So we ask a wizard. There you go, Raisin Delta. Yeah, I think I've got a wizard that lives in my building. I should ask him. Yeah. Einstein said in relativity that time moves at different speeds depending on your velocity. Well, that's just relativity, Todd in Minnesota. That's different from time moving in different directions. You know? And it's more your perception of time or the way that time affects you rather than, like, time itself. It's not like time itself is being altered. It's just how time affects you individually, depending at what speed you're traveling. You know? That's my understanding of relativity. But I'm not a physicist, so yeah. Yeah. Darn it, Jim, I'm a paleontologist, not a physicist. Yeah, and paleontology is a zillion times more complicated than physics is. Because it deals with more complex phenomena than physics does. And so we kind of have to think about things in a different way than physicists might. You know, there's a lot more variables in paleontology than there are in physics. Yeah. Time never goes slow enough to stop or go backwards. There you go, Marispace. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not a wizard, says Ariathalium. I wasn't talking about you. Yeah. And evolution might not be moving at the same speed our perception of time is. I mean, we can test that idea, Todd, in Minnesota. We can test that in the laboratory. And also in the fossil record. And it seems like evolution only happens between generations. So it only happens when creatures reproduce. I think this is one of the unfortunate things that it is one of those pitfalls of Pokemon. Is that I think Pokemon, many people here on Twitch are familiar with it. And it's introduced, I think, a lot of misconceptions about evolution to the general public. And there's a zillion other misconceptions too, so it's just another straw that's completely severing the camel's back. The camel doesn't have a back anymore. The camel itself has been vaporized by all of these straws breaking its back. There's no more camel. We're trying to build the camel here on this channel by teaching people about how evolution actually works, as we understand it as scientists. Evolution doesn't happen during an organism's lifetime. That's not how it works. Evolution is the change between generations. So you're not evolving during your lifetime. I'm not evolving during mine. When a frog changes during its lifetime from an egg to a tadpole to a frogling to an adult frog, That is metamorphosis. Those are changes in ontogeny. Ontogeny is during the creature's lifespan. Evolution happens between different generations. So yeah. And Pokemon do not evolve. What they do is ontogeny. Exactly, Lenina, yeah. So Pokemon kind of lied to you. Yeah. DNA gets evolved but doesn't manifest until it starts growing again. I mean...
Ontogeny.
It happens between generations, Todd, in Minnesota, yeah. Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit, because this is a major misconception that people have. And I'm really glad you brought it up. This is good stuff. Excuse me. This will work. Here we go.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Good stuff. We watched this a couple weeks ago.
What exactly is evolution?
It's good enough to watch twice.
In biology, the theory of evolution doesn't tell us exactly how life began on Earth, but it helps us understand how life, once it came into existence, diversified into the many incredible forms we see now.
Oh, and Todd in Minnesota says the mother evolves and the offspring gets new genes and repeat. No, it's actually exactly not how it works. What you're describing is like Lamarck's idea. The changes that you undergo as an individual, those are not passed to your offspring. The things that are passed on to your offspring are, your genes. So like you might work out as much as you possibly can, Say I commit some sort of horrible crime that gets me locked in prison. Like I end up
Access denied.
I end up, like the commercial, the classic one says, like, oh, you wouldn't download a car. Say I downloaded a car, and I went to federal prison. They reopened Alcatraz Island, and they sent me there. And I'm there, just there, all the time, and I'm just lifting weights all day long, just like building these muscles, and I'm getting super, super buff, and just, I'm this giant Hulk of a Danny like that. And, I just have these huge muscles now. And say there's we have a conjugal visit, me and a romantic partner, and then she ends up having my child. Does that mean that child will be super buff? No, that's not how it works, It's like that, here, where was that? There we go. Apparently this was kind of misreported, but we're going to use it as a teaching example anyway, even if the original wasn't totally true. But there's this woman on TikTok who... she made this video saying... Is this in Spanish or Portuguese? No, Spanish. A woman from Argentina has gone viral for joking that the results of her nose job would be passed down to future offspring, prompting a backlash from viewers who couldn't sniff out the satire. New York Post is actually... they're actually reporting on this objectively, and they got the story correct. So good for them. Holy cow. They actually realized that she was joking here. Yeah. Me getting a rhinoplasty so that my kids are born with pretty noses. So the things that happen to you during your lifespan like this are not passed on to your kids. Not in terms of their things that are coded for in genes like that. Yeah. So you're joking. You're kidding, says Neverwinterful. No, they got it right. Yeah. She never actually received a rhinoplasty, instead claiming that she underwent a simple surgery to rectify a deviated septum that is not considered cosmetic. The video of the rhinoplasty was fake. I just wanted to get a joke out about my surgery, she told the Post, noting that her nose was the same as always. Okay. Anyway, I dyed my hair blonde so that my children will also be blonde, one user mocked. See, this is somebody who understands this. I guess she also understood that this is not how evolution works. Good for her. I hope her septum remains undeviated for the foreseeable future. Good for her. But this is the thing, is that, like, if you dye your hair blonde, your children aren't going to be born blonde. If you get a nose job, your children are not going to have a modified nose. Traits are inherited genetically. We know this through experimentation, through literally hundreds, thousands of years of observation. We understand that this is how it works, you know? Yeah. My lip injections, sadly, are uninheritable. There you go, business father. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. And Javasaurus, there are some, like, super borderline things, and you know a person to talk to about this. Two people, actually. Would be Belint and Lita of Science Streams. Let's get a shout out for them. They do study epigenetics, and some, like, very niche borderline cases, certain things can be inherited from offspring, by your offspring, that, like, happen because of your life history, but those are, like, modifications of how the genes are expressed. You know? Yeah. And OtterDoIt says, I'm supposed to get surgery for a deviated septum soon. Really, OtterDoIt? Maybe that will alter my genes for my offspring. It won't, OtterDoIt. I'm sorry. Here, let's talk about why. What is evolution?
Doesn't tell us exactly how life began.
Viva la evolution. There we go.
What exactly is evolution? In biology, the theory of evolution doesn't tell us exactly how life began on Earth, but it helps us understand how life, once it came into existence, diversified into the many incredible forms we see now and in the fossil record.
Oh yeah.
It also helps us make sense of the way in which modern creatures continue to adapt and change today. In biology, evolution can be defined as any change in the heritable traits, those are physical traits like fur color in mice, spots on the wings of butterflies, or instinctive behaviors like the way that dogs greet their friends with a sniff, within a population across generations.
Yep. And Todd in Minnesota brings up a good point here. They say, but there's some diseases that are rare, like spina bifida, or also like cystic fibrosis, or like Lou Gehrig's disease, things like that. There are some like really, really nasty diseases that are inherited from your parents. Todd Minnesota says that can't be carried through the genes because the offspring perish before maturity in almost all cases. That's not true. They are carried through the genes. It's just that one of the, like, those genes are usually recessive. And so both of your parents, if they're both carrying that recessive gene, then that means that that gene will be brought to the forefront in you. It's like they each have 50% of it. And then in the random shuffling of these different genes, when, you know, when like the sex cells are being created with those like one half of your parents' chromosomes, if you get really unlucky, like if something really, you know, if this just, it's a bad roll of the dice basically, and you get 100% of that, then you've got the full-blown disease. Whereas your parents are both carrying like an inactive 50% of it, but then both of those got brought into you, and then you've got 100% basically. Yeah. So yeah, how do they get passed on? It is by genes like that, Todd in Minnesota. Shoot, there's another clip that I think will help explain this even better. Yeah, let's see. It should be right here. part with the butterflies. Where was that? That should be earlier on. Where was that? There we go. So explaining what evolution is and how it works. There we go.
Scientists testified that quest to investigate the unknown has led to the discovery of some of the strongest evidence for evolution. Darwin was convinced
Old Chucky D.
species evolve over time through natural selection acting on inherited traits.
Yep.
But he had no idea how those traits arose, or how...
So this is the thing, is that like when old Chucky D, when old Charlie Darwin first came up with this idea of, he didn't even use the word evolution, he said descent with modification. So it's, your descendants are born a little bit modified from you. Descent with modification. It's like a good shorthand for what evolution means. So when they are born, they're a little bit different. Anyway, he understood this idea, but old Chucky D lived in a time when DNA hadn't been discovered yet. None of this stuff was known about. So, like, the actual mechanism for it wasn't actually discovered until after he had died. So he's gone, and there were some scientists who were kind of on the fence about evolution by natural selection. Natural selection was the mechanism that Darwin came up with for how living things would change over time. And so Darwin, he didn't know anything about this. And there were some scientists who were like, well, I don't actually understand how the nuts and bolts of it work. So I'm gonna stay on the fence for now. I'm not going to accept this idea until we know how the nuts and bolts work. And then DNA was discovered. And this was a big, like, show me the money kind of a moment. Where it's like, this would make or break evolution. The discovery of DNA, the actual discovery of the mechanism for how it works. Will that fit with Darwin's idea of descent with modification, evolution? Or will the whole idea collapse once we discover the mechanism? Take a look.
How they were passed from generation to generation. When 20th century scientists discovered the role DNA plays in heredity, they founded a new science called genetics that put Darwin's theory to the test. Virtually every cell in every living thing contains chromosomes, which are made of densely packed strands of DNA that function as a blueprint of the individual organism's characteristics. During reproduction, chromosomes from each parent replicate and shuffle their parts to produce new chromosomes.
So this is really important to understand. When we were talking about these heritable diseases like that, this is what happens. So maybe mother and father each have like a small bit of like, like one part of an allele, which is like a gene that can be, in different forms, that might code for a certain disease. And when they swap like this, and they, mix their genes together to create new offspring, some of those offspring are going to be born that don't have, that serious issue. And some of them will be, just by the luck of the draw or the unluckiness of the draw in this case, they'll be born with like full set of those genes that code for a fatal disease. That's how things like that can be spread. It's because diseases like this, it's not like you have it or you don't. It's like there are various bits of it, and when those puzzle pieces come together, that's when you can have a fatal disease like that. So that offspring doesn't have to reproduce in order to spread those genes. It's like those genes are just there in the population. And it's only when you have a recombination in a specific way, a bad roll of the dice, that it comes to the front,
To produce new chromosomes.
Yeah.
Then,
does that make sense?
Each parent passes chromosomes to offspring.
And Business Father says, yeah, also, unless you're part of a high-risk demographic genetic test, a high-risk demographic. Genetic testing is rare and expensive before family planning. There you go, business father. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of amazing that we even have genetic testing at all as a part of family planning. Like, think of, like, 50 years ago, that idea would have been unheard of. Just imagine that. You know, in 1973, the idea of, like, genetic testing like that to figure out if, like, what risk your offspring might be at for certain diseases and stuff, like, it's not always fun to think about because these are, like, dire things, and, like, who wants to think about that? But it's important, you know? It's cool that we can know anything at all about this. It's a testament to how well the scientific method works, that we're able to make testable predictions like this and actually figure out these complex systems. You know? Yeah.
But the process is imperfect. Along the way,
doctors want to think about it so they can help. Exactly, business father. Yeah. Yeah. Jerry Rick says DNA was discovered the year I was born. Really? You were born in 1997, Jerry Rick? Wow, I knew this audience was young, you know, but no, I'm kidding. No, that was back in the 50s, right, Jerry Rick? Yeah. Yeah. Watson and Crick and Rosalind Franklin, who often doesn't get any of the credit. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. An uncredited female scientist, Rosalind Franklin. Big paleo salute to her, business father. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you know what's up. Yeah. Her name is Robert Paulson. No, different person. Yeah.
Giving each offspring its own unique blueprint.
Yep.
Sometimes this produces characteristics in offspring that are benign. Other times it produces harmful characteristics.
Yeah. So this is like, you know, a fatal disease that you might inherit, which hopefully, through further scientific research and medical advancement, we can learn how to, you know, make the lives of people who have inherited fatal diseases more comfortable and fulfilling. Maybe we can even help mitigate those through things like gene therapy. This is why it's important to understand stuff like this. Like, it might seem esoteric, these ideas of inheritance and evolution and natural selection and everything else, but these are extremely important if you want to actually improve people's lives. It is extraordinarily important to understand these things so that we can ease human suffering and we can make people's lives better. That's, I think, one of the reasons why this sort of thing needs to be taught in schools more often. There is so much opposition to the teaching of evolution and inheritance and natural selection and everything else in American schools. And it's I just want to bang my head against the wall as somebody who studies this sort of thing, you know? But there are a lot of people who are, like, vehemently opposed to these ideas. They find them extremely offensive and scary. You know, the idea that living things change over time. And religious fundamentalism plays a huge role in that. And also, well, frankly, people like me are not doing a good enough job of reaching out to the public. Like, I think it would be unfair not to accept some responsibility on us, you know, on the part of scientists, for not, collectively, we have not done enough public outreach on this front. These are some of the coolest, most important, most fascinating and exciting discoveries. You know, natural history, this grand pageant of life on Earth and how life on Earth has changed according to changing circumstances. How different groups of organisms have evolved and survived and adapted and often gone extinct. Like, this is the grandest story that the Earth has to tell. And so we as paleontologists have a responsibility to relay this information to the public. Because especially here in the US, this sort of thing isn't being taught in schools. And it's deeply frustrating. So that's part of the reason why I'm here, you know? So anyway. Yeah. Let's continue.
Like a misshapen wing.
Here, let's go back a little bit.
Subject to random mutations.
Random mutations. Yep. And recombination.
Its own...
So it's mutations and recombination that causes diversity among living things. You know, this remarkable, beautiful diversity that we have among different people and among different other organisms. No two people are exactly the same, not even identical twins. They'll have different life histories, slightly different, even if their genes are more or less identical. But most siblings have got a lot of genetic differences between them. And that's because of things like differences in recombination and genetic mutation. So that's the oil that runs the engine of evolution, is that individual variation.
Unique blueprint. Sometimes this produces characteristics in offspring that are benign. Other times it produces harmful characteristics.
And sexual reproduction was a prerequisite here too.
Wing.
Business father, that's a good point. When we're talking about animals like this, that reproduce sexually, that's the reason why you have that recombination between between partners like this.
Each parent replicate and shuffle their parts to produce new chromosomes.
That's sexual reproduction. That's one of the big advantages to sexual reproduction, is this shuffling of different parts. If you were just, like, all of your offspring were clones of you, you would be a lot less responsive to environmental changes as a population. You'd be more likely to go extinct. But having this beautiful diversity that's caused by this recombination like this, it means you're more resilient. It means that you've got lots of individuals with different strengths and different weaknesses, but focus on the different strengths, and so you're more likely to survive when conditions change over time. You know, generation by generation, you've got lots and lots of different individuals with all kinds of different strengths. Your species is more likely to survive than if they were all just clones of each other, you know? Does that make sense? So Business Father makes a really good point there. Yeah. Business Father says, this is why bananas are very vulnerable. Yes! There you go. Monoculture like that. Yeah. Yeah, almost all commercial banana farming is cloned Cavendish bananas. Yes, and Cavendish? Yeah, and shoot, let's find a video on that, because that is a really, really good point. Yeah. Oh, boy. I'm trying to find you a short, pithy video on this. Let's take a look at this. Yeah.
If you like bananas, you probably eat a lot of clones. Because all bananas are clones, or at least Cavendish bananas are, and they're the cultivar or variety of banana that most people eat. They're genetically identical to one another. And they are also all in danger of being wiped out by a fungus. Cultivated bananas reproduce asexually through a process known as parthenogenesis.
So that means they don't do this shuffling, like you see here.
And shuffle their parts to produce new chromosomes.
Cavendish bananas do not do this. They're all clones of each other. And as a result of that, because of that lack of gene shuffling, oh man, are they very vulnerable to extinction.
Which literally means virgin birth. Most plants have male and female flower parts and seeds that are pollinated with the help of things like the wind or bees. Pollination is the plant version of getting it on. And there are ways to create new banana cultivars if you pollinate them by hand, but it often fails. And even when it does work, it's hard to know if your new banana is going to look good, taste.
Hey, can I just get us a living dinosaur?
Syzygy of Puns. What a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. What a great name.
Good and be easy to grow. So most banana plants live a chaste life. If you're a banana farmer, you get more banana plants by cutting off a piece of the stem of an existing plant and then sticking it in the ground. That plant then matures, blooms with potentially more than 300 bananas.
And you like plants? I do too, business father. Although I don't know much about angiosperm plants, to be honest. I'm much more focused on gymnosperm plants, things that were alive before the early Cretaceous period. You know, seed ferns and cycads and ginkgos and horsetails and things like that. All these newfangled angiosperm plants with their flowers and their stamens. I don't know a whole lot about them, to be honest. You could say my jokes are otherworldly. Well, it's great to have you here, Syzygy of Puns. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah.
And then dies.
Fiddleheads,
So they're all
nice.
the same, they're super
Yeah,
vulnerable
ferns.
to disease. There's no chance that one
Business
banana
father,
plant
yeah.
will happen to have a gene that makes it resistant. So if a parasite or fungus can kill one banana, it could potentially kill every banana of that type. That's
Yep.
something that's happened before. Back in 2013, we here at SciShow talked about how the Gros Michel banana, which was bigger, sweeter, and hardier than the Cavendish, went virtually extinct in the 1950s.
Holy
The
cow.
was a highly infectious fungus we called Panama disease. In the space of about 10 years, Panama disease reduced the Gros Michel from the world's most popular fruit to just another weird thing your grandparents talk about but nobody else remembers. And the banana industry would have died with the Gros Michel if it weren't for the last-minute switch to the Cavendish. Well, it wasn't as big, and it didn't taste the same as the Gros Michel. The Cavendish was immune to Panama disease, at least the type of Panama disease that was around at that time. In 2013, we also told you that a new strain of Panama disease had emerged that could infect the Cavendish, but that it would probably be fine. Infected fields were being quarantined, scientists were working on developing a new kind of Cavendish that could resist the new disease, and hey, we had the lessons of history. We weren't gonna let what happened to the Gros Michel just happen again, right? So here's an update on that story. According to a study published in November in the journal PLOS Pathogens, this new strain of Panama disease, known as Tropical Race 4, or just TR4, is spreading. It originated in northern Australia, and the last time we talked about this, it was also in Southeast Asia and southern China. Since then, the researchers note, TR4 has reached the middle.
I'll tell you another way.
Holy cow, Kennedy. Yeah. Thank you, Kennedy. Thank you for the 17 months of support, Kennedy. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff.
Middle East through Jordan and Lebanon, as well as Africa through Mozambique. TR4 in Africa is especially concerning because bananas in many parts of Africa, including Mozambique,
I've never tried
are
a
not just
Gros
tasty treat,
Michel
they're a
sheepdog.
staple
No,
and a major component
I'd love to,
of
though.
national food security. Even worse, it seems likely that TR4 could also infect other varieties of African banana, many of which are grown as subsistence crops by rural families. What makes TR4 so dangerous? It's caused by a fungus that spreads through soil. If you didn't think dirt could carry disease, it can, and when it does, it's bad. TR4 spreads.
When I was a kid, there was this phrase people would say all the time, and it was well, God made dirt, so dirt can't hurt. Like, I don't know. You should still clean out your wounds and not fill them with dirt, because, you know, dirt carries all kinds of different pathogens potentially. You know? Yeah, ever been hit by a dirt clod? There you go, Lenina, yeah. Yeah.
Families. What makes TR4 so dangerous? It's caused
And there you
by
go,
a
business
fungus
father,
that
yeah.
spreads
Good
through
point.
soil. If you didn't think dirt could carry disease, it can, and when it does, it's
Chestnut
bad.
trees. Yeah, there you go,
TR4
sheepdog.
spreads through the dirt and infects plants via their root systems. Worse, it produces chlamydospores, or resting spores, which can lie dormant in the soil for decades, so just destroying an infected crop won't solve the problem. Once the soil has been infected, it can't be used for growing that kind of banana anymore at all, like maybe forever. The only way to actually get rid of it is through fungicidal soil treatments, which which are so toxic and harmful to the environment that they're prohibited pretty much everywhere. And TR4 is so infectious that even a single clump of dirt lodged in the tread of your shoes would be enough to carry the disease to a new plantation.
Business father,
so far, it hasn't gotten to Central and South America, which produce more bananas for export than anywhere else in the world, but it probably can't be kept out forever. All told, it's looking more and more likely that the Cavendish is going to go the way of the Gros Michel. The questions now are when, and will we be able to develop a new type of banana that can replace it in time? Either way,
Holy cow.
if you really like bananas, you might want to enjoy them now while you still can. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow News, and thanks especially...
Yeah, there you go. Let me give you a link to this video. Good stuff. And Sculpin, what is this delightfulness? Look at all those chickens, Sculpin. Thank you for the 6 months of support. I do really appreciate you. Thank you, Sculpin, for keeping me online for the past 6 months. This would not be possible without the generous support of good folks like you, so thank you, Sculpin. Thank you very, very much. Here. Back to this discussion of, like, how evolution works. Gene shuffling. So bananas do not do this. They reproduce via cloning, basically. In the same way that a lot of plants reproduce via cloning, where their offspring are just direct copies of themselves. They don't shuffle genes, because bananas do not reproduce sexually like this. The seeds that they produce are just genetically identical to themselves. They're effectively clones. So yeah. Todd in Minnesota says, wait, where did the first banana come from then? From an earlier plant ancestral to a banana, Todd in Minnesota. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, Business Father makes a good distinction here. Thank you. I'm not a botanist. I did not know this. Heritage bananas do reproduce sexually, but commercial bananas, however, do not produce viable seeds. Or is that incorrect? I think you're probably right. I think bananas that... If a banana is going to reproduce sexually, they're going to have seeds in them like this. So wild bananas are going to have big seeds. This wasn't really commercially viable. When you bite into a banana, you don't want to have to be spitting out seeds all the time, like a watermelon or something, you know? And so we as human beings have been able to raise bananas that don't reproduce sexually. They do not produce these seeds like this. This is why plants first evolved fruit, is to basically trick animals into ingesting the seeds and then carrying them around in their guts and then pooping them out in different places. And so your offspring end up in a different spot and they've got a better chance at life, you know? That's why why fruit like this first evolved. It's like a clever ploy by plants to be able to do this. It's a really cool adaptation. Yeah. So yeah. And Rizadego says it's like a turkey in the woods. It's very different from a butterball turkey. Oh yeah. Yeah. Very different. So Cavendish bananas are domesticated. And they do not produce these seeds because we as humans have figured out how to get them to reproduce asexually. Sexually reproducing bananas have got seeds like this. So yeah. Yeah, good point. Anyway, let's continue with this discussion right here. Yeah.
And shuffle their parts to produce new chromosomes. Then each parent passes chromosomes to offspring. But the process is imperfect. Along the way, DNA is subject to random mutations or mistakes, giving
I'll be right back.
Offspring its own unique blueprint. Sometimes this produces characteristics in offspring that are benign. Other times it produces harmful characteristics, like a misshapen wing. But occasionally, the process gives rise to a beneficial trait.
Here we go.
For example, a butterfly whose coloration mimics another species that tastes bad to birds. About 100 years after Darwin proposed that natural selection acts on new traits appearing in a population, genetics revealed the biological mechanism that gives rise to those traits in the first place.
Very cool. So finally we had a mechanism for natural selection. And so old Chucky D, old Charlie Darwin, when he came up with this really grand idea of natural selection, he didn't actually know how it worked because nobody had discovered DNA yet. They didn't have the technology. He was kind of ahead of his time, going like, well, shoot, I think this is how it works. And he, like we often do in science, take that leap and we say, well, this is my idea. Test it, everybody. Test it. Be ruthless in that. Put it through the paces. See if it holds up to testing. And it did. Yeah.
And therefore you could say that when modern genetics came into being, everything in Darwin's theory was at risk. Would have been overturned if it turned out that genetics contradicted the essential elements of evolutionary theory. But it didn't contradict them. It confirmed them in great detail.
Yep.
And as Miller would testify, a genetics paper published less than a year before the trial
this is super cool stuff.
confirmed what has long been the most inflammatory part of Darwin's theory, the common ancestry of humans and apes. That paper explored a curious discrepancy in our chromosomes. The cells of all great apes, like chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, contain 24 pairs of chromosomes.
Yep, but not us.
Share a common ancestor with apes, you'd expect us to have the same number.
Oh shoot, but we don't.
Surprisingly, human cells contain only 23 pairs.
Oh boy. If you've ever heard of the genetic testing service 23andMe,
the question is,
that's where that number comes from. That 23 in 23andMe is because we have 23 pairs of chromosomes. So yeah, we are lesser, says Muemla. I mean, well, not lesser. The number of chromosomes doesn't mean that you're better or worse. Shoot, how many pairs of chromosomes do lungfish have? It's like 500 or something like that. You know, are you better than a lungfish? Are you worse than a lungfish? Or an okay ape, maybe? Raisin Delta. Oh, this reminds me.
Scientists have discovered that even monkeys can memorize 10 numbers. Are you stupider than a monkey? How big of a monkey?
Anyway, yeah. How big of a monkey? Are you a lungfish? Is Javasaurus? Now, lungfish just have a really, really big genome. Yeah. Having a bigger genome doesn't mean that you are... Yeah, here, let's take a look at
Thanks
this.
to Skillshare for... Not to get too up close and personal here, but
And Glazed Donut says, I will pass my genes to my offspring and prove my superiority to lungfish. Good luck with that, Glazed. I wish you, earnestly, I wish you the best of luck there. Lungfish are also remarkably successful creatures, and we are proof of their success. We evolved from a creature very similar to a lungfish. You could think of us as modified lungfish. I mean, holy cow. Let's go to our tree of life again. Tetrapods are land-living creatures with limbs. 4 limbs, basically. Tetrapods. This includes birds and frogs, lemurs and amphibians, turtles and lizards and snakes, and mammals like us. Like opossums, like lemurs, and like you and me, chat. We're all tetrapods. But what's the next group out from tetrapods? What's the group that includes tetrapods and our closest living relatives? Ho 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 ho! Well, look at that. It's lungfishes and tetrapods. Lungfish are our closest living relatives as tetrapods. So they are very, very close to every creature on here that's got limbs and lives on land. So tetrapods are the group that gave rise to the... Or lungfish are basically the group that gave rise to tetrapods. They're fish that have lungs, and they've got fleshy limbs. They're very close to us. They're very close to the group that gave rise... Well, they are basically the group that gave rise to amphibians and reptiles and mammals. Mammals including us. So yeah. Yeah. I was about to say Scots. Luckily, I waited, Waimla. Is that a... You making fun of people from the northern UK? Oh, no. And dinosaurs, too, are tetrapods. Yeah, Alex Vixen, yeah. Dinosaurs are included within reptiles, just like birds are. Yeah. And shoot. Oh, man, that reminds me. Well, okay, I'll give it a temptation. I'll show you this clip. The oldest living aquarium fish in the world, I'm looking forward to seeing tomorrow. Check it out. Check her out. Yeah.
When I look at Methuselah, I think about the tens of millions of people that must have visited and connected with that fish through the glass in the 80 years or so that she's been here in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Methuselah arrived in San Francisco on November 6th, 1938.
Holy cow, I bet half of the people in chat don't even remember that time. November 6th, 1938. That's when she arrived in San Francisco. Not when she was born, but when she arrived in San Francisco after being transported from Australia. Half of people in chat probably don't even remember that date. You know, they were probably too young. Yeah.
On the Matson lines.
Otter, do it. I'm going
Based
tomorrow.
on my
I'm
interactions
excited.
with her, based on her behavior, my educated guess is she's a female. I'd peg her at around 85, 90.
It's quite possibly the world's oldest fish in a public aquarium.
She is.
One of the biggest questions we get all the time is, how long can it live? And nobody really knows. I would guess a fish like that could live 100 years.
She eats a lot of things. I offer her prawns, cut clams, whole fish. Well, that's good. A lot of people don't know this, but they also like fruit. So I offer her grapes, blackberries, and her favorite is figs, which is really amazing. I hand feed her. It's just like a strong slurping motion. They don't have any sharp teeth, so you don't have to worry about getting bit. She likes belly rubs, really. It's actually kind of sweet.
In the wild, lungfish are found in places where the water quality can change quite dramatically. They live in these pools of water that could sometimes go stagnant or, during the dry season, sort of dry up a little bit. And so they're real resilient.
They are so fortunate in their evolution to have come up with a mechanism to essentially breathe air. In their evolutionary experience, having survived as long as they have, they've got a lot
Expensive
to teach us.
taste. There you go, H2.
Well,
she's old, you know?
Fascinating
Give her a
about
break.
This fish and the story of Methuselah is it really helps reinforce this idea that there's still so much more to learn about the natural world.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to seeing her tomorrow when I visit the California Academy of Sciences, right here in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area, of course. Yeah, lungfish are one of my favorite living creatures, and here is my 3D model of a Queensland lungfish. I've not really painted her yet, except for the green, but yeah. Very cool. Todd in Minnesota says, I wonder why they named it Methuselah, because she's old. Todd in Minnesota, because she's old. Like the biblical character. Yeah. And Golganek says, please give her my regards, Danny, and wishes for many, many good years to come. Golganek, I will. Thank you. I'll take some pictures, too. Yeah. And when did they name her? Oh, I don't know, Todd, Minnesota. I'm not sure. Probably fairly recently, I'd imagine. In the last 40 years, probably. Yeah. And how do you have space for all your models, Rousey? I don't, really. There's a bunch piled up on a rolling, folding cart right there. But yeah, anyway, I'll paint her soon. And I'm getting ready to move right now. But yeah, there's my beautiful Queensland lungfish right here, like Methuselah. Anyway, lungfish have got a huge genome. I think they have the largest genome of any vertebrates. So let's talk about that.
Not to get too up close and personal here, but right now there are 3 billion pairs of DNA molecules inside each of your cells. That's how many
Holy
base
cow.
pairs make up the human genome. Together, they code for every single thing that makes us who we are, as members of our species and as individuals.
Raisin Delta
if you
books?
think of each pair
Yeah.
of molecules as a byte of
I can
computer
relate.
memory, it's a little like fitting an
I can
entire
relate.
person on less hard drive space than you'd need for an HD movie. Turns out, 3 billion base pairs is actually a pretty typical genome size for a eukaryote, an organism.
Oh, and hang on a minute. We need to check on my 3D print right now. Oh, okay. I'm almost ready to... I'm going to have to do a filament change at one point. Sometime soon, in the next, like, half hour. Because I'm currently printing... It's not that exciting. I don't know why I'm drum rolling here. A Paleontologizing logo in 3D like this. And it requires 2 different kinds of filament. So I'm going to have to change the filament spool. This is for when I move to my new office. I'll occasionally have this in the background. And isn't that cool? One of the cool things you can do with a 3D printer is make neat signs like this. So this is the back half of the Paleontologizing logo. The front half is printing right now, the larger half. Larger of 3 halves. Yeah. And if you're visiting on a Sunday or Wednesday afternoon, you might be lucky enough to visit Methuselah's Mealtime. Oh. I will not be able to see HD, but yeah. And Fairy Foundling says, is your keyboard actually wood? You bet it is. Check it out. Yeah. Look at that wood grain on there. Good stuff. No joke. That is made of wood. Yeah. Yeah, real wood. It's a bamboo keyboard. And a bamboo mouse. Good stuff, right? Yeah. Anyway, I like it a lot. Back when I sold cars for a living, and I had this on my desk, I would have people walk to my desk, customers walk to my desk from across the showroom, and they'd be like, is that a wooden keyboard? And I'd be like, yeah. You want to see it? Let me show you. And then we get to talking, and then we start talking about, you know, trees, and we start talking about natural history, start talking about dinosaurs, and then before you know it, I sold them a car. This is back in 2016. 2016? Yeah, 2016. I was working at a Toyota dealership in Bozeman, Montana. So yeah. And it's not homemade. No, I'm flattered that you would think I'd be capable of that kind of thing. No. You can type an ! keyboard and you'll find a link to it. Which is actually, it's one of my very few Amazon affiliate links. So if you want to buy one yourself, I might get a little kickback from that. If that's something you'd be interested in before the holidays, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Lenina says, don't forget to update your shipping address on Amazon so you'll still get your items from your wish list. I definitely will, Lenina. I definitely will. I'm going to be moving around December 7th. December 7th, 2023. A date which will live in infamy. It is coming up quick, yeah. Yeah. 3D Prema says, now I want to buy a car from you. I'm sorry. I don't really have any cars to sell you a 3D Prema. I only have one. And I use that. And it's a 2008 Toyota Prius, and I don't know if you'd want to buy it anyway. It does have a lift kit on it, so I can take it into the field, and off-road tires. Leather seat covers that people think are like leather seats, because they're so... Oh man, I have the coolest seat covers. They look like they're actual leather seats. They're really well done. And a host of other modifications to make it more field ready. I use a Toyota Prius to go out and do field work, to go out and dig dinosaurs in Utah and Wyoming and Montana, and etc. It's honestly the best field vehicle I've ever had. It's the most comfortable, it's the least expensive to run, and, like, you'd be shocked at how well a Prius does off-road. I kid you not. Complete earnestness. It's great. Yeah. Yeah. And you have a lifted Prius? I do HD and HB, yeah. Yeah. Does Prius Off-Road have a YouTube channel yet? Let's see. Let's see. Let's check this out. Toyota Prius stock versus lifted. Mine is lifted. So there's stock height. Ooh, that undercarriage crunch. That's what I've got there. Yeah. With off-road tires. Ooh, yeah. Brilliant. Ugh. Look at that. 1.5-inch lift from Prius Off-Road. That's just the lift stock tires. Right there. This is a cool video. I like this. As a scientist, I appreciate this. And I have got actually taller tires than this. They just barely don't scrape on the inside of the wheel wells. They're bigger than this. Yeah. Oof. There's that with the lift. And there's that with the larger tires, too. I've got larger tires than this. Good stuff. Not a promo. I'm not getting paid by them. There's a guy that runs a cool business. I guess he's going on vacation for Thanksgiving. But, yeah, he does lift kits for Toyota Prii. I think they might also work for Corollas as well. But anyway. Oh, that is a cool looking Prius. Holy cow. Yeah. And anyway, it's the best off-road vehicle I've ever had is a Toyota Prius. And Road and Track Magazine might agree with that. Range, capability, and durability make a car we typically don't think about into the perfect solution for a Mad Max style scenario. I don't know if I'd put a Gauss 6 cannon on the top of it, like in an A10 Warthog. Was it Gauss 6 or Gauss 7? Anyway, but just the vehicle itself, phenomenal. Yeah. Yeah. Is it Gau 8? Lugnudo? Okay. Anyway, that's what that looks like. I'll give you a link to this article, because I find it amusing. And I'll give you a link to Prius Off-Road as well, for anybody curious. A 30mm cannon? Yeah, there you go, Kennedy. With, I hear they're often stocked with uranium-tipped rounds, armor-piercing. Anyway, how did we get on this topic? I don't even remember. We were talking about critters with big genomes. Let's get back to that.
With a nucleus in its cells. But there are a few plants and animals with genomes so huge they completely blow this number out of the water.
They have
And
mayor
we're
space,
not
that's
totally
nuts.
sure why. So far, we've found 10 species with genomes of over 100 billion base pairs, including a few lungfish, salamanders, flowering plants, and a fern.
So there you go. There's your lungfish right there. Beautiful.
Based on the giant genomes we know about, it looks like there's an upper size limit of around 150 billion base pairs. And for good reason. Beyond that, there are just too many problems involved in maintaining all that DNA. The energy cost of making it, the need for really big cells to store it in, and the fact that cell duplication takes a really long time. But even 100 billion base pairs takes an enormous amount of maintenance. And we're still figuring out exactly how and why these species ended up with so much DNA. You might think a larger genome would allow for a more complex organism. I mean, that's usually how it works with computer data. But the
Okay, did you catch that? This is really important. Like, I feel like here on Twitch, we've got a lot of people who are into computers. We've got some tech people here in chat. We've got coders and computer science majors and computer scientists, all kinds of cool people here. On Twitch, like, there's a bit of a sample bias here for computer folks, you know? And so this is an important point here, you know? Yeah.
Why these species ended up with so much DNA. You might think a larger genome would allow for a more complex organism. I mean, that's usually how it works with computer data. But the organisms with the biggest genomes aren't especially complex. As cool as it is that lungfish have both lungs and gills, they don't need a genome 33 times the size of ours to code for that.
And yeah, 33 times larger than the human genome. This critter right here, the lungfish, which is very close to our ancestry as tetrapods. Say it's just bloated code, says Waymola. It essentially is. Yeah. Yeah, it's you got a lot of, I don't know if you call it bloatware, but also I need to check on this. Ooh, here, let me check on this right now. It might be time to swap out this filament. Let me look. It is time to swap out this filament. Give me a second here. Let me swap to this other color so we can print the other half of our Paleontologizing logo here. Ooh, yeah. I'll go take care of that live. All right, with any luck, that will work perfectly, and we will have this kind of burgundy shiny filament printing over the top of that to make the text here. for the second half of our paleontologizing sign here. Lovely. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Like, we get less and less DNA as we evolve, says Todd in Minnesota. It doesn't actually work that way. So it's not a linear thing. The amount of DNA in your genome does not go up in a straight line or down in a straight line. Different organisms will just have different amounts of different numbers of base pairs in their DNA based on a myriad of different factors. It's not like less is better or more is better. Or I should say fewer base pairs, less DNA is better. Or more base pairs, more DNA is better. It doesn't work that way. It's much more complicated.
In fact, it seems like more DNA doesn't mean more unique genes.
Yeah.
Sequencing an entire giant genome is really hard, so we haven't been able to do a lot of analysis so far. But researchers have found that huge genomes contain a lot of repetitive sequences and non-coding DNA. One way genomes balloon in size is polyploidy, the accidental duplication of an organism's entire set of chromosomes during reproduction. Most organisms, us included, are...
So it's like accidentally copying your entire hard drive, maybe? Is that an analogy that works? I don't know. Yeah.
Organism's entire set of chromosomes during reproduction. Most organisms, us included, are diploid, meaning they have two sets of chromosomes. Duplication beyond this usually messes up animal genomes beyond repair, but plants that end up with extra copies of all of their chromosomes can often manage just fine. They can
I agree,
carry right
Kenzie.
on with the mutation, pass it on to their offspring, and continue to thrive. Maybe because their structures are more flexible than those of animals. An extra branch here or there isn't the catastrophe that an extra arm could be. Some of these plants with especially giant genomes are actually octoploid. That's 8 sets of chromosomes. Even though polyploidy isn't really a thing in animals, our genomes do have sequences called transposable elements that frequently duplicate themselves and jump from one spot in the genome to another. Animals with huge genomes, like those weird salamanders and lungfish, have probably built up a lot of sequences like this over time. They eventually get deactivated if they're not being used, but they still sit there and add to the total genome length. Usually, genome expansion is balanced out by other forces that encourage downsizing, like when a chunk of DNA is swapped out for a shorter segment from another chromosome. In fact, even though a tiny minority of flowering...
Oh, and Todd in Minnesota, that's a great question. We'll get to that. It's one ancestor, as far as we know. But I'll get to that. Let's finish this first.
Plants have enormous genomes. Some scientists think that pruning the size of their genomes is what allowed flowering plants to take over the world. It made their cells smaller, which let them pack more equipment for photosynthesis into their leaves and outcompete other types of plants. So rather than giving them an advantage, maybe these few species have unusually enormous genomes because they just didn't have any particular reason to prune them. For example, one group of plants that tends toward larger genomes, the geophytes, store up energy in bulbs or tubers. Think of a sweet potato or an onion, or a flower that grows from a bulb like a daffodil. Those energy reserves might be what enables them to synthesize lots of DNA without too much trouble. As for what the deal is with those salamanders and lungfish, well, scientists are still working on it. We know some of the how. They build up DNA faster than they lose it, and have lots of the kind of sequences that jump around and copy themselves. But we're still figuring out the why. Some researchers think salamanders built up a larger genome early on in their evolution, and some of that DNA was later incorporated into the genetic code for their more unique traits, like the ability to regrow limbs, which means it may have been worth it for them to keep their larger genomes around, despite the energy costs. But we have no idea if this is actually what happened. Clearly, we still have a lot to learn about the species that have ended up with more than their fair share of DNA. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to genomes, bigger isn't necessarily better or more complex. So the next time you see an innocent-looking fern or an onion, just remember, they're bigger and a lot weirder on the inside.
Very cool. Very cool. I'll give you a link to this video as well. There you go. Yeah. And let's see, 3,000 megabases of DNA, 4.6 megabases of circular chromosome. Yeah. It would make a lot of sense that we as humans would have more base pairs of DNA than something like a bacterium, because it's a much more simplified organism. But then again, there are critters like lungfish that have got way more base pairs of DNA than we have. Like, at least 8 times as many. So, yeah. Like, it's an interesting thought. It seems like we evolved from circular DNA to linear DNA. You know, I don't know enough about genetics to know the distinction between a circular to linear DNA, Todd, Minnesota. Yeah. I don't know what circular DNA means. I'm not familiar with that term. But the whole reason why we talked about this in the first place is that, and it's been a while. Shoot, let's
and apes,
get back to this.
Part of Darwin's theory, the common ancestry of humans and apes.
And Charlie's Dragon says some of that lungfish DNA is just like hoarded junk, like someone with too big garage and they just keep filling it without using anything in there. That's kind of what's going on, Charlie's Dragon. And lungfish are just so good at surviving, and there's not a lot of really strong selective pressure on them to lose that, and so it's cheaper to just hang on to it, you know? And I think that's kind of what's gone on with lungfish. Yeah. Raisin Delta says, what do sunfish have by comparison? They're a weird type of existence. They are, Raisin Delta. They are very, very different from lungfish. So sunfish are osteichthyon fish. They are... Excuse me. No, they're actinopterygian fish. They are osteichthyon. They're bony fish. But they're ray-finned fishes. So let's jump to our lungfish here. We've got lungfishes right here. But sunfish, like the ocean sunfish, Mola mola, they are going to be way over here within your bony fish, within your actinopterygian ray-finned fish. They're way over there. Yeah, and they are vulnerable to extinction. They're incredibly weird animals. I once got to hold a lungfish, a dead I don't know if I'm able to find this. Let's try, I think it was October 2021. Monterey Bay Aquarium. Or was it October 2020? No, it must have been 2021, right? Shoot. Wouldn't have been October 2022, right? No. Was it October 2020? But there was a dead sunfish that had washed up on the beach. No, it wasn't 2020. It was... been October 2021. There we go. Yeah. There was a dead sunfish that it washed up on the beach in Monterey, California. And you'll see, as often happens with creatures, the eye is the first thing to get eaten. It's the softest, squishiest, most tastiest part. And there's me holding that poor dead sunfish right there. It's just a little one, but there it is. That's a fish. Holy cow, these are weird critters. Anyway, I don't know what their genome size is. Let's look it up. Yeah, the genome of the largest bony fish, ocean sunfish, provides insights into its fast growth rate. Yeah, so they sequenced the genome and performed a comparative analysis with other teleosts. Those are other fish with, like, mobile mouth parts like that. Teleost, most fish that you can think of are teleost fish. They really took off during the Cretaceous period. They're all over the place now, yeah. Several sunfish genes involve the growth hormone insulin-like growth factor 1 GH/IGF-1 axis, blah, blah, blah. A comparison of the sunfish genome with that of the pufferfish, or fugu, which has a caudal fin, revealed that the sunfish contains more homeobox Hox genes, although both genomes contain 7 Hox clusters. Thus, caudal fin loss in sunfish is not associated with the loss of a specific Hox gene. Interesting. I'll give you a link to this if you're curious about the specifics and want to read the paper. But yeah, I don't suspect they have a wildly different genome from other fishes. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Another one is genus Lepomis, says Sculpin. Oh, okay, okay. Wait, shoot, yeah. Let's look at our sunfish here. There's... Mola mola is the ocean sunfish, the most well-known member of this genus. There's Mola tecta, another mola. There's Masturus lanceolatus, the sharp-tail mola. The tsunami fish, Ronzania laevis. And there's tripod fish, triple spines, and sunfish there. Anyway, sunfish are really cool critters. And, yeah. Here, take a look at this. Huh. Amen to that. Yeah. They're so weird. They're so weird. Holy cow. She first saw a picture of an ocean sunfish in grad school? That's nuts. I specifically remember the first time, or I specifically remember in kindergarten seeing a picture of an ocean sunfish and being like, oh, weird. That fish is just a head? What's up with that? And here, the 3D printer just made a weird noise. Let's look at that real quick. Oh, it's working as instructed. Excellent. Good stuff. Okay, let's continue.
And I saw a little tiny picture of an ocean sunfish on the door of my advisor's office. And I said, that is the most ridiculous looking fish I've ever seen. It
They're
looks
so
like
weird.
a mistake. Where did the tail go? And I was studying biomechanics in graduate school, and so that was a biomechanical
Very cool, Alex Vixen. Yeah. Yeah.
So I've been following these fish all over the world, from
So
Africa
weird and cool.
to Bali to California to Japan. They're
Mayor's face says, what's up with sunfish? Seinfeld baseline. Boom, doo 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 doo. You can actually watch these fish live. We can even do that right now. The open sea cam at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Not available? What? You're kidding me. Try this one? There we go. This is a live cam view of the Monterey Bay Aquarium in Monterey, California, my favorite aquarium in the world. Wait, this is a recording. We want to see the live cam. Come on now. Videos. Oh, goodness. Where's the live cam? Live open sea cam. It was working yesterday when I checked. Oh, goodness. Here, give me a second here. Open sea. Oh. Are they closed already? On a Monday? Holy cow. Anyway, sometimes you can see the molas, the ocean sunfish swimming by, which is really, really cool. Let's try feeding. Let's see here.
We'll have some chopped up fish in there. We had some vitamins right at the beginning of the feeding as well. So all this.
Oh, holy cow! They've got
very surprised
above too. That's really neat.
Sunfish, but you can indeed want to say. Too.
Sometimes you'll hear it. Stingrays and our hammerhead sharks, they're eating things like salmon and squid that we're hand feeding to them. But for that ocean sunfish, that mola mola, we've got some chopped up shrimp for it, and then we also have a vitamin sausage that we kind of prepare for it, that gelatinous sausage, sometimes you'll hear it called.
Gelatinous sausage. Doesn't that sound appetizing?
And then put them inside of a sausage casing, and so we can hand it to those mola molas directly when it comes over to its target.
Excellent. And yeah, we've got a lot of folks here.
Here, let's see. Mola mola. There we go. Yeah. Look at that. Yum, yum, yum. That's just a little one right there. These are the largest bony fish in the world. They grow to be like 12 or 13 feet from fin tip to fin tip. Yeah, they're really weird and cool. Coming back around. He's coming back! Yeah. Spoon-fed, literally, they're HD and HB, yeah. Actually, I think those are tongs. Yeah, but you get the idea. They weigh as much as a horse? Yeah, they can weigh more than a horse. Raisin Delta, yeah. Yeah. And their skeleton is really cool and crazy, Smay. That's a great question. Yeah. Had to do a wide turn to get the food when it missed. There you go, ought to do it. Yeah, they don't turn on a dime. They're too big for that. It's like trying to turn around a sailboat or something. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat critters. Ocean sunfish. They are really neat.
Found in all tropical and temperate.
We do, and, well, shoot, here is a... Oh, gonna Reddit images. Oh, shoot, there it is on Sketchfab. Beautiful. This is what we're looking for here. Here, Let's get rid of that and move that tab here. This is the skeleton of an ocean sunfish. I think this is genus Mola, species Mola, Mola. But this is what the skeleton of one of these critters looks like. So there's your skull up front right there. Your lower jaw. Yeah, their mouth is very small compared to their body size. They feed on jellyfish, smaller fish, squid, and kelp. We've got the breathing. Visible here are the gills of the sunfish. It is very unusual to see a skeleton with the gills. This makes the object extra special. Yeah, sunfish are pretty cool like that. And there's the tail. Their caudal fin has been replaced by a wavy skin border. They are missing a pelvic fin, as well as the swim bladder. Interesting. And there is, yeah. Very, very cool. What a weird skeleton of this animal, right? Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Looks like it has wings, but this is at the top and this is at the bottom, you know? So what you're looking at, there's an eye. There's an eye on the other side. Top, bottom. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Okay. Very nice. Yeah. Sunfish are really neat animals. Really neat animals. Yeah. Kenzie Sanderson says that would be a nightmare for far distant paleontologists trying to reconstruct where they find scattered fossils of this thing, especially the skull. Yeah. So weird. Thankfully, we've got living ones we can look at. And we've got a fossil history for sunfish. We've got a pretty good idea of where they come from. They're related to critters like boxfish and porcupine fish and blowfish. Here. Let's look at the tree of life again. There we go. Mola. Come on, you can do it. Ocean sunfish. There we go. Zoom in there. Yeah. Love the fractal design. Isn't that cool, Finder Keeper? Yeah. That's one way to fit a lot of things in. The actual shape of this is not indicative of, like, relationships. It's more how close these things are to each other. It doesn't have to be a fractal. You could do it as like a branching tree. You could do it as a, like, just a line with all these things coming off of them and other things coming off of those lines. But they just did this as a fractal because it would be really cool, and that's one way to fit a lot of stuff in by zooming in further. So yeah, sunfish are related to triggerfish and puffers, tripod fish, and toados, porcupine fish, but they are tetradontiformes, which includes pufferfishes, molas, fugu, which are the famous extremely poisonous fish, the one that almost killed Homer Simpson, if you remember that episode. One fish, two fish, red fish, blowfish. Good episode. Early episode. Porcupine fishes, filefishes, and boxfishes. These are all kind of like weird looking fishes that are all, they've got a weird shape to them. You can just kind of look at them and go like, yep, I get it. They're all related to each other, you know? Yeah. The ones you need special training to butcher. Exactly, Raisin Delta, yeah. Yeah. And is that Tree of Life a website? It is indeed. Yeah. There you go. Oh, I just beat you to it, Lydia. Sorry. Yeah. And Bonrook, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, let's get back to our video on Where was that? There we go. On human genomes and how we can tell where we came from based on DNA. Cool stuff.
That paper explored a curious discrepancy in our chromosomes. The cells of all great apes, like chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, contain 24 pairs of chromosomes. If humans share a common ancestor with apes, you'd expect us to have the same number.
Huh.
But surprisingly, human cells contain only 23 pairs.
And that's interesting. That did kind of pose a problem. Let's jump to humans. Homo sapiens. On our tree of life. Good old Homo sapiens. Dope! There we go. Our way over there. And on this tree, we are closest to bonobos and chimpanzees. Bonobos were once considered pygmy chimpanzees. Now they're considered their own species, next to chimps there. So these are our closest relatives. And then move out a little bit basally, you get to eastern gorillas and western gorillas right there. So African apes contains all these species. Chimps, western gorillas, eastern gorillas, bonobos, and good ol' us. You and me, chat. Homo sapiens. So, if we really are part of this group, then why do they all have 24 sets of chromosomes and we just have 23? What's going on with that? Why is that the case?
Contain 24 pairs of chromosomes. If humans share a common ancestor with apes, you'd expect us to have the same number. But surprisingly, human cells contain only 23 pairs.
Why would that be the case?
The question is, if evolution is right about this common ancestry idea, where'd the chromosome go? Well, evolution makes a testable prediction. And that is that somewhere in the human genome, we ought to be able to find a piece of Scotch tape holding two chromosomes together, so that our 24 pairs, two of them were pasted together to form just 23. And if we can't find that, then the hypothesis of common ancestry is wrong and evolution is mistaken. Next slide.
To solve this riddle for the court, Miller would show how scientists discovered traces of our evolutionary past buried in the very structure of a chromosome carried by all humans. Typically, on the ends of every chromosome, you should find special genetic markers, or sequences of DNA, called
telomeres.
And in their middles, you should find different genetic markers,
center.
called centromeres.
Centromeres.
But if a mutation occurred in the past, causing two pairs of chromosomes to fuse, we should find evidence in those genetic markers. Telomeres not only at the ends of the new chromosome,
but in the middle too,
but also at their middles, and not one, but two centromeres.
So in science, we make predictions like this. We make a hypothesis. We say, if this idea is true, you should see this and this and this. That's how science works, is like you put your money where your mouth is. You say, if my idea is correct, this is what you should find. Go out and look. You know? Chips are on the table. There you go. You know? This is how science works. And lo and behold,
finding a structure like this in our chromosomes would explain why humans have one pair fewer than the great apes.
And if we don't find that, then evolution is in trouble. Next slide. Lo and behold, the answer is in chromosome number 2. All of the marks of the fusion of those chromosomes predicted by common descent and evolution, all those marks are present on human chromosome number 2. So the case is closed in a most beautiful way. And that is, the prediction of evolution of common ancestry is fulfilled by that lead pipe evidence that you see here. In terms of tying everything together. That our chromosome, formed by the fusion from our common ancestor, is chromosome number 2. Evolution has made a testable prediction, and it has passed.
So, modern genetics and molecular biology actually support evolutionary theory?
They support it in great detail. And the closer we can get to looking at the details of the human genome, the more powerful that evidence has become.
Darwin didn't even know about molecular biology and DNA, yet that's where some of the most profound evidence is being uncovered today. Think about that. That somebody in the 1800s made predictions that are being confirmed in molecular biology labs today. That's a very profound statement of a very successful theory.
That's pretty extraordinary. It really is. And so the actor that you saw earlier in that like court case reproduction thing, that's this guy. This is the actual guy, Ken Miller here. Yeah.
Single observation, not a single experimental result has ever emerged in 150 years that contradicts the general outlines of the theory of evolution. Any theory that can stand up to 150 years of contentious testing is a pretty darn good theory, and that's what evolution is.
Yep.
And the deep understanding of evolution, as proposed by Darwin, has with genetics unlocked many of the secrets of life.
It's an explanatory framework within which all the rest of biology fits. Right?
Yep.
It's something that we use in practical biological applications. Medicine, agriculture, industry. When you're getting a flu vaccine, that really depended upon evolutionary knowledge.
Yep.
In many, many specific ways, evolution makes a practical difference. It's not just something that happened in the past, evolution's happening now.
Yep.
So if evolution
Absolutely.
has stood up to all this scrutiny, what about intelligent design?
Oh, boy. Well, if evolution has stood up to all this scrutiny, what about the idea of magical elves? Surely there's some good evidence for magical elves and their fairy spaghetti. No, it turns out there isn't. And if you would like to learn more about this, this is a wonderful place to start right here. And this excellent documentary, it's called Judgment Day, Intelligent Design on Trial. And here is the trailer for that right there. Good stuff.
I believe there is an intelligent design. In the beginning, God created.
Saying that you don't believe in evolution is almost saying we don't believe that the Civil War ever took place in the United States.
An extraordinary court case ignites a small town.
There's like a civil war within the...
There you go, Raisin Delta, yeah.
And puts science itself on trial.
Very important things were at stake.
And Smay says there's no evidence against magical invisible elves. Okay. But how much evidence is there for them?
And puts science itself on trial.
Very important things were at stake. One is the future of science education in this country.
Nova reveals the story behind the headlines.
Anywhere you turned, we were getting attacked.
Witnesses started dropping like flies.
And probes the question, is intelligent design a scientific alternative to evolution?
No.
Subject of
It's
science
not.
class.
Or religion in disguise?
It's a violation of everything we mean and everything we understand by science.
Judgment Day, Intelligent Design on Trial. On No...
And Jenna Wen, it is wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. You're going to be right at home in this channel. Jenna Wen. Jean Wen. Is it Jean Wen or Jenna Wen? You can't disprove Russell's teapot. Russell's teapot to me, thus it's real. There you go, Jenna Wen. First one, Jenna Wen. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And shoot, we got an ad here. Yeah. And then on trial, dun dun. Finders keeper, yeah. Yeah. Typing in a chat. For of you, sorry for those of you who don't have subs yet. Stick around. Paleo salute. Yeah. And we've got an ad for the next 30 seconds. Plus a few. Yeah. Anyway. Maybe we can get a since Genuine brought up this idea of Russell's teapot, we can talk about this idea very quickly. Yeah. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, those new folks who were stuck behind the ad should be able to see me again now. You are not forgotten. Let's talk about Russell's teapot real quick. Is this a video like Genuine was talking about? Let's take a look. All right, come on.
Speak as though it were the business of skeptics to disprove received dogmas, rather than dogmatists to prove them. This is, of course, a mistake. If I were to suggest that between the Earth and Mars there's a China teapot revolving about the Sun in an elliptical orbit, nobody would be able to disprove my assertion, provided I were careful enough to add that the teapot is too small to be revealed even by our most powerful telescopes. But if I were to go on to say that since my assertion cannot be disproved, it is an intolerable presumption on the part of human reason to doubt it, I should rightly be thought to be talking nonsense. If, however...
I don't know if this is really the best explanation of this concept. Let's try this.
A teapot, which is too small.
Let's try this one.
Welcome back to Carneades.org. Today we're going to be continuing with our series.
Oh boy. Well, never mind. Anyway, the idea of Russell's teapot is that Bertrand Russell, the philosopher, came up with this idea. He's like, well, and trying to like illustrate the burden, like where the burden of proof should lie and stuff like this. If you're going to make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence to back that up. And people making extraordinary claims, the burden is on them to prove that. So if I were to say that there is a teapot orbiting the Earth, someplace between the Earth and Mars, and it's definitely out there, and you need to believe in that. Chat, you need to believe in that. You need to trust me that it's out there. It's, of course, way too small for any telescope to pick it up or anything like that. You're not going to be able to see it. Just trust me, you know? That's not like a safe assumption to make. You can't trust me on that. The burden is on me to prove that to you, you know? If I say that, no, like, I didn't eat the burrito that you left in the lunchroom fridge, you know? It was invisible elves that ate the burrito, you know? Invisible elves that don't show up on the office security cameras. They don't leave fingerprints anywhere. And they happen to leave the burrito wrapper in my trash can. In my cubicle, you know? Invisible elves ate that burrito, and they left it in there. Like, well, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. The burden lies with me to prove that. The burden, like, I can't say, well, you can't prove that invisible burrito-eating elves didn't eat your burrito. So, you know, the ball's in your court, Thor. No, the ball's definitely still in my court. That's kind of the Russell's teapot idea, which is what our new viewer was talking about there. Yeah.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Dragon099, for gifting that sub. I appreciate that very much. Wow, that got one beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. I heard it's too small for your fancy telescopes. There you go, Mwemla. Yeah. Yeah. Am I a bad person if I don't believe you? No, you're actually a good person. Well, you're at least skeptical, as we hearken, and that's a good thing. Trust me, don't look up. There you go, Kodali. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Just passing on the sub. I appreciate that, Dragon099. I really do. Thank you for that level of support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Yeah, he could talk to plants. Taught in Minnesota. Science started first. No, science is a recent thing taught in Minnesota. Science has only really been going for like the past couple hundred years. Science is a new development, really, in the way that things go. Science is a new thing. But just like today, most people are interested in science. Most people like stories. Science didn't grow out of religion. No, it kind of did. Religion grew out of science. No, it's exactly the opposite, taught in Minnesota. It's exactly the opposite. Yeah. Science is fairly new. The scientific way of looking at the world is a fairly new way of doing things. It's only really been around for like the past... about the past 200 years, honestly. Yeah. And it's not we all have our theories. I mean, like, when you study the history of science, this is what we know about the origins of science. And what about Atlantis? Atlantis isn't real Minnesota. I'm sorry. The pyramids. I mean, the people who were... when ancient Egyptians built the pyramids, and they hired all these workers to do that, they had some really cool engineering to do that. They had, like, a political system that allowed them to be able to collect taxes, to grow crops, to feed all of these workers, to pay them, and then bury these workers when some of them died and stuff on the grounds near the pyramids, stuff like that. That's not science, though. Science is like testing hypotheses and like a rigorous scientific kind of way. So yeah. Antonius maybe says hired workers. No, oh boy. So yeah, Antonius maybe you might be under the misperception that the pyramids were built by slaves. That's 1,000,000% not true. I mean, it's a myth. It's not true. There's another streamer here on Twitch that you might want to follow. She can tell you about this. Her name is Melissa in Denial. She's an Egyptologist and an archaeologist. But yeah, this idea that slaves built the pyramids, especially like Jewish slaves, is completely wrong. It's a popular story, but all the evidence tells us that no Jews were in Egypt at the time of the pyramids. I mean, yeah. This might come as a shock to a lot of people. But here, I'll give you a link to this, and there you go. Yeah. I mean, just, well, shoot. Talk to literally any Egyptologist, any archaeologist. They'll tell you the same thing. Here, here we go. The Giza Pyramid Complex. Here on Wikipedia. It's about as mainstream a source as we can get, right? This is way outside of my realm of expertise, because I'm not an archaeologist, I'm a paleontologist. But I think this just kind of, it's a beautiful example of how, like, popular legend and, like, popular understanding might be completely at odds with the facts. Where, like, a lot of us kind of recognize, a lot of us assume that what we'd learned in school, or like what we saw in the movie The Prince of Egypt, great movie by the way, not accurate in terms of its depiction of how the pyramids were built. Yeah, like these things are not factual history, they're movies. So yeah, construction. There we go. Workers. Purpose astronomy. Workers village. Sysadmin, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Sysadmin, for those 5 months. Extraordinary! I really appreciate that, Sysadmin. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. Salute to you, too. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Let's see. Workers' Town appeared to date from the middle 4th dynasty after the accepted time of the Khufu and completion of the Great Pyramid. Let's see. Terry, Westfield. Anyway, you can read about this on your own time if you'd like to. But yeah. Anyway. I don't know how we even got on this subject in the first place. But yeah. Todd in Minnesota says, how could they know the size of the Earth 20-0-0 years ago? Well, Todd in Minnesota, we know that the Earth has not changed size dramatically in the past... Do you mean 2,000 years ago? 2,000 years ago is nothing. That's like last Thursday, geologically speaking. We know that the Earth has not expanded or contracted in size because we would see traces of that in the way that the Earth is constructed. We would see that in the rocks. And we don't see that. But how did 2,000-year-old people know the speed of light? They knew that it was instant, Todd in Minnesota. There was no concept of the speed of light back then, because to them, it was instant. They didn't have instruments that were capable of measuring the speed of light, because to them it was effectively instantaneous. You know, if something is so fast that it is effectively instantaneous, it doesn't matter how actually fast it is. And that's how it worked, you know. It's this, like, it's instant to them. It doesn't matter. I don't know what you're getting at. Yeah. Anyway, Gamers Tavern Show says they didn't know the speed of light. It wasn't until the 17th century that astronomers postulated that there would be a limit to the speed of light. There you go, Gamers Tavern Show. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says the Great Pyramid of Giza encodes the speed of light to 7 decimal places. It literally doesn't. You've been lied to, Todd in Minnesota. That's not true. The sources that you've read, they're lying to you. It's not true. There's so much misinformation around the pyramids because I feel like to most people in the Western world, and maybe in other places too, I don't know. I live in the United States. The pyramids are like this grand, magical, mystical thing. And, like, lots of woo-woo people focus on it, and it's just... There's a mountain of misinformation about that. Yeah. Pyramids were built by Sasquatch. Satan sandwiches, there you go. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, there is some really, really cool architecture and engineering that went into the building of the pyramids. They're by no means ideal structures. Like, if we were to build something like that today, we could do it with far greater efficiency than they were ever able to do back in the day. Like, we could 1,000,000% blow the ancient Egyptians out of the water in terms of our engineering and building efficiency today. But it's remarkable. Don't let me... This is not an insult to the ancient Egyptians. They're able to do tremendous things based on the technology that they had back then. Extraordinary. And stuff that nobody else in the world was able to achieve back then. And that's remarkable. And you should 1,000,000% go follow Melissa in Denial. Thank you, Lenina, for posting that shout out for her there. Yeah. So yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show says, there are so many pyramids all over the world. Coincidence? Like, no, as Gamers Tavern Show says. It turns out that pyramids are a great way to stack up a bunch of shaped rocks in a way that they don't fall down. Exactly. And when people tried stacking up rocks in other ways, they fell down and they're not around today anymore. And it's like, it's almost natural selection in that sense. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But in no way could we do it now. It's uneconomical beyond imagination. Waymola, when I went to TwitchCon, just like a month ago, I saw one from the modern day. We literally have this today. The Luxor at Las Vegas is a modern pyramid. It's not made of the same materials. It's certainly not going to last as long. But I think it is. Is it larger than the Great Pyramid at Giza? Like, we are 1,000,000% capable of doing this kind of thing. And sometimes it is incredibly ridiculous to do it, and we still do it, you know? There are enormous landmarks that are built to human vanity, grandiosity, and hubris today. It's just today, sometimes they take different forms than, you know, sedimentary rock structures out in the middle of a desert. You know? Yeah. Shoot, there's one in Tennessee, isn't there? Yeah. Another monument to human vanity. The Bass Pro Shops Pyramid. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I forget where the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid is. It's in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah. Wild. And just like the ancient Egyptians, the CEO of Bass Pro Shops will be buried in the Bass Pro Shops pyramid once he dies. And all of the other executives in the C-suite, chief financial officer, like other chief executives, they will all be killed and have their brains scooped out and be buried along with him in the Bass Pro Shops pyramid. Once he croaks. Yeah. Is that legal? It's corporate America, SV Harkin. Everything's legal. Yeah. No, not really. I'm kidding. Don't forget the spices, Danny. Yeah, and the, you know, everything else. All those servants who will also be slaughtered to... Yeah. And Miss Hire makes a good point. The James Webb Telescope is a greater feat of engineering than the pyramids. Oh, yeah. By, like, orders of magnitude. But both are wonderful? Absolutely. I do not mean to disparage the works of the ancient Egyptians. But I wonder if anybody in chat knows... When the Great Pyramid of Khufu was built in the Giza complex, it was the tallest man-made structure in the world until another structure was built. Can anybody tell me what that second structure was after the Great Pyramid that was taller than the pyramid? What was the next structure that was taller than the pyramid that was built? Well, if you answered the Space Needle, you were incorrect. It was indeed the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, which is crazy to think about. That the Eiffel Tower, built in what year? It was like 18-something? 19-something? Eiffel Tower? Designed and built from 1887 to 1889. This was it took so long before the Eiffel Tower eclipsed the pyramids as the tallest man-made structure in the world. That's nuts. Yeah. Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. Yeah, the CN Tower looks weird there. In Delta, yeah. Yeah, of course, the Eiffel Tower was destroyed by Mothra in 1964. Now, that's Tokyo Tower, famously. Yeah. Well, these not embiggen. There you go. Yeah. Anyway. Satan Sandwich says, I feel like they are overcompensating for something with their huge landmarks. Maybe they're not overcompensating if what you're talking about is indeed very diminutive. Maybe it's just commensurate with the amount of aggrandizement necessary. I don't know. Yeah. Has the Eiffel Tower ever been attacked by a monster? I believe it has been, Pfizer. And maybe in 1966's Destroy All Monsters? Yeah. Destroy all monsters. Destroy all monsters. 1968. I'm sorry. I was off by 2 years. Yeah. Here. Let's give that a shot. Let's see if the Eiffel Tower pops up here. Was the Arc de Triomphe? I guess it was, huh? Paleo Admira. That was it Baragon or Manda? Who was that? Rodan ravages Moscow. Was it Gorosaurus coming up through the ground? That's nuts. Mosra. Baragon. See, this is why I'm confused, is because they call him Baragon in the trailer. It's Gorosaurus. And he's making an Ingirious noise.
I would say nobody has anything to fear from us. But we are going to control you now. It is the same spaceship you saw near the moon. That should convince you we do not come from your world. We are here to make you our slaves.
From the laboratories and arsenals of all civilized nations, the most powerful, the newest, the most devastating of weapons.
The Baragon suit was broken. That makes sense, Loganuda. Okay, okay. For possession of planet Earth. Destroy all monsters. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, I don't even know how we got here, but here we are. What do they need Earth for? Well, I mean, some of us live here, Raisin Delta. Let's try and keep it nice, you know? Yeah. And all the older Godzilla movies are free to watch on YouTube, right? Is that true, Lugnudo? Holy cow. Are you sure? Are they, like, pirated, or are they... Pirated, sorry. Using copyright normative phrasing here. Anyway, to quote Morgan Freeman, good luck. There you go, Jody Fish, yeah. Origin of Science, Pyramids, Eiffel Tower. Got you. Thank you for tracing the origins of our current discussion. Anyway. Well, what do the monsters need it for? For monstering, you know? Raisin Delta? You know, after they're done with with Monster Island, they need the rest of the Earth. Remember? Look at Milhouse's teeth. It's just a name. Monster Island. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And geography joke. Yes, indeed, Finder Keeper. Yeah, it is actually a peninsula. Monster Island. Anyway. Yeah. And could something the size of a kaiju actually fossilize, asked Paleo Admiral? I mean, we've got fossil tree trunks that are very, very large. Like, Paleo Admiral, you're asking a serious question here, and I appreciate that. So, like a Godzilla skeleton. If you look at a critter like Godzilla, like Godzilla, and these, like, fan-made skeletal reconstructions, like this. Here's the legendary Godzilla. That's really cool. Not every one of these bones is going to be too big to fossilize.
Ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Reganation, thank you for the 5 months.
Of the Jurassic Age. Giant meat.
Holy cow.
Long dagger-like teeth.
Reganation, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, as you can see, he's got a long tail, and at the distal end of that tail, the vertebrae are not that big. They're, like, not that big than a... Not that much bigger than, like, a... I don't know, like a sauropod vertebra? I think that's supposed to be a T-Rex skeleton right there. And so, yeah, T-Rex is one of the biggest theropod dinosaurs. Those vertebrae at the end of the tail are, like, not that much bigger than maybe a sauropod dorsal or cervical vert. You've got these chevrons here in the tail. This is, of course, assuming that Godzilla is a dinosaur. His skeleton is reconstructed as a dinosaur skeleton here. Not a synapsid, not an amphibian, not a squamate, something like that. And so we should be able to... I don't know. These bones are definitely within fossilization range for size. Something like the femur, probably not. Likewise for the tib and fib. But, like, these smaller bones... Yeah. Likewise, the bones of the skull, the bones of the hands... Those pedal digits right there, those should be fossilizable as well, so yeah. Yeah. If there ever were any creatures as big as this, we'd know about it. If they actually had bones that were there to fossilize, you know? Likewise, there we go. Largest animal ever may have been Triassic ichthyosaur super predator. So these critters are kind of difficult to grapple with because some of them were so large that... Yeah. That their bones are often mistaken for things that aren't bones, it seems. Not often. Potentially have been mistaken for things that aren't bones. Yeah. So there is a chance that creatures larger than a blue whale have inhabited our Earth. They may have been ichthyosaurs. So there is a tooth right there from one of these creatures. Absolutely enormous. So I can find you a YouTube video on this. let's see here. Oh, from Dean Lomax. The ichthyosaur was discovered by Paul de la Salle, identified by Dean Lomax and Judy Massare after a 205 million year.
This was unlike any other bone I'd seen before because it was absolutely massive. This was about 1 meter in length, but the bone was incomplete. Together, me and Judy, we went out to Canada. We went to study another giant ichthyosaur, but this one was much more complete. It was about 21 meters in length.
Holy cow,
it's still big. And various other ichthyosaurs, we determined that this animal that Paul's bone belonged to must have been somewhere between about 22 and 26 meters in length.
That's huge! Holy cow, is that absolutely enormous. Gargantuan. That's like as big as a blue whale. Bigger than most blue whales, I'll say.
Between about 22 and 26 meters in length, total length of the body, which is an absolutely enormous animal, about the size of a blue whale. What we decided to do was to look at some old historic specimens that were collected over 150 years ago, which were originally identified as belonging to dinosaurs and then to some other unusual reptiles. Well, it turns out, by comparison with Paul's bone and the skeleton at the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Canada, they also belong to ichthyosaurs, and one of those specimens is even bigger than Paul.
Yeah, so anyway, giant ichthyosaurs may have actually gotten bigger than blue whales. And think about the unlikeliness of one of these creatures being preserved in the first place and then dug up after being discovered and the scientifically studied, reposited in a museum, all that stuff. If just fragments of ichthyosaurs that we're finding from the Triassic are already seeming to rival blue whales in size, I think time will tell, so don't quote me on this necessarily. Don't put all your chips behind this bet, but I suspect that we will find ichthyosaurs that are larger than blue whales in the future. We will find that the largest creatures that ever inhabited our Earth were not blue whales, but were instead giant ichthyosaurs. Because the sheer unlikeliness that the largest of these specimens would ever be preserved, like if we're finding pieces that suggest that they're bigger than blue whales, and those pieces are extraordinarily rare, think how much bigger than they got than that, and we just haven't found those fragments yet, you know? It's a testable hypothesis. As more people go out and scour the world for ichthyosaur fossils, and reinterpret these specimens based on this evidence, I think, I don't know, maybe in the next 20 years, we'll find out that ichthyosaurs were actually the biggest creatures to ever inhabit our planet. And that'd be pretty cool. So yeah. Anyway. And Alexander Morrison says, with 99% species being dead, it's very possible for such things to blow us away. Absolutely, Alexander. Agreed. Yeah. And OtterDoIt says, it's surprising they went extinct. They seem like they'd be able to survive a lot. Well, they were actually wiped out by one of Earth's biggest extinction events. By the end Triassic extinction event. Do we have a video on that? I think we do. Hang on. Let me see if they talk about the end Triassic extinction here. But there are all kinds of really weird animals in the Triassic. It's funny, like, the Triassic does not get enough attention. This is the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs. And I'm going to play this video, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom and be right back. So, yeah.
220 million years ago, some strange-looking
Be right back.
reptiles
lived in the forest of northern Pangaea. They kind of look like chameleons with grasping hands and feet and long prehensile tails. But they also had really small bird-like heads and sometimes beaks and these cool spikes sticking out of the ends of their tails. These were the Drepanosaurs, and for a long time paleontologists didn't know what to make of them. Sure, they look kind of like chameleons, but their heads are all wrong, not at all like other reptiles. And chameleons don't show up in the fossil record for another 120 million years after these guys. So for a long time, some experts thought that these animals were close ancestors of birds. I myself don't see it. But it turns out the Triassic was full of animals like this, creatures that look a lot like other more modern species even though they're not closely related to them at all. In addition to the Drepanosaurs, the Triassic was home to the Phytosaurs, which could easily be mistaken for crocodiles, and Ichthyosaurs, which looked a whole lot like porpoises even though they were reptiles. There was a host of creatures whose body plans would show up again and again, much later in time, by completely unrelated species. So why were the animals of the Triassic like this? What made them look like animals that lived much later and that they weren't related to? The answer has to do with how evolution works and with the timing of the Triassic itself, when life was trapped between two mass extinctions. Drepanosaurs were unknown to scientists until the late 1970s, when the first species, Drepanosaurus ungui caudatus, was named based on fossils found in Italy. And since then, only a handful of others have been named, all from Triassic rocks in the northern hemisphere. Scientists originally thought that Drepanosaurs were just weird early lizards, but the more they looked at them, the more confusing they became. These creatures had grasping hands, arched backs, and thick muscular tails. Some kinds, like Megalanchosaurus, even had prehensile tails, with a claw-like hook on the end that helped them hold on to branches. And the heads on these animals weren't like those on other reptiles. They had pointed snouts, big eyes, and sometimes beaks instead of teeth, making them look a lot less like lizards and more like featherless birds. Their necks were bird-like too, with vertebrae that were saddle-shaped, giving them a greater range of motion. Now, because their heads and necks were so bird-like, some researchers in the 90s thought Drepanosaurs must have had something to do with the early evolution of birds themselves, despite the fact that the rest of their bodies looked nothing like birds. But in 2017, things started to become more clear when the pristine skull of a new Drepanosaur species was reported in New Mexico. The new genus was named Avicranium, or bird head,
here we go.
And it brought the relationship between Drepanosaurs and other reptiles into sharper focus. It turned out that any resemblance this Drepanosaur had to birds was pretty superficial.
And this is great because this will help segue us into our discussion of bird evolution, which we're now 3.5 hours into the stream and haven't even talked about that yet. Oh boy, that's supposed to be today's topic. But, you know, we've got a whole week to talk about the origin of birds from dinosaurs before Thanksgiving and after Thanksgiving. Boyd's, yes indeed.
Its ears, for instance, lacked eardrums and were more like the ears of early reptiles than those of birds. In fact, researchers compared more than 300 of its anatomical features with other early reptiles and concluded that Drepanosaurs were one of the earliest branching lineages of reptiles, probably diverging in the late Permian period.
Wow,
like
that's
all
early.
Early reptiles, the ancestors of Drepanosaurs probably looked superficially like lizards, even though they weren't closely related to them. They had short necks, low slung bellies, and long tails with limbs sticking out from the sides of the body. So what happened to them? How did Drepanosaurs go from being pretty familiar lizard-like reptiles to animals so strange it took experts decades to figure out what they were? And
well, a big part of that is just what's going on in the Triassic. So in the Triassic, you had the biggest mass extinction event in Earth history, the biggest biotic crisis, as Kevin Padian would say, in Earth history at the beginning, between the Permian and Triassic period. That's what kicks off the Triassic period. It's like 80% of life on Earth goes extinct. And then life is able to run rampant and develop all kinds of really cool, weird critters, and they're all doing their weird, unique things. And then, well, shoot, then you have another extinction event at the end of the Triassic. That's why all these critters look so weird to us today, is because many of them did not leave descendants. But that extinction event at the end of the Triassic is what allowed dinosaurs to take over. Dinosaurs survived that extinction event, and then they're able to stumble out of the ashes there and take over the world. Because it's just, like, clear-cut after that, you know?
lizard-like reptiles to animals so strange it took experts decades to figure out what they were. And how did these changes happen in such a short span?
Oh, and that has to do with our giant ichthyosaurs too. Giant ichthyosaurs, they're able to exploit these niches during the Triassic because, like, so many of their competitors had died out. It's a brave new world. They're able to get humongous for a short time, and then blammo! You have another extinction at the end of the Triassic period. And then the most giant of the ichthyosaurs died out. Some ichthyosaurs survive, and they do really well during the Jurassic period. And during the beginning of the Cretaceous, they do pretty well, and then they go extinct completely. So anyway, I guess the point here is that, like, the history of life on Earth is this really interesting chain of events. Like, it's like this grand pageant with all these casts of characters, all these different dynasties. It's like a Game of Thrones, I guess. I've never really seen Game of Thrones, but, you know, I don't know. Palace intrigue is not something that I'm interested in at the least. That's why the Dune books were so boring to me, despite that they should have been really cool and interesting. So much palace intrigue. Like, I just don't care, you know? Anyway, the history of life on Earth is far more interesting and fascinating. The rise and fall of these different dynasties, all competing against one another, and, you know, outside influences descend upon them, and certain groups do well, other groups don't do so well. You've got new groups that emerge. It's endlessly fascinating. I think a zillion times cooler and more interesting than any Game of Thrones. But yeah. SV Harkin says, are bigger animals more susceptible to extinction? In many cases, yes. Yeah. Bigger animals need larger territories. They need more food, more resources. They often have slower population regeneration times. So, like, they've got longer generational spans. And so if the individuals die out, that's a much bigger burden on their reproduction rate, like on their replacement rate. So, yeah. But there's exceptions to that too. Anyway, yeah. Mary Space says, except with likable characters. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons I can never get into Game of Thrones. It's just like, oh boy. I hate everybody. They're all awful. Anyway. It's kind of like The Sopranos in that regard. But at least The Sopranos was well written. Anyway, yeah.
It's because the Triassic was basically the meat in an extinction sandwich. The entire Triassic period is a window of just 52 million years between two major extinction events. At the early end, there was the Great Dying, which eradicated about 70% of terrestrial species and 90% of marine life.
Yeah, so marine species did a lot worse at the end of the Permian than terrestrial species did. The extinction in the oceans was... This biotic crisis was more severe in the oceans than it was on land.
Of marine life. On the other end...
And yet the trilobites died out completely, Kenzie. Exactly. R.I.P. those trilobites. F's in the chat for those beautiful trilobites. They went completely extinct at the end of the Permian. Trilobites had already been doing... They'd already taken a few bad knocks in previous extinction events. I think the end Devonian extinction and the end Ordovician extinction... They'd taken some real body blows, but they're still chugging along. They're still hanging on until the end of the Permian, and then, bow, it's KO for the trilobites. KO. Killed opponent.
Headshot.
Trilobites gone. Gone. At the end of the Permian period. Yeah.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And Reaganation, thank you for gifting Kenzie.
One sub to Kenzie_Sanderson.
I do appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you. Yeah. And Trilo buys. Yeah, Mwemla. Oh man, F's in the chat for those trilobites. I need some more sounds on my... There we go. let's pay our respects to the trilobites. These critters... I'm sorry if this sounds sarcastic, it's not meant to be. These critters ruled the Earth for tens, hundreds of millions of years, really. They were everywhere. They were all over the place. Major player in the Earth's biota for a long, long time. And then they went extinct. At the end of the Permian, this is one of my favorites. There's Phacops. Phacops rana from the Carboniferous period, I want to say. Could be wrong. Anyway, too soon, says my shiny. Trilobites. Should have in memoriam reel. Birth date and death date. Birth date 520 million years ago to 250 million years ago. R.I.P. the trilobites. Big paleo salute to them. Will you join me, chat, in giving a big paleo salute to the trilobites? A once dominant group, now taken from us too soon by the end Permian extinction event. Anyway, where were we? Here we are.
About 70% of terrestrial species and 90% of marine life. On the other end, there was the aptly named in-Triassic extinction, which wiped out more than half of all animal species. But in between, there was this whole wide, still mostly livable world.
The Triassic. It was the time of the weirdos. The Triassic is an incredibly interesting time. In between these huge extinction events. Yeah. Yeah. Caterpiggle says, are trilobites related to horseshoe crabs? Not closely, Caterpiggle, no. Horseshoe crabs are closer to spiders and mites and critters like that. Yeah, Triassic party time up in here. There you go, Finder Keeper. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And for the survivors of the Great Dying, this was a completely different world.
Really
one with a
spared no expense.
And Murph, thank you for gifting Caterpiggle. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Murph. Thank you kindly. Look, we are now that much closer to our sub goal. 7 out of 160 subs for this week. That's our goal. We're going to try and get to 160 by the end of the week here. Caterpiggle, or Murph, thank you for gifting Caterpiggle and get us a little bit closer to that. Yeah. Cuban Benny says, best wishes and prayers for the family and loved ones of the trilobites. I'm sure they appreciate that, Cuban Benny. Yeah, although many of their other family members and loved ones also went extinct. But yeah.
The whole host of ecological niches that needed to be filled. And at the same time, there was almost no competition. And in any given environment, it's competition that usually regulates the rate of evolutionary change among living things. By and large, the less competition there is, the faster the rate of change will appear to be. That's because a lack of competition allows empty niches in an ecosystem to be filled by new species. Then, over time, as those niches fill up, competition increases, and the rate of evolutionary change appears to slow down. I say it appears to because genetic mutations keep showing up like they always do. But if those mutations don't offer big advantages right away, they get weeded out and body plans keep looking basically the same. So if you're an animal that's found your niche, say preying on fish in rivers, then natural selection tends to let you keep doing what you're doing. Your rate of evolutionary change, at least outwardly, appears to be slow.
And that's a really good, I'm really, really glad that she added outwardly, because the genes of these animals are still changing. There's still a lot of genetic drift and stuff like that. These animals are still evolving. They're just not evolving in crazy different directions anymore. They're like continuing to evolve within narrow parameters of like being an alligator type creature in a river, you know? So as long as they're able to keep doing that and they've got like pressures outside that are competing with them, they're going to continue doing that. And so this is why we've got crocodile-like creatures basically from the Triassic up till today. They might belong to different groups, but like these forces are these selective pressures are kind of pressuring these animals to look very, very similar over time because they're basically doing the same job. You can always make a living as a creature living in rivers, eating fishes, and whatever else stumbles down into the water like that to drink. Like, it's a solid place to be. You know how, like, I don't know, people talk about how real estate is always a safe investment or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a investments kind of guy. But, you know, there's that idea that, like, oh, this is a safe investment. Living in a river and eating fishes and critters that walk into the river, that's a solid niche right there. You know, it's a good bet. Yeah. Gonna live down by the river. Yeah, not necessarily in a van, but in the river itself, Caterpiggle. Yeah. Yeah. And that 08 housing bubble proved that saying wrong. Well, it's because those homeowners were eaten by crocodiles, weren't they? I think I learned that in the movie The Big Short. Didn't those guys get eaten by an alligator when they went down to Florida? I only half remember this. Anyway, the point is, be an alligator or a crocodilian or some other critter living in the, you know, in the rivers and eating fishes and stuff. And eating real estate speculators. Anyway, Lake Placid also teaches that lesson. There you go. Educational movies all, Real Men Grow Beards. It's good stuff. Yeah. It's too late. I'd be a human. See, there's your mistake, Mayor Space. You know? Maybe you've attained such heights as becoming the mayor of space, but you'll never be a crocodilian. You know? We all have regrets in life, and that's maybe the biggest one for all of us.
Because you found a body plan that works. Likewise, it's hard for other lineages
fish.
to
There you
move
go,
into that
Mwemley, yeah.
role. So natural selection usually leads them to keep doing what they're doing too, rather than to try to compete directly for a niche that.
And I've read, have you ever seen a bird and a dinosaur coming to work the same day? Case closed. I've read, we'll get to the bird dinosaur link in a little bit. We're gonna, well, Galapagos finches are a beautiful example of evolution here. But we'll get to that in a little bit. We've got sidetracked way early on in the stream. We're almost 4 hours in, and we haven't even talked about how birds evolved from dinosaurs much. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Been filled. But when extinctions occur, the opposite happens. Lots of niches open up, and there's much less competition. There's plenty of room for everyone, and that's when the rate of evolutionary change takes off. Organisms quickly move into unfilled niches and diversify into new species as they arrive at the adaptations that helped them succeed in certain roles. These explosive bursts of evolutionary change are known as adaptive radiations, and they typically happen after mass extinctions. And this is exactly what happened to Drepanosaurs and other reptiles at the start of the Triassic. Before the Great Dying, in the Permian, the ancestors of all reptiles looked pretty lizard-like, and they filled similar niches that many lizards do today. But the earliest members of the Drepanosaur line started to adapt to a specific niche,
being in trees, arboreality.
And within just 20 million years, the first Drepanosaurs appear in the fossil record as their own distinct lineage of reptile. Those chameleon-like hands and feet help them climb trees. The arched shoulders and flexible necks may have helped them catch bugs or peel away tree bark, and their bird-like heads and beaky mouths allowed them to probe tight spaces for food. As the Triassic wore on, more empty niches were filled, and the rate of evolutionary change and the appearance of new species slowed down. Soon, a new normal was established. For example, some lineages of reptiles took on the role of apex predators on land.
And is niche really said niche and not niche? Says Jedi Mega Man. It's, you know, tomato potato. You could say it whatever. Niche is usually how Americans say it, but I just kind of like how niche sounds, and so I often say it in the European way, but it's arbitrary. Like, as long as people know what you're talking about, it doesn't really matter, you know? I try not to be a super stickler for stuff like this because I don't want to be all snooty about this stuff. My job is public outreach, getting people interested in the science. I'm not going to be like, well, actually, you know, the ancient Greek shows that it should be pronounced this way. Like, I really don't care that much, you know? I'm not going to be a pronunciation police about this, you know? Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave has requested a deep dive on Anchiornis. That is a very appropriate one, Dinosaur Dave. I think we'll talk about that in a little bit. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. And look at this. This is not one of the Sebecid crocodilians from... Remember we were talking about those guys at the beginning of today's stream? Who was that? Barinasuchus? We were talking about these critters? Remember at the beginning of today's stream? Yeah, Barinasuchus? Eating those tapirs and stuff? That is not what this animal is. Even though it is a crocodiliform, adapted for life on land. This is from the Triassic period. This is from like 200 million years before, at least. This is an Ornithosuchian, or a Rawasuchian, rather. This is probably Saurosuchus right here. Yeah, it just kind of goes to show that, like, 200 million years later, this basic body plan for crocodiliforms is still viable, and, like, they will still evolve into that. Like, if we have another major extinction event, you'll probably have massive land-dwelling crocodiliforms again. Ah, so cool. So cool.
And by 240 million years ago,
and I think that's probably supposed to be Saurosuchus there, Alexander Morrison, because I think this is supposed to be Eoraptor. So I'm guessing this is supposed to be the Estigulastio Formation about 235 million years ago, give or take, in Argentina. Unless that's supposed to be Coelophysis, which I don't think it is. The skull doesn't quite look right for that. But anyway, Postosuchus and Saurosuchus, members of the same group.
Group of archosaurs, the Raiisuchids, appear in the fossil record. Meanwhile, with these predators running around, another line of plant-eating
Gamers Tavern Show, that's interesting. Niche is the older pronunciation.
To be covered in bony armor. And another lineage became adapted for catching fish. These reptiles, called phytosaurs, developed long, narrow snouts lined with teeth in just...
That's not a crocodile right there. This is not a crocodile, not an alligator, not a crocodiliform. This is a phytosaur. So before crocodiles existed, there were creatures like phytosaurs that are basically doing like a crocodile job. You can think of crocodiles as being like phytosaur copycats. So this is a crocodiliform. This is not. This is closer to crocodiles than this is. It's not a tuba, man of space. Yeah. Anyway. And our Eoraptors, sauropodomorphs, they sub for debate, Ken Z. Sanderson. Yeah. A lot of people say so nowadays. A lot of paleontologists. We're not totally sure. Yeah. That's a rude place to bite, but an effective place to bite, HD. If you're trying to get a meal.
Fish. These reptiles, called phytosaurs, developed long, narrow snouts lined with teeth in just a few million years, thanks in part to the lack of competition for the role of river-dwelling fish eaters.
Yeah, and then they went extinct at the end of the Triassic, I think. Our phytosaurs may have been hit really hard, and then they died out in the early Jurassic. I'm not totally sure when phytosaurs died out. Somebody in chat can look that up. But, yeah. So, yeah, sometimes you do go extinct, even if you are a crocodile-like creature in rivers and lakes. There's no perfectly safe thing to be. There's no perfect investment, you know? Yeah.
But you know what happens next? Starting around 201 million years ago, a wave of volcanic activity, along with Pangaea's breakup, released tons of CO2 into the atmosphere, causing rapid global warming and ocean acidification. It brought an end to the Triassic period, and also the end of about 3/4 of the world's species, including the Aedosaurs, Phytosaurs, and the Drepanosaurs. This time, it was the dinosaurs who were the
giant
big
ichthyosaurs, too.
because they were small and unspecialized, which may have helped them survive. And then they went on to fill the empty ecological niches that were once filled by the Triassic animals, setting off a whole new round of adaptive radiation. The Ietasaurs, for example, were gone, but stegosaurs and ankylosaurs eventually took their place as armored herbivores. Likewise, with the disappearance of the phytosaurs, spinosaurs...
I just talked about how it doesn't really matter, the pronunciation, as long as people understand what you mean, but that kind of bothered me a little bit. Ankylosaurs. Ankylosaurs is how you pronounce it. Probably because, like, anklio, it's like, it implies that the L is before the Y, and it's not. The Y is before the L. Ankylosaurs.
Ietasaurs, for example, were gone, but stegosaurs and ankylosaurs eventually...
It's not anklio, it's ankylo. Oh well. Yeah.
Eventually took their place as armored herbivores. Likewise, with the disappearance of the phytosaurs, spinosaurids and crocodiles were able to move in to dominate as freshwater predators. In fact, most dinosaur groups replaced earlier species that had filled a similar niche, and they often wound up repeating some of their body plans too, a classic example of convergent evolution,
Oh
where
yeah,
similar selective
good
pressures
stuff.
can lead to similar physical results. And this whole cycle has repeated itself throughout history. Extinctions strike only to be followed by bursts of evolutionary innovation through adaptive radiation. In fact, after the non-avian dinosaurs were wiped out, the surviving mammals and birds went through...
Dude says, I tried to pronounce that last night to impress a lady friend, and I kept tripping over it. Oh, Otter, do it. Well, remember, the root word for ankylosaurus, or ankylosaurs, is ankylos. That means to fuse together. So, like, there's a disease called ankylosing spondylitis, which is when you're... Yeah, it's not great. Yeah. So it's like when your vertebrae fuse together, that's one of the symptoms in ankylosing spondylitis. Yeah. Oof. Very painful, debilitating disease. One of the Tri guys has it, really? One of those 3 guys, Jody Fish? I assume there's 3 of them if they're called the Tri guys. Like Triceratops? Yeah. Ankylorensors, but no Ren. There you go, Raisin Delta. It's one way to remember it. I like that. Yeah. And I thought it was Ankylosaur. I suppose if you want to be fancy or be from the UK, you could call it an Ankylosaur. But ankylosaurs is how we pronounce it as American dinosaur paleontologists. I'll remember that next time? Yeah, I ought to do it. It's not a big deal, but just... Yeah. Ankylosing spondylitis. Here, here's a really cool TED Talk. We're not going to watch the whole thing right now. But, by Dana Rashid, who's working on the Dino Chicken project, like, trying to basically, like, create or resurrect a dinosaur, just based on modifying a chicken. And there we go.
That snaps a whole bunch of puzzle pieces together. If a mouse mutant has the same sort of change, it has a short tail. It has fusion of vertebrae in that tail. It also has changes in the formation of spinal nerves, all of which are exactly what we see in the modern bird tail. So maybe the fruitless search for Cretaceous intermediate forms is because
I'll be right back.
There were no intermediates. A single genetic mutation could have been responsible for both shortening the tail and fusing it up at the end. A single genetic mutation can actually have a huge impact on what an animal looks like. Human dwarfism is an example of a single genetic change. You can look at dogs. You may think that there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of altered genes between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane. But scientists are finding out that all of the differences between all the different dog breeds boil down to just 3 genes. If we can understand how changes in DNA cause physical changes, we can better understand how traits evolve, and we can better interpret the fossil record.
Yep.
Since the Dino Chicken Project is an out-of-the-box type endeavor, we've made some out-of-the-box discoveries. One surprising finding is a correlation with ankylosing spondylitis, a human disease where your vertebrae fuse together and the discs between your vertebrae can erode. It's a rather horrible, debilitating disease, and it looks a lot like the fusion of bones at the end of the chicken tail. Since there's no good animal model for ankylosing spondylitis,
And you know what? Data here is saying ankylosing spondylitis. I would say ankylosing spondylitis, because I say ankylosaur, but you know what? As long as you say it with confidence, ought to do it. That's really what matters when you're on, like, when you're in a date situation. So, yeah. Ankylosing spondylitis, ankylosaur, ankylosaur. Just don't say ankylosaur, because if she knows much about thyreophorian dinosaurs, she'll call you out on it, you know?
proposing to study it in the chicken.
Tomato, potato.
Ooh. Following all of these clues in genetics and development makes me feel like a detective in my very own whodunit story. Like detectives, we as scientists have hunches or hypotheses as to how we think something happened or how something worked. I can tell you I've had many, many hypotheses,
cervical vertebrae
and I am almost always wrong. But I don't mind, really, I don't, because in every case I've been wrong, the real biology has been far more amazing than my imagination could have ever conceived. Every day I walk into lab and ask, how will my mind be blown today?
That's beautiful.
I am rarely disappointed. This reverence for nature I've had since I was a kid, when I found out that the world is actually billions of years old, and we didn't just magically appear, but we, like every other living thing on this planet, have long and rich, varied and beautiful evolutionary histories. It's been an incredible privilege working on this project, and it's been an absolute privilege talking to you today. Thank you.
Sister. Beautiful stuff. If you would like to watch the whole talk right here and learn about the program to try and like back engineer a chicken into something resembling a Mesozoic dinosaur, check out that link. Cool stuff. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Yeah. Backwards nuggification. There you go, Raisin Delta. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. We are now 4 hours and 10 minutes into our stream. Let's get started talking about some birds, shall we? Here we go. Oh, this again? Oh, well.
Hey, smart people. Joe here. This holiday season, I bet many of you are going to sit down with family and friends to celebrate. And I bet a lot of you are going to be sitting down to eat some nice, delicious dinosaur.
Yes, indeed. Well, I won't, because I'm not really a meat guy. But, you know, pie and wine, says HD and HB. Hey, that's more my speed. Oh, yeah. Pie and wine, maybe some nice tiki drinks, cranberry sauce. By the way, if anybody watching right now, if you celebrate Thanksgiving, and if you're cooking for Thanksgiving, and you would like a better cranberry sauce recipe, type !crayon into chat. There you go. Lenina knew what I was talking about. Crayon. Caterpillar. CRAN. Crayon. But yeah, I've got a special cranberry sauce recipe that I've used many, many times in the past. I like it a lot, and I thought I'd share it with you this year. So check it out. Yeah. Cranberry orange sauce. This stuff is darn good. It's usually my favorite part of the Thanksgiving meal. I know cranberry sauce usually ranks at the very bottom. In fact, I talked about that in the thing, but like, what is the least liked Thanksgiving food? Per The Vacationer? Cranberry sauce. The top 10 most disliked traditional Thanksgiving foods are as follows. Number 1, cranberry sauce. Number 2, turkey. So yeah, if you want to elevate your cranberry sauce, I would highly recommend using this recipe. It's never failed me. Good stuff. It's excellent. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Chefly prowess. There you go. Purple, yeah. Anyway. Turkey Day. El Día del Pavo. El Día del Pavo, as they say in the Latin American Spanish-speaking world. Day of the Turkey. It's coming up this Thursday. Or Theropod Dissection Day, as paleontologists like myself call it.
You are going to be sitting down to eat some nice, delicious dinosaur. Birds are dinosaurs. But
yeah.
Why is that? That's what we're going to talk about today.
It's not just okay to be smart, it's generally a positive
my
thing.
friends Anna Rothschild, who makes Science Magic Show Hooray at the Washington Post. And fun fact, she's 25% mashed potatoes.
It's true, I am.
And Dr. Shay Montanari, who is not only a pumpkin beer aficionado, but is a dinosaur expert extraordinaire.
Really happy to be here, Joe. We have all heard that birds are dinosaurs, but what exactly does that really mean? That's a great question, Anna. So the way that we can even tell that anything is related to something else is through looking at their anatomy and what kind of characteristics that they share.
These are called synapomorphies. Traits shared
good
by
word.
2 or more groups of
Good
organisms.
word. That's an excellent Scrabble word right there. I hope it's in the Scrabble dictionary. Can somebody look this up in chat and see if synapomorphy is in the Scrabble dictionary? Because if it's not, we should riot. It's an excellent word, and it's a word that paleontologists use way more often than you might imagine. A synapomorphy is... It's basically one of those keys for finding out that critters are actually related to each other. So it's a trait that's shared by 2 or more taxonomic groups, yes, that actually shows that they share a common ancestor. So a synapomorphy is like, bow, there's a key that shows that these creatures are related to one another. Does that make sense? Yeah. How many Scrabble points is that worth, by the way? Anybody in chat calculate that out? Yeah, synapomorphy. There's a Y, 2 Ys, 1 Y, 2 Ys. Can you even make this word? Are there more than 2? Is there more than 1 Y tile in a Scrabble game? 12 points? That's it, Raisin Delta? No. It's not 3 Caterpiggle. Y itself is probably worth like 8 points or something. I don't know. 27 points? Spartan, don't give me a question mark. Don't we have any Scrabble champions here in the chat? Yeah. Unless you land on multipliers, it's just 12 points? That's disappointing. Anyway, yeah. Todd in Minnesota says, using proper terminology, birds are avian dinosaurs. Other dinosaurs are non-avian dinosaurs. Exactly, Todd in Minnesota. Bingo. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Score 27, it says, HD and HB. Okay. Yeah. Only 1 per letter? You're kidding me. That can't be right. Oh, well, whatever. You'll at least impress your other Scrabble competitors in using this word, provided it's in the dictionary. Which, if it's not, it should be. Get with the times, Scrabble dictionary writers. 2 Ys, 4 points each, says Jody Fisher. Okay. Yeah. Only American Scrabble has it, not UK? Raisin Delta, that is despicable. Although you still have a queen, don't you, Raisin Delta? So, I don't know. UK's a little behind the times there. Yeah. Anyway. I heard the new queen in the UK is like a man or something. Like, I'm not one to judge, but that's cool.
And derived from a common ancestor, like how humans and chimps both have opposable thumbs.
So there's different kinds of dinosaurs, and we can look at the characteristics of birds to figure out exactly what kind of dinosaurs they are. There's actually lots of clues preserved in their bones that show that they are very closely related and that birds are actually dinosaurs.
And we're going to find those today with this. So we couldn't get a turkey.
And oh, they don't have a turkey there? Shoot. This looks like a turkey skeleton. I don't even have a turkey skeleton. I have a chicken skeleton that I was gonna assemble that live on stream and put it all together and talk about all these individual bones and everything, but I did not have enough time to get that together this year. I'm moving in like 2 weeks. There's a lot going on in my life right now. I didn't have the wherewithal to be able to get this done before this Thanksgiving, so let's hope for next Thanksgiving. Cross your fingers. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, Lenina, for opening up that turkey command right there. Good stuff. Yeah. This is an infographic that I put together for all of you. I made it especially for you Twitch viewers and other folks, too. Right before Thanksgiving of 2021, I think it was. Your Thanksgiving turkey is literally a dinosaur. You'll be learning about why as we continue this throughout this week, but this is a nice little cheat sheet for you. On Thanksgiving, many Americans will dissect a dinosaur, a turkey, Meleagris gallopavo here, and you might notice some interesting features of its anatomy. Those are outlined, some of them, just some of them. There's literally hundreds of them, but like, the broad strokes are outlined here. Almost everything that makes birds unique among modern animals, from their S-shaped neck, to their hinge-like ankle joints, to the half-moon-shaped bones in their wrist that allows for that kind of swivel like that, to their wishbone, the structure of their hips, even their feathers. None of these are actually unique bird traits. I know they're totally unique among birds today. Every single one of those that I mentioned first evolved in dinosaurs. And that's where birds got these features from. It was from their dinosaur ancestors. This is outlined in this document. Feel free to use that command. Save the picture, print it out, share it with your friends and family. Bring it to Thanksgiving dinner if you celebrate Thanksgiving. If you want to. If you want something fun to talk about. If you want a placemat for the kids. If you want a coloring page. You know, I made sure to make it black and white so it'd be cheaper to print. You know? So, yeah. Or print them out, hand them out on the bus. Stick them under people's windshields. Under their windshield wipers. Whatever. Post hundreds of them around your city, Mayorspace, yes. Tape them over security cameras. Do whatever you want to do with them, you know? Yeah. And Misadventures in Astro says, Thanksgiving is our yearly reminder to the dinosaurs that mammals rule the earth now. I mean, dinosaur species.
The most dangerous dinosaur around.
On your own security cameras, though.
There you go, Spartan, sure. Thank you for the 39 months of support. Holy cow, Spartan. Extraordinary. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Yeah. Put the poster on a sandwich board and begin ranting outside City Hall. There you go, Mayorspace, yeah. Yeah. For sure. for sure. Lenina says, I didn't get around to take... So, in previous years, I think last year, the Lenina actually printed out a stack of these and brought them to the supermarket, stuck them in the turkey freezer with all the turkeys. I'll be sure to do so at Christmas time, though. If you want to, Lenina, you don't have to, but I'm very much impressed that you did that. That's super cool. Yeah. You're buying a billboard, Caterpiggle? Awesome. Yeah. And all of the turkey freezers. Lenina, that's actually super cool. When I made this and posted it to Twitter a couple years back, I was actually contacted by a radio station in Ireland. And there we go. News Talk Radio in Ireland. Your Christmas turkey is a dinosaur. Play.
The Pat Kenny Show on News Talk.
With Matter Private Network. During current restrictions, don't ignore your health concerns. Our expert team is ready to help.
All right. Let's get to the dinosaurs.
The excitement is building, Santa letters are written, presents are wrapped, and soon kitchens around the country will be busy preparing a Christmas feast of roast ham, honey-glazed carrots, roast potatoes, and dinosaur. Yes, I did say dinosaur, and did you know that nearly all of the features of today's birds, everything from their specialized lungs to their characteristic feathers, are actually just evolutionary hand-me-downs from their theropod dinosaur ancestors.
Bingo!
To explain
Yeah.
these interesting facts, as you sit down for your Christmas dinner, I'm joined by Danny Andusa, an American paleontologist whose research focuses on dinosaur anatomy, evolution, and behavior. Danny, good morning and welcome.
Good morning to you too, Pat. Thanks for having me on.
Now, I'm fascinated that what we put...
And so we were originally supposed to do a video interview, and I was all ready to do this live, and they contacted me, and they're like, oh, we're just going to do this via Zoom, I think, and we're only going to use the audio, so that's why the audio quality is so bad. Play. Wait, play. Anyway, there's a link if you wanna listen to this whole thing. But yeah, this is a couple years ago. With Pat Kenny, who apparently is a really, really well-known Irish broadcaster. Yeah. Very well respected. Very, very well respected. How do they find you? Via Twitter, back when Twitter was still a thing, before it had completely been engulfed in flames like it is today. Yeah. Anyway. And what's up to you too, Connor Potato? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. How are things? X marks the grave. Yeah, there you go, Red Bulwark. Yeah. Oh, boy. Let's get back to this video. Connor Potato, what have you walked into right now? We're talking about why birds, including our American Thanksgiving turkeys, are literally dinosaurs. So let's talk about that. Yeah. And yeah, Todd in Minnesota, there's always going to be a few outliers. We actually talked about this extensively last week, about a few holdouts. It's literally like 10 people in the whole world within evolutionary biology, ornithology, paleontology, who think that birds did not evolve from dinosaurs. It's an extreme minority, you know? But if you know anything about professional fields, there's always, like, literally a couple people who will be behind the times on any kind of major change in the field. So, yeah. Anyway. But chances are, if you're to talk to any paleontologist, biologist, ornithologist, and they know anything at all about this, they'll tell you, yes, birds are living dinosaurs. It's pretty much incontrovertible at this point.
Lots of clues preserved in their bones that show that they
Fringe. There you go, Alexander Morrison. Yes.
birds are actually dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And we're going to find those today with this. So we couldn't get a turkey. It's not quite Thanksgiving yet. But everything we show you, we promise that you can do at your holiday table with the people that you're celebrating with and explain to them the science of why they're eating a dinosaur.
This is super cool.
In the 1860s, scientists unearthed the most famous feathered dinosaur fossil, Archaeopteryx.
Yeah, and I happen to have an Archaeopteryx. This same Archaeopteryx right here in my office. There we go. No, I did not steal it from a vault in Berlin. This is my 3D print of the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. Right here.
Early defenders of evolution like Thomas Henry Huxley began to suggest that these extinct reptiles were so similar to birds, they must be related. But the idea didn't really catch on until the 1970s, when new fossils filled in more empty branches on the dinosaur family tree. About 250 million years ago.
And that's, oh boy. So these weren't discovered until the 1990s and 2000s. Yeah, so that's a little bit misleading what they said right there. But that's okay.
Filled in more empty branches on the dinosaur family tree. About 250 million years ago, a group called archosaurs split into crocodilian reptiles and dinosaurs. And a lot of evolution has happened since that split.
Okay, so there are two groups of dinosaurs, and it's the Ornithischians and Saurischian dinosaurs. And that split happened about 240 million years ago. And the way that we know that birds belong to the Saurischian group is mainly because of their hands. So
Wait, hands?
Right.
Birds don't have hands.
Birds actually do have hands. They just don't really look like hands anymore. So if you've eaten a chicken wing, or at least held onto a chicken wing, you've been shaking hands with a chicken.
Can we dig into this chicken and check it out?
I think it's time to check it out.
Let's go find that chicken hand.
So these are like the original chicken fingers.
I usually dissect these with my teeth. You're doing it completely differently.
Yeah, so that little skinny part of the wing at the end that you don't typically eat because there's so much meat on it, that little nubbin is the finger of the chicken that's gotten super reduced.
I
digit one right there, the thumb.
The very tip of the bird finger, but here is like the second digit, the very, very tip of
index
the
finger. Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you hold that as well.
So we got the first digit, the second digit, and the third digit.
The length of the three bird fingers inside a wing narrows down which group of dinosaurs birds descended from. The second
the
finger is
Saurischians.
longest in birds and in Saurischian dinosaurs.
That's a big way that we know that birds belong to the Saurischian group as opposed to the Ornithischian group.
So birds are Saurischian dinosaurs, but are all Saurischian dinosaurs birds?
No.
That's a great question. So even within Saurischian dinosaurs, as we're walking up this...
By the way, can anybody tell me who this particular dinosaur is right here? Whose silhouette is... I had a bunch of books as a kid with the same exact illustration that here they've turned into a silhouette from Dorling Kindersley. Which dinosaur is that right there? Can anybody tell me? Really long forelimbs on it. Sarcosuchus? No, Sarcosuchus is a crocodilian, Kenzie Sanderson. Not that. Well. Oh, Suchomimus. Much closer, Kenzie. Much closer. Yeah, those two animals lived in the same environment. Suchomimus is very closely related to this creature. And if you happen to say baryonyx, well, you are correct. Yeah, there's my 3D print of baryonyx. This is a group of dinosaurs that I work on, Spinosaurids. I've got a paper that I've been working on Spinosaurids for a long time, years. I might actually have some time to get that done over the next few weeks because I thought I was going to be starting a new teaching gig at the beginning of December. That's been postponed until the end of January. So I might actually have some time to work on this Spinosaurid paper and finally get this thing published. These are really cool fish-eating dinosaurs. They've got these crazy long crocodile-like jaws like this. Very, very narrow from side to side. Like, ridiculously narrow. Very powerful forelimbs with these long, crazy long claws on here. Yeah. Just nuts. Kind of short hind limbs. And your kind of typical theropod tail. But yeah, that's what you see. Right there. I like how beefy the forelimbs are on this critter right here. Yeah. I said Barry, but wasn't sure enough to type in chat. There you go, Lenina. Yeah, and we've got some Baryonyx emotes here in the chat as well, given that they are one of my study animals. So yeah, super cool. So, Spinosaurids are not particularly close to the origin of birds, but they are Saurischian dinosaurs, and they are theropods. They are two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. That's the same broad group that dinosaurs come from, but they're not particularly close to birds. So let's look at a theropod phylogeny here. Beautiful. This is what we're looking for. Yeah. Birds are down here. So birds are part of Avialae, which is part of Paraves, which is part of Maniraptora. The kind of further up you move in this diagram, the further and further you get from birds. But the further down you move, the closer you get to birds. And the more bird-like the dinosaurs start to get. Scansoriopterids look really, really like birds. Deinonychosaurs, Troodontids, and Dromaeosaurs, they've also got feathers, they've got wings, even though they couldn't fly. Oviraptorosaurs are a little bit removed from them, but they also look very birdy. But the further up you move, the closer you get to the ancestry of the theropods, and the further you get from bird origins, if that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah. And don't Spinosaurs have a sail on their back? Some of them do, Feister, but not all of them. Yeah. Spinosaurus is often portrayed with a sail on its back like this. It may have actually been more of a fleshy hump than a sail. There's a really good one there. I like that one a lot. But Baryonyx has not been found with a sail. It's got kind of normal length neural spines. This creature is not known to have had a sail. It might be because it's not full grown, or it might be that this genus of dinosaur just didn't develop a sail or a hump or whatever. We're still kind of figuring that out, you know? Yeah. A fleshy hump? That's kind of what I'm convinced of, Raisin Delta, but that's a story for another time. Anyway, yeah. Enough about Spinosaurs. Let's get back to birds. What is the purpose of the sail? I don't think they actually had a sail, Valentine PV. But, yeah, it's a good question. I think it was more of like a support structure to hold up the big heavy front of their body, because these guys have got really heavy forelimbs. And the bigger they get, the heavier their front end gets. So it's almost like the Golden Gate Bridge, where you've got like a suspension tower above to help hold up the front end and the back end. You know? Yeah. Anyway. And, Saurischian avian dinosaur, the backwards pointing people. Yeah, there you go. Alexander, you know that you know the answer to that question.
Dinosaur family tree.
Yeah.
There's another group that branches off, and we can tell which one birds are a part of, and it's the theropod dinosaurs.
Because they have a wishbone.
One bone that is the biggest clue of theropod dinosaurs is something that you've probably played a little game with after your Thanksgiving
Sorry, I gave it away. Spoilers.
The wishbone, right here.
Yep.
Cool.
I think it's time to dissect a wishbone.
What does the wishbone do? Does it serve a purpose for flight or for something else?
Well, it helps birds get their wishes.
Right, of course. Besides helping all their dreams come true, their furcula is actually support for the flight muscles.
A wishbone, or furcula, is actually a bird's collarbones, but instead of two separate...
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
It's true, Ginger Crush. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Ginger Crush, and all of you wonderful raiders.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Thank you, Okami fan, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. How are things? Ginger Crush and Tig. Thank you, Ginger Crush, for the follow.
Real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth.
Well.
Terror of his neighborhood.
Meowdy to you too. Welcome, Ginger Crush, and welcome Tig4459. How's everybody doing? My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch doing some science outreach. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about the evolution of life on Earth, you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about the origin of birds today, prior to Thanksgiving. We're talking about how your Thanksgiving turkey, I don't think that's a turkey, that's probably a Cornish game hen or something. But anyway, we're talking about why your Thanksgiving turkey is a dinosaur. Like we always do in November. So welcome. Ginger Crush, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. I appreciate that very much. And what were you up to? Looks like you're doing something called Minecraft. I hope it was fun. I hope you were successful in your crafting of mines. It's good to have you here. Thanks for raiding in. Copernicus Cat says, "Science, what sorcery is this?" Yes, indeed. Welcome. Ginger Crush says, "Are penguins actually sauropods?" They're not. They're theropods. We're actually just talking about this a second ago. Like, you came in at just the right time.
No, they are not. That's a great question.
Yeah. We'll get to that in just a minute. But first, I feel like you are entitled to a welcome video, Ginger Crush, and I'm glad you had some fun. I hope you had all the fun, Ginger Crush. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison, I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. Here. For Ginger Crush and all of the other good folks who raided in, before we get into the nitty-gritty of why birds are dinosaurs, and why turkeys are theropod dinosaurs in particular, penguins too, all birds are theropods, I figure it's a good opportunity to bring in our good friend, previously recorded Danny. So, shoot, this often happens when we get a raid and when the music stops. There he is right there. Previously recorded Danny is sneaking up behind me, and he is eager to tell you all about what this channel is all about. Why a paleontologist is here on Twitch. He's eager to welcome you to Paleontologizing. So, hang on, goodness. He's very eager. This is actually his first appearance of the day. So, without further ado, previously recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range,
where the deer and the antelope play,
where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And thank you, Daikon Stew, for that follow.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And thank you, Tig4459, for subscribing. Holy cow. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Welcome, Tig. It is great to have you here.
To actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Patrick Crusader, for the 6 months of support there. I do really appreciate that, Patrick Crusader. I really, really do. Thank you. Thank you for that. And of course, thank you so much to our new friend Ginger Crush for that follow. And for that amazing raid. I appreciate that, Ginger Crush. Did you post your T-Rex tattoo picture to the Discord? Because if you did, let me know which category you posted it in. And I can look at it and maybe tell you which Tyrannosaurus specimen that's based on. We have about 50 T-Rex specimens that have been published on so far. Thank you, Tig, for that. For that gift sub. Holy cow, Tig.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
You just followed and then subscribed and now are gifting subs, Tig. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I should hasten to add that that I actually make my living here on Twitch nowadays. I'll be the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. This is how I make my living, by doing science outreach every weekday here on Twitch. It's such a privilege to be able to bring you science content 5 days a week. And that's only possible because of ongoing supporters like yourself now, Tig. Thank you for subscribing. I am deeply grateful. Thank you very, very much. Tig is quite the cat. Agreed, Jim. Agreed. Anyway. And is that figurine below the spinning skull the one from your 2020 publishing? It is, Valentine. Yeah, that's Triararchunkus right there. Sharp eyes, Valentine. My goodness. Do you have exquisite vision, or are you watching on a very large screen, or what's going on? Well, this is indeed Triararchunkus prairiensis. This is the animal from that 2020 publication, the one that I'm an author on. This is our brand new Alvarezsaur dinosaur from the Hell Creek. I sculpted this and 3D printed it live on Twitch last spring. It was a ton of fun. I do a lot of 3D printing here on this channel. Actually printing a Paleontologizing logo right now. The back half of it's already done. So we've got the Gizing, we need the Paleontolo part. That's what's printing currently, and it looks like it's almost done. Exciting stuff. Anyway, but yeah, this dinosaur, Triararchunkus, is an Alvarezsaurid. For you and the other cool new people, let me show you roughly what this animal would be like. From Prehistoric Planet that came out last year. Looks like this.
Deinonychus is a desert specialist.
This might be the ancestor of that animal.
Such hypersensitive,
a little bit earlier in time.
Hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log.
Pretty cute, right?
And what lies within.
Yeah. Yeah.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus.
Yeah.
Single giant claws. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Good stuff. Very cute, Raisin Delta, yeah.
And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
The tongue doesn't fossilize, but it's a good guess. This critter probably had something like that.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Pretty cool critter. This is an Alvarezsaurid, just like our Trirarchuncus. Yeah, it's about this big, so it's about twice as big as I printed it. I could print a life-size one, but that would take up a lot of space. Trirarchuncus. And there's the Sci News page talking about it, if you'd like to read more about this critter. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. One of my favorite illustrations of this animal, or this group, is this right here, this Mononychus illustration. This is one of the ones that I used as a reference for sculpting this model right here. The tail in particular was inspired by this illustration. Yeah, and look at those ridiculously large thumb claws. The name Mononychus means one claw. The name Trirarchuncus, this critter, means Captain Hook. An appropriate name, I hope you'll agree. So at that size, you could really walk the dinosaur? Oh yeah, you could, Copernicus cat. A lot of dinosaurs were smaller. Not all dinosaurs were gigantic. The average size for a dinosaur is probably about the size of a horse. Which means a lot of dinosaurs are smaller than that. Some of them, you know, as adults would be, you know, be only like this big maybe. Maybe a little bit larger. Yeah. So yeah. Most were quite small in the early Mesozoic. It's true, Copernicus cat, yeah. They took a while to become the largest creatures that ever walked the Earth. Yeah. But yeah. And thank you, Kyoko244628 for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. When this dinosaur Mononychus was first discovered, it was actually thought to have been a bird. This is one of those dinosaurs that's so bird-like that it's kind of difficult to tell. Is it a bird? Is it a dinosaur? There's a lot of dinosaurs that are like this, including Anchiornis, which is so close to the origin of birds that we're not 100% sure if this is just a very, very bird-like dinosaur, or if it is just straight up a bird. We really don't know. But we've got such good fossils of this animal that you'll notice that all of these are the same colors. We actually know what colors they were. So this is a dinosaur that's been so well preserved that we can look at its fossil feathers and figure out that it had mostly black plumage with white and black stripes on its wings, on its arms and its legs, and its tail, and a red mohawk on the head. Pretty extraordinary that we can figure that out, you know? Yeah. So this is a dinosaur that could be a troodontid, or it could be a close relative of Archaeopteryx, or it could be both, or it could legitimately be one of the first birds. It's so bird-like that it really complicates the whole picture. We don't really know if this animal is a bird, a true bird, or if it's just an extremely bird-like dinosaur. Really, really tough to say. But all birds are living dinosaurs, and that's what we were talking about here. Yeah, so let's Shoot, should we go back to the beginning of this video? Let's just do that. It's good stuff. I'm sure the chatters who were here before won't mind. Let's go back to the beginning here.
Hey, smart people. Joe here. This holiday season, I bet many of you are going to sit down with family and friends to celebrate. And I bet a lot of you are going to be sitting down to eat some nice, delicious dinosaur. Birds are dinosaurs. But why is that? That's what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, and let's see. Todd in Minnesota says, in other words, the missing link has never been observed. Well, that's why I don't like the term missing link, Todd in Minnesota, because once you find it, it's no longer missing. So there have been a million different missing links between dinosaurs and birds that have been found, and then somebody just moves on to another. Oh, like, oh, well, now there's a new missing link. It's like, once you find a bunch of links, then you've got new ones that are missing in between those links that you find. So for every link that you find, you've created 2 new missing links, you know? So, like, here's a gap, say, between, I don't know, Coelophysis and Archaeopteryx. And you find one in between there, it's like, well, shoot. Now you've got not just one missing link, but you've got 2 missing links now. And it just never ends. That's why I don't like that term, missing link. It's very misleading. It's like, it's not an honest way to go about looking at these things, you know? Yeah. So it makes sense, yeah, says Todd in Minnesota. Yeah. If we might be missing some, yeah. Exponential number. They're increasing exponentially, Caterpiggle, yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Jim says it's like numbers on the number line. There's always more in between any 2 numbers, and there's always decimals in between the whole numbers, too. You'll never run out of decimals in between. It's the same way with living things. As we're watching evolution take place, there's always going to be decimals in between. There's always going to be individual generations in between, you know, those different species, you know? The word species almost kind of falls apart when you're talking about evolution because you've got this gradation, like one creature evolving into another. At what point do you draw the line and say, oh yeah, it's evolved into a new species now? At what point do you draw that line, you know? Yeah. Anyway, before we continue on here, did Ginger Crush post a Tyrannosaur picture here? Of the Tyrannosaur tattoo, because I don't want to leave them hanging here. Let me know if anybody in chat saw that. Yeah, because yeah. Anyway,
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean,
dinosaurs are kind of funny. It is true. Dracolich 97. Dinosaurs are kind of funny. Yes, indeed. I think I heard a Discord noise. By the way, I have about 900 notifications on the Paleontologizing Discord right now, and I don't know if I'd be able to find this new one unless I were prompted. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I am pretty much only in Discord for Thursday Birds Day. I'm hoping that'll change after the move, Lenina, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, let's continue with our video here, shall we? Or no, we're still in an ad, so let's stick around for 49 more seconds. Yeah. That's gonna be a lot of stuff to pack, says Sir Steggles. Oh, you know it. Holy cow. But I'm in process. I've already boxed up some books and stuff. I'm working on it. I gotta be out by December 31st, and luckily I've got a long time that I can use to move out, so yeah. Anyway. Got 999 motifs in your DM8 one. There you go, Valentine. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back into the video here.
Today I'm here with my friends Anna Rothschild, who makes Science Magic Show Hooray at the Washington Post.
There you go, little pig pony.
Fact,
yeah, me too.
She's 25% mashed potatoes.
It's true, I am.
And Dr. Shay Montanari, who is not only a pumpkin beer aficionado, but is a dinosaur expert extraordinaire.
Really happy to be here, Joe. We have all heard that birds are dinosaurs, but what exactly does that really mean? That's a great question, Anna. So the way that we can even tell that anything is related to something else is through looking at their anatomy and what kind of characteristics that they share.
These are called synapomorphies, traits shared by two or more groups of organisms and derived
It's like a magic word right there.
Ancestor. Like how humans and chimps both have opposable thumbs.
So there's different kinds of dinosaurs, and we can look at the characteristics of birds to figure out exactly what kind of dinosaurs they are. There's actually lots of clues preserved in their bones that show that they are very closely related and that birds are actually dinosaurs.
And we're going to find those today with this. So we couldn't get a turkey. It's not quite Thanksgiving yet, but everything we show you, we promise that you can do at your home.
And anybody guess what this is? I'm guessing it's a Cornish game hen, or it could be Gallus Gallus, the chicken. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, chat. Maybe better. Pheasant of some kind, says Sir Steggles. Okay.
Holiday table with the people that you're celebrating with and explain to them the science of why they're eating a dinosaur.
In the 1860s, scientists unearthed the most famous feathered dinosaur fossil, Archaeopteryx. Early defenders of evolution like Thomas Henry Huxley began to suggest that these extinct reptiles were so similar to birds, they must be related. But the idea didn't really catch on until the 1970s, when new fossils filled in more empty branches on the...
Yeah, this is Microraptor. This wasn't until the 2000s that this was discovered. Maybe 1999? Anyway, that's a little bit misleading, but
dinosaur
whatever.
Family tree. About 250 million years
should have shown
ago,
Deinonychus.
a group called Archosaurs split into crocodilian reptiles and dinosaurs. And a lot of evolution has happened since that split.
Okay, so there are two groups of dinosaurs, and it's the ornithischians and saurischian dinosaurs. And that split happened about 240 million years ago. And the way that we know that birds belong to the saurischian group is mainly because of their hands. So
Wait, hands?
Right.
Birds don't have hands.
Look at this graph.
Sun don't shine. Thank you for showing us that resplendent graph, and thank you even more for your follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Matt RX, I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. I'll be streaming maybe every day this week. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to do a Thanksgiving stream, but we'll see. And Copernicus Cat, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for hitting that follow button, Copernicus Cat. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Birds actually do have hands. They just don't really look like hands anymore. So if you've eaten a chicken wing, or at least held onto a chicken wing, you've been shaking hands with a chicken.
Can we dig into this chicken and check it out?
I think it's time to check it out.
Let's go find that chicken hand.
So these are like the original chicken fingers.
Now, I usually dissect these with my teeth. You're doing it completely differently.
Yeah, so that little skinny part of the wing at the end that you don't
I'm not really a
typically
meat guy.
eat, 'cause there's not much meat on it. That little nubbin is the finger of the chicken that's gotten super reduced.
I accidentally broke off the very tip of the bird finger, but here is like the second digit.
Todd in Minnesota says natural selection can explain the survival of the fittest, but not the arrival of the fittest. Who said that? That's 1,000,000% incorrect. What? Like mutation and recombination of genes explains the, to put it in like a weird way, arrival of the fittest. Todd in Minnesota. We talked about that earlier today, Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like you're just kind of copying and pasting random things, Todd in Minnesota. I don't know who Nilsson is, but They don't know what they're talking about, Todd in Minnesota. They're, yeah. They might as well be shouting, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, or something like that, you know? Anyway, I'm not trying to jump down your throat. He's from Minnesota. No, MacGyver. Lots of cool people are from Minnesota. Yeah. Anyway. And, oh, no, not the Evolution News guy. Oh, boy. I have had some run-ins with that guy on Twitter. He, holy cow, extremely dishonest person. Oh, man, I could tell you stories. I had this long-running dispute with him going way, way back, and he was like, well, he basically, like, threw a huge fit, and, oh, man. Yeah, we go way back. That guy is huge charlatan. But he was like, well, you know, if birds are actually dinosaurs, then you would have a velociraptor with pennaceous feathers. Like, you can't show me that. And then I posted a link to a paper showing that velociraptor had pennaceous feathers. And he's like, it doesn't say the word pennaceous in there. And then I showed him where it said the word pennaceous. And he blocked me after that. Couldn't deal with the truth, you know? That's the thing about creationists, is that when you start off with a false premise and try and fit the world into that, it doesn't go very well for you, you know? And that's the opposite of how science works. In science, we've got another way of doing things. We look at the world around us, we make observations, we study the way that the natural world works, and then we use that to inform the way that we think about things. The whole point of science is to understand how the universe functions. What's true and what's not. We start off from a position of curiosity and open-mindedness. We don't start off from a position of, well, my interpretation of this particular scriptural work says this, and so that must be the world works, and I must conform everything to meet that. No, it's not like that at all. We are students of nature as scientists. We follow the evidence where it leads, with humbleness, with curiosity, with good faith. That's what it means to be a scientist. And that's what people like that guy don't understand. When you're starting off with your conclusion, rather than letting the evidence lead to hypotheses, lead to testing of those hypotheses, and then later leading to conclusions, it just doesn't work. This is what science is all about, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Anywho, you could dig through my Twitter, go way, way, way back, and then find my sparring with this guy, but man, is he a piece of work. Very dishonest person. Yeah. But yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, if you can get something from nothing, that's my basic starting point for everything. Simple logic. I mean, if you want to believe that something came from nothing magically, then you can believe that, Todd in Minnesota. I can't stop you, I suppose. If that's a belief that you hold very strongly, then go ahead, I guess. But that's not necessarily scientific. You know? If that's what you want, then there you go, you know? No, I'm saying you can't get something from nothing. You reached that wrong, lol. So what are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying here. Yeah. I may have tubed wrong too, lol. No worries, no worries. Yeah. Yeah. I think the currently running theory is the matter plus antimatter equals 0, but somehow... I don't know anything about cosmology. We're talking about the origins of the universe at this point? Shoot. It's like, so I'm a paleontologist. You know, I'm a fossil scientist. I study fossils, dinosaurs in particular. That's what I work on, you know? It's like asking, I don't know, asking me about how the universe started would be like asking an art historian, like, well, you know, where did colors come from? You can't tell me that, can you, art historian? I don't believe in art history. It's like, well, an art historian doesn't study where the origin of pigments or like the structure of the human eye or anything like it's completely a different thing, you know? I'm not a physicist, I'm not an astronomer, I'm not a cosmologist. This sort of thing is I am not qualified to talk about at all. It's like it's like a fundamental misunderstanding of how science works to like demand an answer about that from somebody whose field is completely outside of this, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Why Barbie's good? Knife Clan, why Sunset good? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. We're here to talk about the origin of birds. So, I'm kind of eager to get us back to this subject right here. But, yeah. And, Dracolich? I have no idea what you're talking about. FMA... Yeah, you lost me. Sounds interesting, though. Cool. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, the more you know about how creation is wrong, the more you know about how evolution is right, proving through negatives, right? No. Todd in Minnesota, that's the thing, is that as a scientist, me and all other scientists around the world, we're starting out with this idea that's like, we don't know what happened. Let's follow the evidence and see where that leads. And so in the case of the origin of birds, for instance, we can figure out where birds came from by tracing their ancestry backwards. Looking at things like the fossil record, looking at things like the anatomy of modern birds, looking at things like the genome of birds, these different characteristics that they have, you know, in their genetic code. We can compare those to other modern creatures, and we can create a molecular phylogeny. That's how we know that the closest living relatives of birds today are crocodilians. That's how we know that birds form a clade with crocodilians. We can figure out who is in between there, and it was dinosaurs. We can look at the anatomical characteristics of birds and theropod dinosaurs and try and figure out, well, where do birds fit? What makes the most sense based on literally thousands of pieces of data? We can figure out that birds are related to theropods and kind of go from there, you know? Does that make sense? It's following the evidence wherever it leads. In an unflinching, fearless kind of way. You gotta follow the evidence wherever it leads. No matter how much it may ruffle the feathers of people in power. No matter how much it may make people uncomfortable.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur? What?
And not Daniel Mendelsohn. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. That's kind of at the core of paleontology. Is like, back when paleontology was in its very infancy, There is this idea that living things could not go extinct. Like, it's impossible for any species to go extinct. What are you talking about? The very idea is heresy, you know? Almighty God would never let any of his perfect creations cease to exist. Why would you even say that? We should think about banishing you, or burn you at the stake or something like that, you know? Why are you saying something so heterodox? But that's where the evidence led. We now know that, yeah, living things go extinct all the time. You gotta follow the evidence where it leads, you know? Yeah. And very funny Caterpiggle. But yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, reminds me of the story where some military guy lost his plane in the Bermuda Triangle. They ruled he crashed it with no proof, and the family had the conviction overturned to save his good name. The moral of the story is we fill in the gaps of what we don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm not sure what your point in that story is, Todd in Minnesota. But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But, yeah. There you go. There you go, Raisin Delta. I think it's got too many eyes for it to be a dinosaur, Raisin Delta. Don't they have 72 eyes or something like that? In the Bible? I'm not even sure. Let's continue.
The very, very tip of the finger.
That's a tiny bird finger.
So I'm going to let you hold
Thank
that
you.
as well.
With the first digit, the second digit, and the third digit.
Here we go. There's a beautiful turkey skeleton
bird
there.
fingers inside a wing narrows down which group of dinosaurs birds descended from. The second finger is longest in birds and in Saurischian dinosaurs.
That's a big way that we know that birds belong to the Saurischian group as opposed to the Ornithischian group.
So birds are Saurischian dinosaurs, but are all Saurischian dinosaurs birds?
No.
No, they're not. That's a great question. So even within Saurischian dinosaurs, as we're walking up this dinosaur family tree, there's another group that branches off, and we can tell which one birds are part of. And it's the theropod dinosaurs.
Yep, because they've got a wishbone.
That is the biggest clue of theropod dinosaurs is something that you've probably played a little game with after your Thanksgiving dinner, the wishbone, right here.
The furcula.
I think it's time to dissect a wishbone.
What does the wishbone do? Does it serve a...
It's an anchor for flight muscles, basically.
Else?
Yeah,
Well, it helps birds get their wishes.
Right, of course.
Besides...
Oh, and let's see. Todd in Minnesota says, my point is dinosaurs might be birds, but I can't say that with conviction. I mean, we've been studying this problem for about 150 years, Todd in Minnesota, and in science, we can never say anything with 1,000,000%. Well, no, that's not even true. We can say some things with 1,000,000% conviction. We're at 999,999% conviction that birds are dinosaurs at this point. There's zero good alternatives for the other origins of birds. Like, birds... If birds are not dinosaurs, and you've got to explain why you've got all of these different feathered dinosaur groups that look exactly like birds, it would be you'd have to tell an extraordinary tale of, you know, just absolute magical craziness for birds to not be dinosaurs at this point. You know? No, but no wings, feathers, but no. So Todd, this is what I'm talking about. Is lots of dinosaur groups had wings, including Velociraptor, legitimately had wings. This is what I'm talking about. Is like, this is why we're so sure of this. I know you're not aware of this yet, but this is why I'm doing this. This is why I'm talking about this sort of thing. We know that Velociraptor had feathers and had wings. It was not a flying dinosaur, but it had wings. We have a number of different groups of dinosaurs that had wings like this. Dromaeosaurs like Velociraptor, and the other Dromaeosaurids. So the raptors of Jurassic Park fame are Dromaeosaurids. And I'm trying to find... I just brought this up the other day on Google Images, and now it doesn't want to open. Whatever. Oh, goodness, that's annoying. But yeah, there's some beautiful Dromaeosaurids, members of the raptor family. Jurassic Park popularized the term raptor for these dinosaurs. We as paleontologists call them Dromaeosaurs. So the one that's jumping there at the far end, that's Deinonychus. That's the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame. We know these animals had wings, even though they were too big to fly. Except for maybe little Microraptor right up there. May have been a glider, may have even had powered flight. We're not totally sure. But yeah. These creatures had wings. They're extraordinarily close to birds. In fact, we're not 100% sure that they're not birds. These are dinosaurs that are so close to birds that they might actually be birds. Like, at some point, the distinction between bird and dinosaur becomes so fuzzy that it almost doesn't even matter anymore. This is what I'm talking about, is... these are extraordinarily bird-like creatures. They have literally almost every single feature, or they have every single feature that you would consider a bird trait. So it almost becomes arbitrary where you draw the line between bird and dinosaur. If you were to encounter this animal in the wild, if you were to travel back and see this dromaeosaurid, 90 million years ago, 70 million years ago, you would legitimately just think it was a bird. So yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, sometimes the best person to ask isn't the expert, it's the critic. This is because we cannot all know who the experts are. Todd in Minnesota, well, in science we have this thing called consensus. It takes an expert to judge an expert. Ask another expert, Todd in Minnesota. Go talk to another dinosaur paleontologist. Go talk to another ornithologist and ask them what they think. What you shouldn't do is go, like you've been doing in Googling creationist websites, to look way on the fringe of things, If you've got a question about the composition of moon rocks, you want to know what kinds of minerals rocks on the moon are made out of. You could talk to geologists, planetary geologists, astronomers, or you could talk to some kook on the internet who thinks that the moon is made of cheese, They'll give you a wildly different answer, but there is a reason that they're way over on the fringe, So yeah, I don't know. It is the I did my own research trope, finder keeper. And I'm not trying to jump down your throat, Todd in Minnesota. I'm really not. We're hoping to bring you into the light here, This is the thing. You talk to paleontologists like me, talk to any other paleontologist, talk to ornithologists, talk to other biologists. They'll tell you the same thing. There's a reason that we've come to this conclusion, that birds are living dinosaurs. And it's because, holy cow, all of the evidence points in that direction. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, unless I myself become an expert, I can never know who is right. Here's your opportunity to become an expert, to read about these things, If you want to be in the 99.999th percentile of all humanity and understanding the origin of birds, you could do that in like a couple of days. You could learn about this. You could read the relevant literature. You could start in places like Wikipedia and then actually dive down into the original scientific literature and read those papers after you learn the terminology. You can become an expert in this. This is the wonder of the internet nowadays, is the wealth of human knowledge is available to you at your fingertips at any given moment. We're living in a remarkable time in human history where you can literally become an expert in different subjects as long as you've got the discernment to be able to tell what is good information and who's trying to sell you a bridge, you know? Because there are a lot of people in the world who would love to sell you. Look at this beautiful bridge right here. This can be yours for the low, low price of $999,999. And I'll sign you over a deed to this bridge. You do have to follow the money to a certain extent. And figure out who's got an agenda here. And that kind of discernment comes with time. It comes with experience. It comes with developing like a skeptical mindset here. And those are kind of at the core of becoming a scientist, you know? So yeah. Yeah. I'll give you $350, best I can do. Is that in cash, Caterpillar? No, I'm not gonna take your money. Is that an NFT? Yeah. Do you see the apes there, HD? Yeah. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, well, I just break their arguments down, and if there is a logical fallacy, I can see past the incorrect facts they claim. Logic is my core facts. That doesn't actually work, though, Todd in Minnesota. It doesn't. Oftentimes, and I'm going to tell you this from somebody who has done speech and debate before. Well, actually, I guess it's just debate. It wasn't really speech. But sometimes the whole logical fallacy thing is just an excuse that people use to hide their own bad arguments. Sometimes the people who are the quickest to say, oh, that's an ad hominem fallacy, or that's a genetic fallacy, or this is this is begging the question. Those are sometimes people who don't have the facts on their side. That's why they have to study the intricacies of debate terminology like this, is because they don't actually have the facts on their side. So they see this as like a shortcut, a cheat code, in order to be able to like shut down the other person's argument without actually understanding the facts, without actually doing their homework in a given field. And so you see this a lot among creationists, who they'll be like, well, that's a logical fallacy. That's an ad hominem that you're going to say that Kent Hovind, the creationist, is a convicted felon and lied to the authorities and smuggled guns and all this other stuff. And it's like, well, sure, you could say that's an ad hominem fallacy. Okay. But, like, the truth is, that creationist guy did go to federal prison for money laundering and, like, weapons charges and... was it racketeering? I forget. Anyway. Like, sometimes, like, learning all of the logical fallacy arguments are just a... Sometimes it's just a smokescreen, you know? Because you're not actually talking about the substance of the argument. You're not talking about what the actual facts are. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. It's... Yeah. And Soundbites WPR. I'm not, I hope you're not caught behind the ad right now, but Soundbites, I'm not actually a Lance Corporal in the Marines. Soundbites. This is a military surplus shirt. I haven't had time to remove the patch yet. It's a new shirt. I wear military surplus shirts in the field because they're high quality and they don't fall apart in the field, all that good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Raisin Delta says a Pegasus wouldn't be a dinosaur, right? It'd still be a kind of horse. It all depends on whether it evolved from a horse or whether it evolved from a bird, Raisin Delta. What we classified living things on is not necessarily based on features that they have. The features that they have should point to their ancestry. Their ancestry is what actually matters. So yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to our video here before we get too far off the rails. Let's continue.
Helping all their dreams come true. Their furcula is actually
There we go.
Dissect a wishbone.
Wishbone, the furcula
What
of
does
these
the
animals.
wishbone do? Does it serve a purpose for flight or for something else?
Yeah, well, it helps birds get their wishes.
Right, of course. Besides
Very funny,
dreams
yes.
come true, their furcula is actually support for the flight muscles.
A wishbone, or furcula, is actually a bird's collarbones, but instead of two separate collarbones like we...
So yeah, your clavicles right there, you can feel them right here. If you run your hands along this part of your body right here, you can feel your collarbones right there. They kind of stick up right here. There's your collarbones. Birds have that too, but they're fused together in birds. They're also fused together in theropod dinosaurs. That's, I think, the only other group of dinosaurs apart from aves, birds, where the collarbones are fused together like that. Well, there's probably some other groups where that's independently evolved, like turtles. But anyway, it doesn't look the same in any other group of animals, except for birds and theropods.
We have, theirs is fused into one. Wishbones have only been found in birds and theropod dinosaurs.
There you
like
go.
Allosaurus. And they draw a clear line from those extinct creatures to our modern feathered friends.
Let's get this wishbone out here in one piece. Oh, this is nerve-wracking. I got it.
Bravo.
So all birds will have a form of this.
Yep.
And all of the dinosaurs in this part of the tree also had something like this.
Right, we found...
Yep, and shoot, somebody type in the turkey command again, because we actually have this on our diagram there. Yeah. Murph says, when did they find the first dinosaur wishbones? That's an excellent question, Murph. A fantastic question, actually. The first dinosaur wishbone that I know of was found in 1922. We actually just looked at that original paper a little while ago. It's the same paper that describes Velociraptor. Anyway, there's the wishbone in the turkey. That's number 8 right there. 8 wishbone. Yeah. It's also in Velociraptor. But the wishbone was first dug up, I guess, in Oviraptor. Oviraptor. This critter. Way back in 1922. Or was it 23? Anyway, it would not actually be recognized as a wishbone. It was misidentified in the skeleton. It was misidentified until like the 1990s or something like that. It was misidentified as a rib. So this was a huge deal when they finally realized, oh shoot, this is a wishbone. Because that was one of the clinchers for the bird-dinosaur link. Prior to that, some people had said, well, dinosaurs have never been found with a wishbone. And so it must be another group of animals that birds evolved from. Something more similar to a crocodile. And then once we found the first one in the dinosaurs, suddenly we started finding them everywhere. Nobody had really known how to interpret these bones before. I think we actually have a figure about that right here. I just got this book recently. If you're looking for a book on the origin of birds, like one singular book about this, I'd really recommend this one by Luis Chiappe, Glorified Dinosaurs. Look that up there. Yeah. Potted Minnesota says, I thought ribs were like easy to identify. I mean, it's easy to just throw something away and say that's a rib. Nobody pays attention to ribs because they're not very helpful in terms of identification. You can't really do great science. Well, I guess you can do good science on ribs, but like, nobody thinks to. Ribs get taken for granted. So if somebody sees something and they say that's a rib, it gets ignored. Ribs are a really, really easy thing to just kind of ignore. There it is. Yeah. Here we go. When in 1924, paleontologist Henry Fairfield Osborn described Oviraptor. I'm trying to focus this for you. A then newly discovered theropod dinosaur from the Gobi Desert, he confused its wishbone for another bone, a rib. The existence of wishbones in theropods was overlooked for many decades, and their assumed absence was the key argument against the theropod origin of birds. And there is a modified illustration from Osborne's 1924 paper. The same paper that Velociraptor was described in, actually. We talked about this recently, if you saw that. It was last Tuesday? Anyway, there is the wishbone right there. It's really easy to lose among these other bones, but here it's highlighted in red. Osborne didn't realize that that was a wishbone. If he had that insight back then, holy cow, it would have been like 50 years earlier that we'd realized that birds were living dinosaurs. But Henry Fairfield Osborne honestly was not a very good scientist in a lot of ways. He was a top-notch museum administrator. He was very well respected in the field. Kind of a third-rate scientist, honestly. Yeah. Made a lot of mistakes. Missed a lot of stuff. And man, he had some pretty backwards and frankly racist ideas about human evolution. If he were a better scientist, he wouldn't have had those ideas in the first place. He was letting his personal prejudices dictate his conclusions in a lot of ways. Henry Fairfield Osborne was a person who he believed that like there's no way in the world that humanity could have originated in Asia, or excuse me, in Africa. Excuse me. He thought it must have been in Asia instead, because he was like really racist against Africans. It's a long story, but anyway, he was Osborne was kind of a piece of work in a lot of ways. That's the guy who named Velociraptor and Oviraptor and Tyrannosaurus Rex, all named by Henry Fairfield Osborne. Yeah. Filmsy says, I studied soil science. You can only imagine the ignorance in that field. I've talked to some soil scientists before, Filmsy, yeah. Yeah. Being in the earth science department at Montana State when I was, there were some soil scientists there, and I'd talk with them sometimes. Yeah. Todd in Minnesota says, ask him if he was a third-rate scientist, he would say no. No, that doesn't matter. What matters is we can evaluate what he wrote back then and his ideas, and realize that he was not thinking very scientifically. Science, in a way, is built on consensus, you know? Science is not an individual endeavor. It's something that we all do together. It's a collective effort, you know? Yeah, which scientists do I listen to? My answer is none of them. Scientists can give you answers, but only science can give you the truth. It's the same thing, Todd. Science and scientists are the same thing. Science is not some lofty, glowing thing, you know, levitating above a meadow somewhere. You know? Science is what scientists do. It's a process. It's not... Don't think of it as a body of knowledge or a dusty book on a shelf somewhere that's some collection of facts. It's a process. It's the conclusions that we come to after rigorous testing, and those conclusions are always tenable. They're always tenuous. Further testing might destroy them. If we're going to think about science as a body of knowledge, it's something that scientists... Oh, an Optimus Kale, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's something that's ever-evolving, ever-changing. We're always finding new data, testing old ideas, destroying old paradigms with new data. Like these ideas of Henry Fairfield Osborne, which now we realize were wrong. You know? If you're trying to evaluate science, talk to scientists, you know? Talk to people who actually work in that field, people who have published in that field. If you're really, really interested in a specific scientific discipline, like, say, dinosaur paleontology, say, the origin of birds, if you really want to figure out what's what in that discipline, Start talking to people in that field. And if you don't trust me, Todd in Minnesota, that's fine. Go talk to some other dinosaur paleontologists. See what they think. Try and understand, like, what the general feeling is in that discipline. And you'll start to develop a feeling for what the consensus is, you know? I recognize that a lot of people in the general public hate this idea. It terrifies them to the very core of their being that there's any kind of uncertainty in the world. But there's uncertainty in science, you know? We don't have all of the answers. We don't claim to. We're scientists. We're not politicians or philosophers or theologians. We don't claim that, oh yes, this is absolute truth, handed down from on high, and you must believe it. We're not in that business as scientists. We follow where the evidence leads, and what we hold as true today, it could be disproved in the future. There's always that chance that new evidence will emerge and will challenge the ideas that we think are true today. But the thing is, the more we test these ideas and try and tear them apart, and they don't fall apart because the evidence actually supports them, well, the higher the likelihood is that that thing is true. And the origin of birds from dinosaurs is one of these things, where it's been tested from every which way, and so far it is held firm. It has not fallen apart. And each new fossil that we find, each way of testing that we find to try and tear this apart that doesn't work, each new fossil that we find that turns out supports this, makes this even stronger. The origin of birds from dinosaurs is one of the most well-supported ideas in all of paleontology today. That's why there's a general consensus around it. I suppose tomorrow morning somebody could go out and find the fossil of a feathered, winged crocodilian relative. And holy cow, would that really shake things up? That could mean that crocodiles actually evolved from the birds actually evolved from a crocodile-like ancestor. But that hasn't happened. Even after a century and a half of people looking for that kind of thing, it hasn't happened. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow, but I'm not going to bet on it. The case that birds evolved from dinosaurs is extraordinarily strong. It could always fall apart with future fossil discoveries, but so far all the fossils that we found support this idea. So that's kind of where we stand. Yeah. But yeah. Which is why with all these facts, I haven't checked them. Yeah. And science can be a verb or a noun or an adjective depending on context. Sure, Todd, yeah, I agree. Yeah. If it doesn't work, it's physics. There you go. Anyway, let's get back to our video here. Talking about the wishbone. The only other group of animals except for birds that has a wishbone is non-avian theropod dinosaurs.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking. I got it.
Bravo.
So all birds will have a form of this, and all of the dinosaurs in this part of the tree also had something like this.
Right, we found a furcula in most theropod dinosaurs fossils that we found around the world. So
we'll save this.
The furcula itself is very delicate, very easily breakable, and it's very easily misidentified as other parts of the skeleton. So a dinosaur's got to be really, really complete before we find a furcula in it. So there's probably fewer than 100 different dinosaur species that have been actually found with furculae. But that's just because most dinosaur specimens are extremely incomplete. But we now understand that furculae are a theropod thing. They belong to theropod dinosaurs. It's like at the base of Theropoda. And Coelophysis, this dinosaur right here, you might remember it from Walking with Dinosaurs. This dinosaur, I think, is the earliest one that we know of that has a furcula, because we've got some very complete skeletons of this animal. this is a really famous one right here. You see casts of this in museums all around the world. You see it in textbooks and illustrations and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, there you go. Coelophysis. So we've got a preserved wishbone of this creature, so we know that even at the near the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs, because Coelophysis is one of the earliest theropods we have, theropods had a wishbone. So yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Todd in Minnesota says, I heard they found seeds in dinosaur stomachs and they were able to grow them still. They were alive. That's not true. Who told you that, Todd in Minnesota? They did not know what they're talking about. No. That's not true. Sorry, you're getting... That's some bad information you got there. Sorry. Yeah. Anywho, and shoot, my earbud is starting to die on me. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours at this point. Holy cow. Yeah. And yeah, look that up, Todd, because you'll find it's not true. Believe me. That would be an we have a phrase, a saying in the sciences and other learning fields that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And I and everybody else here in chat would have probably heard about that if that were true, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue with our video here.
For later. Fossil wishbones are one of the most important pieces of evidence we have that birds descended from theropod dinosaurs.
So actually, one of the similarities between birds and theropods and how we know birds are theropod dinosaurs is inside their bones. This is another one of those tibiotarsus bones.
Drumstick bones.
Drumstick bones. And I have channeled all of my rage and broken this one in half. You can see that the walls of the bone is very thin and basically hollow. So when people say, oh, birds have hollow bones, that's what they mean. There's a very little spongy bone on the inside, and it's just a very thin wall, which makes it easier for them to fly.
Theropod dinosaurs have these hollow bones too. So did that help them be like more agile, you know, go in for more Jurassic Park type kills?
It's great. That's a great question because theropods had a lot of the characteristics that modern birds do, but they didn't fly. So.
Oh, and Todd in Minnesota says National Geographic legit. So you're claiming that this link that you've posted shows that the seeds found in the stomach of a dinosaur skeleton later, when planted, they grew. Is that what you're saying here? 32,000 years. So that's not a dinosaur, Todd in Minnesota. That would be... Dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago, except for birds. 32,000 years ago is nothing. It's literally just 32,000 years ago. The last of the non-avian dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
These characteristics must have been helpful for them to do other things, and hunting is definitely one of them.
That's a cool thing about evolution is that something that could have helped theropods that didn't fly in one way, like birds could have taken advantage of that in a completely different way as lightweight for flight, right?
Exactly. So
and that is cool that I don't want to downplay that. Caterpillar, thank you. 32,000 years is really impressive for a seed to be able to germinate if it's that old. And what was this? Let me actually click the link from Todd here. Here we go. 32,000-year-old plant brought back to life, oldest yet. That is extraordinary. That's very, very cool. Yeah, but 32,000 years ago is still from the Pleistocene. That's from... Here we go. Let's bring this to linear time. The end of the age of dinosaurs is right here, 66 million years ago. Dinosaurs first evolved here in the middle Triassic, about 240 million years ago, give or take. So there you go. This is to scale. 32,000 years ago would be within the black pixels at the top of this. You know, basically. It's within the Pleistocene, the very, very top of that, up there. Yeah. So, again, dinosaurs died out, at the end of the Cretaceous period, except for birds. 32,000 years ago would be up inside here. Oh, yeah. I retract my claim. Thank you for being honest about that, Todd. I appreciate that. Yeah. Something vaguely remember? There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Todd in Minnesota, for being honest about that. We appreciate that, like a scientist. You know? Thank you for being honest about it. You know, you do what you can under pressure? Yeah. Yeah. So that is indeed how science works, Sir Steggles and Kenzie. Honesty is best policy? Agreed. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Within theropods, as we're going down the family tree, there's more branches, and the way that we can tell which one birds fall in is how many fingers they have.
So our chicken, we've got 1, 2, 3 fingers.
Around 200 million years ago, theropods split. One branch kept 4 or even 5 fingers, but a branch called Tetanurae all descended from an ancestor with just 3 fingers. Our bird, 3 fingers. Later, some tetanurans, like
this is a good video,
even lost an additional finger, going from 3 to 2. Poor T-Rex.
So to get to the next identifying characteristic of this bird, we're really going to have to dig in there.
I'm just ripping just parts off here. This is fun. It's like the Brain Scoop crossed with a cooking show right now.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this entire scene is so macabre.
It's so bad.
The darkest Thanksgiving. Again, you can do any of this with a turkey. It's just going to be a lot messier.
And if you want to do this with a turkey on this Thursday, on Thanksgiving coming up, feel free to use the turkey diagram that I put together for you. Somebody type in the turkey command there. And, yeah. This is something I've created especially for you, chat. Did it a couple years ago. I'll do it myself. There we go. So feel free to download this infographic, print it out. Bring this with you to Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday. If you celebrate Thanksgiving. Sorry, not to be too America-centric here, United Statesian. But this can be your dissection guide when you're talking about this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Ladina, you're good. Not sure the relatives would like you doing it, so ask first. Probably good etiquette there, Patrick Crusader. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And Dunpeelator says, what is Maastrichtian? I know it's a city in my country, but it's also an era. It's an epoch, or a geologic stage. Let's talk about that. So, this is the chronostratigraphic chart. Charting different geological times throughout Earth history. And it goes back way, way, way far. This is 4,600 million years ago, 4.6 billion. About the beginnings of life on Earth. You go up through time. And there you go. The Maastrichtian is right here. It's a like subset of the Upper Cretaceous period. So the Maastrichtian is right here. It goes from 72.1 to 66 million years ago. And it's really special because the asteroid hits at the very end of the Maastrichtian. That's what ends the age of the dinosaurs. Except for, you know, birds survive that. They're the only dinosaurs that survive the end Cretaceous extinction event at the end of the Maastrichtian. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. It's good stuff. And if we want to look it up, I'm sure there's a good Wikipedia article on it. Maastrichtian is the 6th and last stage of the Cretaceous period. Yeah. Good stuff. It's pretty important to understand. I've done a lot of digging in the Maastrichtian. The very end of the age of dinosaurs. That's when some of your favorite dinosaurs like T-Rex And Pachycephalosaurus, you know. Pachycephalosaurus right here is also from the Maastrichtian. And Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, one of my favorite dinosaurs, also from the Maastrichtian. These are the last of the dinosaurs except for birds. The last of the non-avian dinosaurs. The dinosaurs, you know? They lived during the Maastrichtian. Yeah. I've never been to Maastricht. I've never been to the Netherlands, Dunbeal Hunter. No. Not yet. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. You like the Ankylosaurus? It's a cool dinosaur, Melted Jedi. One of the coolest, maybe. It's in the at least the top 500 coolest dinosaurs, I would say. Yeah. Todd says, is that heavy? No, not really. It's, you know, it's 3D printed, so it's hollow on the inside. It's a lot lighter than, say, this Allosaurus skull over here. Holy cow. This is a lot heavier. For sure. It's also a lot earlier in time. Allosaurus is from the end of the Jurassic period. Died out about 142 million years ago, something like that. So it's from a lot earlier in time than Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah, but this is a big one. Pretty large. I'm gonna go put this away. Yeah. Anyway, and yeah, these are 3D prints. And by the way, ooh, our Paleontologizing logo is finished printing. Let me grab that off of the print bed there. Check that out. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, check that out. Nice. This is going to be lovely for my new office setup when I move. Or I could even put this up. I can put this up now, I suppose. Back here, for once, I wasn't printing a fossil replica. Printing something else, but yeah, nice. I'm excited about this. Very nice. Yeah. Not quite in focus yet. There we go, that's better. Not too shabby. Yeah. Ah, I'm happy about that. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. And excellent idea. Thank you, Golganek, I appreciate that. Yeah, totally tubular Tima. Thank you. That'll be really neat. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, do you need like a permit in some place to keep fossils? So, in the United States, if a fossil is found on public land, it belongs to the public. It belongs to the people at large. It belongs, you know... It belongs in a museum! In a museum. On private land, it's... people can do whatever they want with it on private land here in the U.S. Which I think... oh, shoot. I just lost... my earbud just died. Hang on a sec. Plug that in and switch to backup. I've been streaming for too long today. 6 hours at this point. Yeah. We're on backup power now. Backup headphones. Anyway, in other countries where governments are more receptive to the idea of fossils being part of our collective natural heritage, rather than, like, the property of any one individual person. You know, countries that are more committed to, like, preserving their natural heritage. All scientifically important specimens belong to the people. They belong to science. They belong to the public. So yeah. Yeah. DJ Danny in the house. Dinosaur Dave, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. And Kenzie Sanderson says if I found a dinosaur skull, I'd keep it and tell no one? It's too cool to give away? No, the thing is, Kenzie Sanderson, if you were to actually find a dinosaur skull, even if it's like on your own private land, and you were to tell the paleontologists at a museum about it, so they were able to go dig it up properly and bring it to the museum, they might name it after you. Like, that happens all the time. There are so many different dinosaurs that are named after landowners, where somebody had the goodness in their heart to donate something to science, and then they achieve a level of immortality that other people could only dream of because they have a new species or even a new genus named after them. So yeah, Kenzie Sandersaurus, says Raisin Delta, yeah. 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 I mean, that's way cooler than just having some dusty dinosaur skull on your fireplace or whatever. The fossils that I have here are cool, but they're 3D printed. The originals of these are in museums where they belong, you know? Yeah. Here, we watched this last week, but let's take a look again. Check this out.
Powered by the Montana Television Network. The 10 o'clock news continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their private land north of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past 35 years. One section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
Yep. So, this is what I was doing in the summer of 2017, if anybody was wondering. No, that's not me right there in the blue shirt. You'll see.
At Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur. Husband and wife paleontologists Liz and Denver were taking students on a field
Yep, you might recognize them from the welcome video earlier.
trip in the coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be. But we found its head, we found parts of its
most important
armor
part
and
is the head.
plates. And so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom of it
Yep.
down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens.
There's a tibia right there.
To the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored
Oh, I did not have very much time to do this illustration. I didn't know that a news crew would be arriving, and I didn't have proper art supplies or anything. I had a fountain pen and a lined notebook, so I just quickly doodled this. But they used it in the final cut for this news piece, so whatever, yeah. It's a nodosaurid, so a tail clubless ankylosaur.
dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students.
So this is Dan and Lila Redding. These are the real heroes in this story. Not only did they let paleontologists explore on their land for free for the past 35 years, 40 years at this point, 40 plus years. There are, I think, like 4 different species, new species of dinosaur that have been named off of their land so far. This is going to be another one. And this one is going to be named after them. Probably. No promises. I'm not lead author on that project. But, yeah. This is a wonderful example of, like, what warms my heart as a dinosaur paleontologist is when private landowners, they could sell these fossils to the highest bidder. You know, somebody from Abu Dhabi could purchase them for $500,000 or whatever, and then just have like some chintzy thing on their mantelpiece. Or these fossils could be brought to a museum, could benefit science as a whole, could, you know, think about all the school children who are going to be super excited to learn about a new kind of ankylosaur. Think about Liz in Denver, who are going to be able to publish this paper. Think about, like, the prestige that that's going to bring to their museum. And also the museum in Rudyard, in the town that Dan and Lila reside in. You know, do you want a quick buck? Or do you want to advance the field of paleontology and to do something for the good of humanity? You know? That's what they chose, Dan and Lila, and huge paleo salute to them for that.
Property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students, and the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be bringing the skeleton back to Dickinson Museum Center within the week. Over the next few years, they will clean, study, and make copies of the skeleton. Near Rudyard, Josh Meny, MTN News.
Very, very cool. So yeah, and that's not water, that's glue. That's what we call Vinac. It's polyvinyl acetate glue that we put over the fossils. It soaks into them and kind of strengthens them from the inside, so they don't crumble to dust as soon as we dig them up. These things have been in the ground for 79 million years. It's important to make sure that they don't just when they hit the air, you know? So yeah, anyway. And McKeegan Brothers. Can't say I do. Drekulich, no. Yeah. And Kenzie says that where I live, I probably won't find any dinosaurs since I'm on where the Western Interior Seaway was. There are a few dinosaurs that drifted out to sea back then and were preserved in ocean bottom sediments. Kenzie Sanderson, places like Kansas and Nebraska. Yeah. Even California. It's not in the Western Interior Sea, but California was underwater for much of the Cretaceous period. The few dinosaurs that we do have here were ones that died, they got washed out to sea, and sometimes they're like covered in mollusks. Aletta pelta, which is our Californian ankylosaur. Yeah. This critter. Aletta pelta. Here is the specimen at the San Diego Museum of Natural History. And there's clams stuck to it. Clams, bivalves, I don't know the exact molluscan terminology, but there's mollusks stuck to its skeleton right there. You can see some of them right there. It sort of became an artificial reef for a while after it sank down to the bottom of the ocean before it was buried and fossilized. Got a little clammy. There you go, Caterpillar. Yeah. And yeah, Boreala pelta, another example of an ankylosaur that washed out to sea, sank and got buried. Yeah. Were they eating it? No, those clams were just, you know, they were preserved there on the bones. So this thing was already skeletonized at that point. Yeah, and Kunbarosaurus is Kunbarosaurus also a marine ankylosaur, huh? Dinosaur. I mean, it was found in marine sediments. I don't mean it lived in a marine environment. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Beth kinda sorta, welcome. Yeah, we're streaming a little late today. Let's finish this video talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds. Let's continue.
Okay, so we know that birds are tetanurans, but is that the last branch, or can we get like even more specific?
We can get even more specific. There's a few more branches to go before we get to what we call crown birds or living birds. And birds are a specific type of theropod called Maniraptoran theropods. So Maniraptora, one of the characteristics of this group is that the hips point backwards.
Specifically, the rearward tilted bone is a part of the pelvis called the pubis.
Yep. And so this is something that you can see in this diagram as well. That backwards pointing pubis right there, I think is number 4? Hip structure. Backward pointing pubic bone is characteristic of Maniraptorans like Velociraptor. See, it's all here. You know, type in the turkey command if you want to view this and download it and print it before Thanksgiving. That's what I made it for, you know? It's all in here. This is good stuff.
We got our backward-facing pelvis for the Maniraptorans.
Pubis, backward-facing pubis.
Yeah, so there's aviale. So Aves is part of aviale. Aves is modern birds.
And interesting that here they've chosen Dromaeosauridae to be the sister group to Avialae and not Troodontidae. We've got 2 major contenders for like who is the closest dinosaur group to birds. Is it the Dromaeosaurids or is it the Troodontids? And here they say Dromaeosaurids. I kind of wonder if it's actually the Troodontids, but yeah.
And a big difference between the kinds of theropod dinosaurs that you're probably envisioning in your head, like Velociraptor, and birds, is a tail. So birds actually do not have tails. This little bit at the end represents what's left of the dinosaur tail, called a pygostyle.
So the pygostyle is the last remnants of a long, fluffy, feathered theropod tail. And
we were actually talking about this earlier with Dana Rashid and the Dino Chicken Project when we were talking about ankylosing spondylitis with those vertebrae fusing up. In order to get a chicken to lengthen its tail, become more like a dromaeosaur with this long tail like this, Dana Rashid was hoping to figure out how to get the vertebrae to unfuse. And so if she can figure out how to do that, that might be a potential cure for ankylosing spondylitis, like we were talking about earlier. So it could be that, like, dinosaur paleontology might lead to the curing of a really awful human disease. That would be really, really cool. It'd be an unexpected benefit from studying dinosaurs. But, in fact, I'm tempted to pull up that video again. Let's see here.
Dinosaurs. I've been working with Jack Horner on this project, the Dino Chicken Project.
Talking about the
pygostyle?
pygostyle?
Inspired by the Jurassic Park movies. Jack is famous for saying, "Why don't we turn a chicken into a dinosaur? Why not?" He surmised that we could learn a heck of a lot about dinosaur to bird evolution, and as usual, he was right. But there's a lot to study here, because we're looking at about 150 million years of evolutionary change between what is generally regarded as the first bird, Archaeopteryx, my favorite dinosaur, and say a modern chicken. Because there's a lot to study, we had to narrow it down.
Patrick Crusader says, do we know when birds evolved to become mostly smaller happened? I mean, a big part of that was the extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period, where only small creatures survived, basically. So the smaller birds are the ones that survived. Larger birds died out. That's part of it. And also, the lineage of birds that survived were the volant birds, birds that could fly. And generally, if you're going to fly, you're going to be a little bit smaller, you know? How, like, maybe a cardinal is smaller than an ostrich? it takes a lot more effort to become really big as a flying bird. If you're gonna fly, it helps to be small and lightweight. So that's a big part of it, Patrick Crusader. Yeah.
We decided to start with bird tail evolution.
There we go.
In
Yeah.
the Jurassic and Cretaceous, the most primitive birds had long, reptilian-like tails. But about 130 million years ago, the fossil record shows a sudden appearance of short-tailed birds. Long and short-tailed birds coexisted for a couple million years, but since then, all birds have had this modern tail configuration. There are
So this is the pygostyle, like we were talking about.
fewer vertebrae in the tail, and the vertebrae at the end are all fused together into a structure called the pygostyle.
Yep.
This modern tail has been hugely advantageous for birds, with improvements to flight lift and aerodynamics, and concomitant changes in tail feathers likely impacted sexual selection. Female birds seem to think that male birds with striking tail feather displays are pretty shiny. So, how do we study bird tail evolution, or really any event that occurred millions of years ago? For this, we use a strategy called Evo-Devo,
There we go.
evolutionary developmental biology. We are currently at an incredible crossroads in science, where multiple fields are converging together to give us unprecedented understanding of biology. Paleontology is no exception. We can now combine paleontology and developmental biology.
So remember when I was talking about how in paleontology we collaborate with researchers in other fields, and like paleontology is such a broad field that you've got to have all these different lines of evidence that you kind of bring together. This is a beautiful example of that.
There's no exception. We can now combine paleontology and developmental biology to understand not just what happened and when, but now we can understand how something happened.
Which is so cool.
So using Evo-Devo, where do we start? We start with the fossil record. The fossil record shows us that about 130 million years ago, there was an abrupt transition of long to short tails, and despite lots and lots of searching, no one has ever found a Cretaceous intermediate form, like a bird with a short tail without a pygostyle, without that fusion of vertebrae at the end.
So anyway, if you want to find out the end of this story, well, here is a link right there. We got to finish this one, though. This is that pygostyle like we were talking about. Yeah.
Your head, like Velociraptor, and birds is a tail. So birds actually do not have tails. This little bit at the end
Got a pygostyle instead.
What's left of the dinosaur tail, called a pygostyle.
So the pygostyle is the last remnants of a long, fluffy,
Henrietta, thank you.
feathered
Welcome.
theropod tail.
Good to have you here.
It narrows down the bird-dinosaur family tree even further. So, birds are avian, maniraptoran, tetanurine, theropod dinosaurs.
Yep.
And these anatomical features are just a few of the similarities that scientists have used to place birds in the dinosaur family tree.
There you go.
There's even more.
Bingo.
From the shape of their necks, to their weird feet, to, yes, even feathers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, my holiday dinner is never gonna be the same. It's gonna be way awesomer and a little grosser, but that's okay.
So if you want to do this at home, you definitely can. And if you want to learn more, there's links in the description.
Yeah,
You know-
or use my your turkey is a dinosaur diagram that I made for you.
We've taken a deep dive inside of a dinosaur to see what makes them what they are. But what were they like on the outside? And what did they act like?
That is an excellent question. And if you want to learn a little bit more about what colors dinosaurs were and maybe even what sounds they made, head over to my channel where Joe and I...
Yeah, anyway. Good stuff. I'll give you a link to this video too. I'm glad we finally got through that. It's been a rollicking discussion today, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed. I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours at this point. It's probably about time that I wrap this up. And Patrick Crusader says, I've learned so much since I started watching Denny. Oh, Patrick, thank you. Before that, I thought dinosaurs evolved to birds after the extinction event as a way to survive, but it was much earlier. Much, much earlier. Holy cow. Birds were already flying around doing their thing like, what, 90 million years before the extinction of the dinosaurs? Except for birds? And Murph, look at this beautiful bird here. A rather basal or primitive bird, the tinamou. can offer us all kinds of different clues about what the earliest birds would have been like, and their dinosaurian ancestors, too. And, uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Murph, thank you very, very much for those 10 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. We are, we're gonna wrap this up. I've got to make myself some dinner, and I've got to get ready for tomorrow. Murph, thank you for gifting Henrida. Henrida, I hope you'll show up tomorrow, too, now that you've got a gift sub. Murph. Thank you. I appreciate that. No more ads for Henrida or those 10 other folks that you just gifted subs to, Murph. Thank you very, very much for that. Excellent. Good stuff. Well, time for me to wrap this thing up, so let's pull up Archaeopteryx to run our credits over again. And let's find somebody else to raid out to. Don't go away just yet, chat. Let's see who else is doing some science on Twitch at the moment. Let's see if we can pass the science love along. Well, well, well. Let's go right into science streams, shall we? We'll go see what our geneticist friend Balint is up to. Microscopy Monday, he's going to be looking through the microscope. Probably that's some fossil amber specimens. Cool stuff. So if you've got any further science questions, stick around. Balint is a fellow scientist, a molecular and systems biologist, an ant geneticist. Does all kinds of cool stuff. So you're in for a treat, everybody. Thank you to everybody who's showing up here in the credits. Cheerers and subscribers, gifters, moderators, raiders, followers, and even you lurkers. Thank you, everybody, for helping make this stream what it is. This channel would not be here without your support and your viewership and your enthusiasm and your questions, so thank you. Without further ado, let's go raid into science streams, and I'll see you tomorrow, everybody, for a Tuesday stream, talking more about the bird dinosaur link with some even cooler videos.